Filmora 15 understands your intent, dissolving the space between thought and action. With AI Extend, those almost moments find their perfect.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean.
Welcome guys, welcome to the live stream guys. आज हम वॉच पार्टी करेंगे आज वैलोरेंट की गाइस. लाइक कर दीजिए जाके, जो भी लाइक है गाइस लाइक कर दो. और गाइस कैसे हो सब? का जो विला टीम पे नया रहा है लाइक कर दो यार, लाइक और सब्सक्राइब कर दो गाइस, लाइक और सब्सक्राइब।
And yet again, as we join all together, it is the best teams in the world looking to climb the top of the esports mountain. And it starts with one of the best games in the world, Valorant. The 16 best teams have qualified on in, but only one can become the game title champion. Welcome, everyone, to Esports World Cup 2026, live from Paris, kicking off with Valorant. Digon here, alongside my fantastic analysts, it's Kakuka and Big Time. Welcome back. We made it here in Paris. We're live, everyone. How you feeling?
So happy to be here. Happy to be in Paris. Happy to be
Welcome,
with you guys. I
guys.
feel like
Welcome,
this is like summer
EWC
camp for me,
26.
but Valorant style. We get
Yeah.
to see the teams in a different environment and competing for something different. And I get to share time with you guys. So it's 10 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think it can't get any more exciting than this. It is the best teams in the world here to duke it out for yet another competition. It doesn't get any better than this. We got banger games lined up the whole way through, especially today. So it doesn't get any better than this, Digo.
Also, we have so many storylines coming off of Masters London, plus the returning members from last year. A lot of teams have requalified, but some of their rosters might look very different. It's going to be very, very fun here, Kakuka.
And the coolest thing, no Pearl.
No,
So
Pearl.
satisfying. That is the best thing about this tournament, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for EMEA. I'll say that.
Yeah,
You've got
that's what I
5
mean.
teams here. 'cause-
5 teams and Sunset.
Yeah.
If we don't win again, last year we had Fnatic versus Team Heretics in the final, EMEA versus EMEA. But honestly, with how I would say across all 4 regions, how different and how good the teams are looking, I'd be down for some spice, but I'd say minimum one EMEA team in the final.
Sorry, speaking of EMEA, they were the region that did the best last year. 3 of their teams making it on out. As you said, that all EMEA final. Big Time, how do you feel like Pacific's going to be stacking up here given
You know
the
what?
recent history?
A lot has changed in the year.
A lot has
changed in the
Okay.
landscape. You know, we have
Like
Paper Rex,
alright.
we got the big dogs. We also have different teams qualifying.
Like
Nongshim, they lifted a trophy this year.
That's true.
We
Fair.
got RRQ and Global, who are poised for upsets on this big stage.
Yeah, I think
So
people are interested to see how Global's going to do.
I think they're very interested. I think it doesn't get any more interesting than that, in fact. So that's one thing we got to watch out for as we move forward. But I'm always going to be proud of Pacific, no matter how we perform, and I'm optimistic.
Yeah, are you sure? Your voice just cracked there with optimistic.
We'll see. Let me see them play first. We'll get into it, and then maybe.
You know, speaking of optimism, you have to go ahead and look at the Americas, right? With squads that are brimming with talent, but last year did not do particularly well in this tournament. G2 #1 squad from Americas in London had that quick exit. They are in the same group with
Yeah.
the team that they celebrated earlier in XLG. That's going to be a fun matchup on how that storyline's going to shake up here big time.
Yeah, I mean, we know that those are all teams with potential. When we look at who the Americas are sending, we know that then they can compete, of course, but it's just, can they make it happen here in Paris? You know, G2, like you just said, we're looking for a rebound from them. Really, they should be the top dogs. They should be the big guys in that region, but they've not made it work yet.
Yeah, but that's the same storyline that we've kept for a very long time. The good thing is, you know, I've been talking to them. I had a very good chat with Valen yesterday, and they're trying to approach things
Guys,
differently to
कौन
kind of
जीतेगा?
break that curse
कौन
of like, we
जीतेगा
can give
आज?
so much of us
Group A
regionally,
से.
but then when we get to internationals, this is that. I think that they're crossing things
Group
off
A
the
का पहला
list.
match
It's
है.
like, was
कौन
it this
जीतेगा?
that was wrong? No, it was not this. Was it? So eventually we will get to the point where G2 will be the champions. And I think that even though we only have 3 Chinese teams, I think that we have great Chinese teams. I think that All Gamers was a surprise at the beginning of the year. XLG top 6 in Masters London.
Yep.
Thank you. And EDG.
Yeah.
It's EDG. What do
mean,
we have to say? It's EDG.
Top 3 was
With a
fantastic.
sub, it's still EDG.
Yeah.
Top 3.
So I mean, I think the sub is a huge storyline for EDG. Where we have to see how they're going to perform here in Paris. It's a different place.
Very different.
So yeah, I mean, it's just, can they continue what they showed in London? Can they build on it? That's the question.
How much does it affect, right? Not having Smoggy, him being the secondary duelist, and adapting in many of those situations to playing with a sub, that will affect them a lot.
Definitely. And again, EDG winning their first VCT China, which in more than a year, which kind of feels crazy given the fact we were talking about it earlier. They feel like they're a squad that's always on top showing up.
Like and subscribe कर दो guys.
Won champions before, but
welcome to the watch party guys. जो भी नया आ रहा है watch party में welcome.
Lately, and actually, we got ourselves a little video right now to set the stage for our tournament. Let's get into it.
Hey, hello Zenix bhai. Hello Zenix bhai.
Again, the biggest names on here, and you got to see that trophy lift, one of the coolest parts of EWC, the trophy system with the trophy, the key, and of course, the key crushing here big time.
Oh, I love that bit. Get me crushing keys. That's what
hello
my
guys,
favorite question
hello,
welcome
everyone.
That's when you see the real rivalries come out,
Like
so
कर
you
दो
got a lot
यार.
to look forward to, people.
We need to review last year's to see the best ones. Who had good ones? I think Chronicle had a very good one last year.
Oh, like the full
because they
snap.
all got to crush it themselves, and they were like looking at it. It was very impressive. Apparently, we did not get to be that close. But we need to rate the reactions this year again.
Yeah, definitely. Again, very excited. One of the coolest parts, the trophy system here at Esports World Cup. As we take a look at the teams here, we've listed off some of the names of the favorites, but there are 16 squads here, 5 from EMEA, 4 from all the other regions except China, which has themselves 3 teams here as we look at the groups and the setup. As there it is, Group A, it's EDG, RRQ, 100 Thieves, and BBL. We will be covering that first match here, EDG and BBL, but when you take a look at this group as a whole here, Kakuya, what jumps out at you?
I'd like to see what 100 Thieves has been cooking. I know that they have new faces coming in from Ascension and whatnot, and I want to see how they're going to perform for the first time in internationals.
Yeah. I mean, I think for me, I want to see RRQ. I want to see RRQ.
Why?
Of course. Well, I mean, I think
Sell it to me.
They're making a player change. We haven't seen them go international again this year, so now could be a time for them.
Yeah, let's take a look at Group B here. You're excited for RRQ coming in as the #1 seed and probably the favorite to make it out here. Is Paper Rex, but this one is a heated group here.
This is the group of death for this event. There's no doubt about it.
Rivalry.
Guys, poll start कर रहा हूँ मैं.
I mean,
अपना poll
it's
डाल सकते हो
stacked.
आप.
You know, NRG lifted that trophy. Paper
पहला
Rex
match.
so consistent this year. Vitality going
EDG
really far
versus
in
BBL.
London, and then Karmine Corp with that home field advantage here in Paris. I mean, that's going to only buff them even more.
The fact that the second match that we're going to have in here in the stream A is going to be that Vitality versus KC, France versus France.
Yeah.
Also, the new face that we're going to see from KC, we know that they let go of their head coach, and Rate is now playing duelist. Let's see how that translates when we go out of the qualifier and into the tournament itself. So yeah, group of death for obvious reasons. And then on Group C, G2, Mates, Shilai, and Nongshim. Why should I be excited for Nongshim? There were some decisions that they were making that I wasn't aligned with. But I am willing to be convinced.
I've been a certified Nongshim hater. I've been hating on this guy.
Maybe not you. Pilski!
Yeah, where's Pilski?
They took Danby off the Neon in stage 1 and it didn't work, but then for the qualifiers he was back on the Neon, which gives me some hope, gives me some optimism for this team. Maybe finally we can see that form that we saw in Santiago.
Yeah, hopefully you'll be able to see that as well. We'll get the right Group D on screen for you in just a little bit. But again, lots of teams here that are showing up and representing, and I touched on it earlier. It's the G2 XLG rematch.
Welcome guys, welcome.
Who was on this desk with us literally last year, had the conversation, and joins the squad, goes to Champions with them, and then wins. It is the best story in esports. Baby Bay from desk.
अभी टाइम है यार, बातचीत करते हैं. अभी बहुत टाइम है. बहुत सुन लेंगे. मैच देखेंगे सीधा. और बताओ गाइस कैसे हो गाइस?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's how it should be. And then finally, in Group D, it's Heretics, MIBR, Global, and AGAL. That's that final group. Heretics and MIBR might be the ones that come out, but MIBR...
Guys, जो इलेक्शन पे नया आ रहा है, लाइक कर दो guys, like and subscribe.
How do you feel about that group there?
I mean, I think it's tough. I mean, I think when I looked at that group, my biggest question has to be Heretics, right? EWC was that trophy for them that they were chasing for such a long time. We thought we saw
साउंड बताना,
that
साउंड ठीक आ रही है,
stage 1
थोड़ी कम ज़्यादा करनी है, मतलब जब गेम स्टार्ट होगी बता देना मुझे.
Pro was bad.
It was bad.
It was bad.
Can they lift that trophy again is, of course, the biggest storyline for this team. They have made those roster changes, but is it enough?
Sunset.
I mean, they're a
Sunset.
fantastic Sunset team.
Sunset.
All right.
Sunset Cosmars.
We'll see what happens with that group later on. Now let's get ourselves focused on our first match. It is the champions of VCT China, EDG. They've got themselves the stack roster, but as you said, coming in with a substitute here, Big Time.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, that is, of course, going to be the biggest question.
Sound is
Can
okay.
they survive without
Okay.
Smoggy? But we take a look at what this team
बताने के
has
लिए
managed
भाई.
to do recently, and I think
Game
we
के
can't
sound
help but
बताना
be a
जब game
little bit
start होगी.
excited about this squad. For me, they have so much aura.
कि
You
ज़्यादा तो
see
नहीं
how
करनी
much
है.
the crowds love to watch
अगर
them
मेरी
play.
आ रही होगी ज़्यादा तो
Kang
मेरी
as a
बता दे,
man
मैं कम
is
कर
just
दूंगा.
phenomenal. He's a performer on that stage, and it's amazing. I feel like this team is continuing to grow, and especially since we saw the changes, since the
Yeah.
Yoru left
Yeah.
for them, they're able to use their own strengths a little bit better. Get Kang back on that jet, so there is a big question mark there for them, but we know if they play towards their ceiling, they can be dangerous.
I'm also very excited about Chichu. I think that
Yeah.
always in every single event, you do not have Smoggy. And as I was saying earlier, not having someone that is flexible for your team, that can play the smokes, that can play that double duo, this team needs so much synergy that you just simply cannot build very quickly. For Cinch, it's not the first time that he is going to, well, he is the first time that he's going to be competing at this level. So let's see if he has what it takes to level up with the rest of EDG, because on the other side, we have BBL. And do not forget, yes, they did not go to London, but at the beginning of the year, this star squad that came all the way from Ascension in EMEA managed to get the first seed in EMEA for the first global event of the year. And coming into here, I know that people were saying, oh, qualifier online, playing against a Turkish team is never going to be easy. But we have to see the resurgence coming in from them, because stage 1 was not good. This is one of the teams that technically I will put on the bar of did not survive the Euro North.
Yes, I mean, that is the absolute story for them. I mean, I think that arc was so amazing to go through
बोल कुछ.
and absolutely farm it, but now that train has kind of slowed down. This is a great chance for them to get that ball rolling again and have another crack at it.
Like कर दो यार, like कर दो.
This is a completely different roster to the team that we saw last year, right? This is a full Turkish team, and now representing the pride there of Turkey. Coming in, winning kickoff, as you said, surprising everyone, and then starting to slow down a little bit as you see.
देखा ठीक है.
The team setting up on stage right now. BBL up against EDG. This does feel like current form against current form. It might be one way stronger than the other with EDG coming off that third place finish over at Masters London. But you know how good this BBL squad
और वो
can
देख ले उस पे
be.
स्ट्रीम पे ज्यादा आवाज तो नहीं तेरी, तो
They
थोड़ी
can go up
मतलब
against anybody.
मेंटेन करके
That's a
रखनी
great
पड़ेगी.
point. When you talk about playing fearless, these are two squads that will take the fight to you. This is going to be an exciting game the whole way through, to be honest. I mean, it's going to be high-powered, flashy. I want Kang to get that up rolling. That's what I want to see. Give me some fun Valorant today.
Especially having a Turkish team, I think that we will be guaranteed that we have been asking the players, especially the ones that are here in EMEA for the first time, the younger ones.
EDG.
And they've been saying that, of course, the Turkish experience in ranked is something that they did not expect. But it's great preparation for this tournament, because you will find a lot of people on your face. BBL needs to be that resurgence. Dion, as you were saying, last year for BBL, it was more of an experiment. Oh, let's go international. Let's see what we can pick here and there. But the moment that their academy were doing so incredibly well, there was no doubt that they were going to be in the main squad for them. And everybody was incredibly excited. We have young players that decided to play together and just make this work. So coming into this tournament, I hope that they have found their footing to go back to what we saw at the beginning of the year, playing very simple comps and not complicating things.
Best of 3
for the decider.
That's crazy.
I really hope
फ्रैक्चर खेल रहे, हेवन खेल रहे और सनसेट खेलेंगे.
This is G2 Heretics.
This is G2 Heretics.
Okay, all right. I was
This
about
could
to.
be an incorrect, Vita. Hold your horses. There might be no sunset yet. You got your hopes up too quickly.
One of the great things about week 0 of any event is figuring out together. So thank you, all of us, for going on this journey with us. If it does end up in Sunset. What a place to end up, given the fact it wasn't in the pool earlier.
We have to touch on it. I mean, it's not been in the pool.
Please,
Pearl
guys,
is out.
please.
Sunset is in. I mean, I think Sunset is a great map for EMEA. I think you have reason to be optimistic. Pearl, arguably the worst EMEA map of all time. No one can play it who was born in the continent. So it's feeling good for you guys.
You're going to start with the
She's
attacks.
staring at me evilly.
Day one, you start with the attacks.
You have to start early. I'm an EMEA doubter, and I always will be.
Big time, I did hear the you guys, and I was like, what did he mean by this? But yeah, we are starting the pointed regionality early on the desk as we are getting ready, kicking back, relaxing here. BBL are as... It's so interesting that the squad completely revamped, qualifies on in. They do qualify in that final third slot possible, but still know that they have the firepower to do anything here. And it feels very similar of the kind of thing where they just don't know this landscape, so they have nothing to fear.
Yeah, I think very much so. One thing I love about this squad is they're never afraid to give it. They're never afraid to shout across the stage. Be a little bit rude. I love to see it. That's what these young Turkish kids are all about. They don't have to respect their opponents. They respect their own game. I want to see them bring that here today at EWC. I don't want to see them slow down for anybody. Play their own game.
But I wonder if that is going to be different this time around, because, you know,
Maybe.
In Santiago it didn't really work, and people were saying, no, that you talk the big game, and then what happened, and also what they were saying in the interviews. I want to see, though, because this is a 1 in 1,000 opportunity. The players, you just saw how the stage is set up. There is no crowd in this stage.
True.
So they literally only have each other to scream at. If they want to get personal, this is the best time to do it, because they can get heated very quickly.
So I've just been updated. We have Lotus as our first map.
Welcome to the watch party, guys.
As our second map.
Egon,
And finally, the decider
please.
is Sunset.
Oh.
Sunset is the decider. So the way that the band's all worked on out.
Yeah, you can see it there in the top
Wait,
left-hand
who
corner.
picked Ascent?
So EDG picked Ascent. Now this is strange. This is a map they've been banning. So they're really trying to swap up their pool here for EWC and flip it on around there.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think we have seen them play this year at all on the Ascent. For the side of BBL, it could be anything. But we're going to jump straight into Lotus Lover's Rock. Team on that Neon for now.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're clearly not worried about the nerfs. This is what they were playing throughout the qualifier as well.
Yep.
On the side of EDG, you have to talk about Kang on this jet. It's the signature agent. This is what this man does best. And I think
Jenny is going on the race. He's the one that is having to flex and just put Cinch just playing on the Vice with them starting on the attack. I want to see if that synergy has been built between them two. I think that nobody is the perfect initiator to be in charge of these two. I will say, I do like seeing Lover's Rock staying in the Neon after the nerfs, because I hate when we overreact to everything. And he himself was the one that struggled. Him and LaRock, I would say, it's like the duo of like finding your place, finding when you're comfortable. As I said, at the beginning of the year, it was all very basic comps with the Yoru, the Jet, whatever you want to put on the second, and then the Cypher, Soba, and you go on to the basics and you just play raw aim, raw Turkish Valorant. So I want to see how this looks on them, because Krevin was doing a great job on the Vice.
Yeah, and I think the EDG assistant coach stepping in here, it's always a tough job, right? But it's especially tough when we get to the second half. You're going to be on that Sentinel.
Totally.
It's your job to hold that site against LaRock and Lover's Rock.
And they will keep it going for you. They will be going for you.
They will find him on this map. They will find him and do everything they can to bully him.
All right, here we go. Into Lotus is our first match here. It is EDG versus BBL. China versus EMEA. On the call is Tom and Mitch. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Degon. Yes, BBL and EDG, the stage is set right behind us, Tom. These teams are about to trade blows. Now for EDG, stepping in with a stand-in, having Jenny as well after that return to this roster throughout stage one, moving on to Masters, had a good taste of the international stage. What wasn't his first? He was there in 2025 back in Champs, and now wants to join the I like what the desk was saying. I like what Kakuka was saying.
देख लियो
Sticking on the neon. I thought we would see
मतलब
change,
उसको
but
नहीं
they're not
आते टेक्निकल
overreacting to
पॉज हो
that.
गया
They're going to instead try to adapt to a slightly less powerful agent, and I do like that. It worked for them for so long, and to be honest, for BBL, pivoting off the Yoru, I thought a pivot off the Neon here, if we go towards a more conventional, slower comp, that's where they're going to really struggle to deal damage up against some of these other teams. So I like that they're still keeping to their style.
Yeah, I'd say as well for Lovers Rock on the defensive side, because originally they were still running Neon, but LaRock was doing it a lot of the time, and that kind of, I felt like it put Lovers Rock in a weird spot. On the defense, on Neon, on the operator, he's unreal, because you can still have those aggressive peaks and then slide out into a more defensive angle again. You can still rotate very quickly like you could with the Yoru. Not quite as fast, but still pretty quick. And so I think it gave him that same little bit of edge. And then they have that sort of proxy of the sort of double dive into the site with pace, which is where I think this team has always been one of the best. On the other side, obviously, there's the interesting turnout of having a stand-in for this event, like bringing in one of your coaching staff, who I will say was playing in Ascension as of last year. So it's not like sometimes you see a coach come in, you go, they haven't touched the game in 5 years. No, he's been playing. So I think an opportunity for Sign to maybe flex a little bit. But the more exciting thing for me is what we saw in the role swap. Gianni being the person that's now going to take over as a duelist, someone who at times even played as that duelist, I think it makes perfect sense. You give that more defensive role, the role that I think is more comfortable for Signed, and I think ultimately it's going to give them a little bit more balance. Now, will there still be issues? Sure, but I think not changing their composition and just switching roles up a little bit is way easier to use on the fly than trying to reinvent the wheel while going into a match where you do have one player missing.
In terms of the power rankings between these two, it's something that I've been thinking about over the last day. The fact that for EDG, they have a sub, the fact that they have Jenny in there as well, who looks very, very good. The changes they made going into Stage 1 and Masters as a result, to me, that team looks like the favorite. The sub is the only thing that pulls me back that I'm not too sure. Right?
Without the sub, they're definitely favorites.
100%. But then you start to think, how is Sign going to work in this roster? And like you said, the fact that he was playing not that long ago, this isn't a coach, but also we've had in one of the conversations on the desk, we've had people who weren't playing that recently, who were on the analyst desk, who've now gone to playing and had success. I'm not going to doubt his performance or his impact, but it is definitely a piece removed. On the other hand, Neon knocked down a peg, and BBL already knocked down a peg with the change out of the Yoru swaps that had to take place because of the nerfs. It does feel like, I hate to say this, I love to back EMEA, but it does feel like even with that sub, EDG come in with an upper hand. But the one disadvantage, glaringly staring me in the face, is the fact that they came in today and decided to choose Ascent against a Turkish team. Now, I don't know if maybe the words of advice, the words of wisdom haven't made it across the pond, but that's a mistake for almost everybody in EMEA.
Yeah.
You do not want to give a Turkish team that home field advantage.
Yeah, I guess you can make arguments both ways. Like, obviously, going into Lotus, I think that it's a strong map for EDG as well, so I don't think they're going to be too shaky on that one. But there's got to be a reason that they're heading into that Ascent. There's got to be a reason that they've looked at that map and thought, okay, we can have that comfort. That, it might be the decision that actually, you talk about the Turkish Ascent and everything. The attack side for BBL on that map has kind of been stinky even in their wins. Like, they can go in with a 9-3 defensive half and finish the game 13-11. So it's not like it's a perfect map for them by any stretch of the imagination. And
in the ₹9 workshop that you're providing, what all do you cover?
In ₹9, you learn how to automate your report.
That a little bit of extra flair. Like, I go to someone like Karmine and go, okay, you're going to have to carry all. You're going to have to like put up individual stats that are better than anybody else because we now have a player that might not be quite up to that standard. Where do you think you can do that? If he says Ascent, I'm going, all right, we may not play that map, but we're going there anyway because Karmine says he's going to kill everyone. And to be honest, Ascent, for a guy who likes Jet and likes the op, I think it's a pretty good map for him. So I'm excited to see him. And I'm excited to see the rest of the players because this is an opportunity where you go in with a lot less pressure because you have that excuse off rip. I think Smoggy is a fantastic individual player as well and has been filling in multiple roles. Like, I think he's one of the few players that I can say that you go into, say, for example, like a Split or a Haven, you go, okay, he plays Raze. Okay, and what does he play on Breeze? Harbor. Yeah, cool. Name me another player that does that too often. Marder. Okay, I've named another one. But that's not the point. There's not many. So I think that you do lose quite a lot with him not being there other than just raw firepower. But I also do think that a lot of the time players going to go, okay, less pressure because of that. And also it's my time to shine.
Yeah, I think we've seen that level of flexibility on this roster as well. I think you're pointing out Jenny is the one taking the raise here. Like he has been coming in as a flex, and I think it's a more and more important thing as time goes on. Sure, you can have players like a Lover's Rock who back in the Euro meta plays only the Euro, or here will play mostly just your Neon or your Duelists. But it is important for the majority of players out there. If you're not that star, if you're not the guy that puts up the 1% stats on that agent, that you can flex between it. Because we've seen now there's maps where you don't, like Breeze, for example. Teams are steering away from playing a Sentinel. So if you're a Sentinel main, you can't play anything but Sentinel, you're not going to be a very good part of the puzzle
I'll disagree with you
Breeze.
for only one reason. And it's not that you're wrong, it's that I think even the players in the top 1% have to flex nowadays.
Sure.
Like look at LaRock.
Yeah, I like that.
I would say LaRock is top 1% in most things he does. He is one of the most flexible players in the world, and that's what makes him even more valuable. Chronicle, again, exactly the
100%.
same. Nats, exactly the same. Like, you go to these crazy players nowadays, and it's like, okay, sure, if you're in a meta where it's like, Neon is massively broken, yeah, maybe you play that all the time. But other than that, if you're one of the best players in the world, I want to see you be able to do multiple things.
But even keeping my head within the Turkish space, I think about players who have tried that, who have tried to flex, like CNET, someone that I wish to only ever see play Jet from now until forever. Maybe a Waylay here and there, but geez, take him off the Omen, man. What are we doing?
I love him, but I don't know if he's been top 1% in the pro scene.
He was at one point, and if he kept with the Jet, maybe he would have been still, man. He was the Turkish Jet, and now he's everything.
हेलो मेरी आवाज़ आ रही है मेरी आवाज़ आउंदी पई है ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ
आ रही है
मैं भी इस बंदे की तरह ऐसे बैठ जाऊंगा अब ऐसे बस इंतज़ार करूंगा कब जैसे स्टार्ट हो लग तो मुझे भी रहा है एज जीत जाएगी तुझे क्या लगता है
अरे दूसरी टीम कौन सी है क्या नाम था इसका
BBL एज वर्सेस BBL
परसेंटेज आ रहा देख ले कुछ भी हो सकता है मास्टर लंदन उसका देख ले अब
वो तो तू देगा तूने पेपर एक्स सोची थी और
पेपर एक्स और लेवाइथन सोच
चल क्या पता लगता है क्या होगा
एक तो ये टेक्निकल पॉज ना
किसी एक बंदे का हुआ किस बंदे का हुआ
वही तो पता नहीं लग रहा
ऐसा थोड़ा ना होता यार इसका ही होना जिसका
तो मेरे को थोड़ा लग रहा था
नहीं इसका ही होना है जो है बंदा बैठा हुआ हाँ ही है जिसने हेडफोन उतारा था ना वही था मैंने सारे हटा दिया वो आराम काय को वो रोकने हैं इनके मतलब इन्होंने बोला स्पॉन्सर के वो नहीं हटने चाहिए मतलब कवर नहीं करने हैं उनके नाम वगैरह लोगोज नहीं हटाने हैं उनके मतलब कवर नहीं करने अपने उससे
ठीक लग रही है ऐसे भी
ठीक है इधर बीच जैसे में क्यों कि थोड़ा सा और कुछ करना है सा
ऊपर रख
अरे बिल्कुल टॉप में इसमें फिर वो इनका ऊपर भी आ रहा है ना लोगो STC का तो फिर उनके भी मतलब स्पॉन्सरशिप आ रही है ऊपर तो वहाँ से तो वो काउंटर हटाया सब काउंटर गाइस जो भी लाइव स्ट्रीम पे नहीं आ रहा है लाइक कर दो यार लाइक नहीं कर रहे हैं लाइक कर दीजिए ना लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब
नहीं तो एक काम कर थोड़ा सा छोटा कर दे अपने इसको
और छोटा कर दो दिखेगा नहीं फेस फिर तब तो इसे
वाले भाई
देखा वैसे ठीक है।
देखो छोटा कहने को बोला, तू बढ़ा रहा है।
और छोटा ले, इसमें तो दिखेगा नहीं फेस, इसमें क्या फेस दिखेगा?
थोड़ा सा बड़ा
इससे और देखिए अभी देखा गाइस, जो भी लाइव स्ट्रीम पे
और
नहीं आ
थोड़ा
रहा
सा
है और थोड़ा सा देख।
बस ठीक है इतना।
ओए हाय 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 गाइस, जो भी लाइव स्ट्रीम पे नहीं आया यार, लाइक कर दो यार, लाइक कर दो और सब्सक्राइब कर दो। 3 वोट पड़े हैं, एज को पड़े हैं 3 वोट मेरी स्ट्रीम से।
कसम से हो रहा है, इनकी हालत ऐसी होगी ना जैसे कि अब सो ही जाओ, क्या है करना।
अब इसके हेडफोन में भी हो गया ना कुछ। क्या हुआ, इनकी साउंड भी गई, कास्टर्स की साउंड गायब हो गई।
Paper Rex, they're a team that are using all the Sage Walls to get into weird spots and find openers. Again, they battered them as well. So if they can find that level, I don't think BBL will have want to go to Sunset at all. So I definitely think that is going to be one of those maps that could be very entertaining. Obviously, it's a different look or a different EDG to what we saw back then. But even still, I think that they're still going to be devastating on this map. And it brings up an interesting topic as well about this group in general for me. Because I think coming into the event, before we knew that Smoggy wasn't going to be playing, I'd put EDG at the top and the other 3, any of them can make it through.
बकेट सीट की
Now I
तरह।
think anyone can make it through. I think they're one of the more
क्या बोल रहा
exciting
तू?
groups because I don't sit there
अरे
and
जो
go,
इनकी चेयर
okay,
होती है ना,
like if you
गेमिंग
look at
चेयर,
Group C,
वो
there's
बिल्कुल
Maze,
बकेट
XOG,
सीट की तरह
Notion,
होती है।
G2. I put G2 at the top. I think G2 a favorite.
You're finally locked in
खतरनाक
with an
रिलैक्स।
edit. Then you
मैं
realize
सिर्फ
you
चीज़
don't
देख रहा हूँ
have
मैं ना।
footage, you're out of credits, and you're not sure that you can actually use what you even downloaded. Envato fixed all that for me. The latest
Stand-in. I don't
एक
know
चीज़ देख रहा हूँ
who's
वैसे मैं।
favorites in this group because I'd say that again, like we haven't seen
सोच
the
क्या
best
देख रहा हूँ
of
मैं?
100 Thieves for
क्या?
a little while. Of course, they competed here
क्या
last
मतलब?
year, but they were in the group of death.
मतलब जो इंडिया के बंदे स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं, वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं ना, उनकी मतलब ज़्यादा वो नहीं है, मतलब इतनी वॉचिंग नहीं आ रही है जितनी मतलब फॉरेनर की आ रही है मतलब भी।
Now you might be able to make it out of the groups. I like their team. I think they made some great pickups from TSM. I think it's going to be very interesting. Nonetheless, though, Mitch, I think rather than me talking about the groups, let's head off to a short break.
शॉर्ट ब्रेक चल, तब तक हम क्या करें अब? हम क्या करें अब?
पाँच मिनट की है, 5 या 6 मिनट की।
मेरी स्ट्रीम पीछे है क्या और बंदों से, ऐसा क्यों है? स्ट्रीम भी आगे है यार, स्ट्रीम ए लेट है, स्ट्रीम भी आगे है, स्ट्रीम बी पे देखते हैं ना, स्ट्रीम बी लगाते हैं, स्ट्रीम ए बहुत पीछे है भाई। तभी सोचो मैं मेला ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है?
मैं
फिक्स हो गया वो टाइम? नहीं, पहले कुछ और आ रहा था।
पहले 2 मिनट आ रहे थे ना।
चल अब ठीक है, अब का ठीक है ना। ए देखो चाहे बी देखो, ठीक है ना। हाय गया ना तू? आज गया?
नहीं,
बारिश पड़ गई क्यों?
जब
भगवान भी चाहता था कि आज बंदा घर ना जाए, आज बंदा बंदे के साथ वॉच पार्टी देखे।
कमेंट्री दूंगा मैं खतरनाक सी, देखियो तो अभी जैसे जैसे वो करेंगे खेलेंगे
कमेंट्री की वीडियो तो मैंने एक बंदे की देखी है ना, वो कर रहा था भाई CS गो की, मतलब ना CS गो की कमेंट्री कर रहा था, मतलब जितने फास्ट ऐसे मतलब बंदा प्ले कर रहा था ना उतने फास्ट उसकी कमेंट्री थी, मतलब एमिनेम की स्पीड से बड़ 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 ऐसे करके, मतलब इतनी फास्ट टेस्ट थी वो।
कोई नहीं, तू करेगा वैसे तो कमेंट्री अब।
गाना बड़ा सही है इनका, बोर नहीं होगा बंदा सुनते हुए।
अरे मेरे को नींद लगी यार, तू बोल रहा बोर नहीं होगा?
जैसे पेरिस के क्लासिक वो नहीं होता, मतलब पेरिस के मतलब क्लासिक जैसा वैसा है थोड़ा सा। वो मैं तो ऐड भी स्किप कर दे रहा हूँ, मेरे को ऐड नहीं सुननी है, तू ऐसा बोल रहा है।
एक मन कर रहा है कुछ ऑर्डर करके वो कर देखिए स्ट्रीम।
क्या करके देखें?
ऑर्डर करके।
समझा नहीं मैं।
अरे कुछ मंगवाना, कुछ खाने को।
तो मंगवा ले, ब्लिंकिट कर ले, जेप्टो कर ले, जेप्टो नहीं सॉरी जोमेटो कर ले।
अरे गाड़ियों का घर है वो फिर।
क्या हो रहा तूने, गालियों का घर?
गाड़ियों। यस।
अच्छा अच्छा, कुछ नहीं है वो तो पापी पेट का सवाल है, कुछ खाने के लिए कुछ सुनना तो पड़ेगा ही। भाई ने तो स्पेशल आज स्ट्रॉ रखी है, देखो पता है स्ट्रॉ रखी है पानी पीने को, ऐसे पानी की बोतल लेगा भाई और स्ट्रॉ लगाएगा मुंह से, गुड़ 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 पिएगा।
मास्क नहीं खुलेगा मतलब आज।
आज कैमरा ऑफ नहीं होगा, बल्कि मतलब कैमरा ऑफ नहीं होगा, ऐसा बोलने का मतलब मेरा, जो मर्जी हो जाए आज कैमरा ऑफ नहीं होगा। तेरे जिंदगी के सफर में कभी कभी मेरी स्ट्रीम बिल्कुल ऐसी चिपकी चिपकी ही चल रही है, मतलब साथ साथ में ना, कभी कभी बहुत पीछे चल रही है, लेट हो रही है मतलब।
मेरा एक मन कर रहा है कि तेरी स्ट्रीम बंद करके देखूं मैं।
क्यों मेरी स्ट्रीम पे मज़ा नहीं आ रहा तुझे?
अरे डबल आवाज।
डबल आवाज कैसे, मतलब डबल आवाज मतलब मेरे उस पे डबल आवाज आ रही है तेरे को?
नहीं नहीं, तेरे उस पे नहीं।
स्टार्ट होने
बात
वाला
ये है
बस।
कि VC में भी तेरी आवाज आ रही है तो इसमें भी आ रही है।
नहीं तो वैसा कर दे बंद, तो वैसा नहीं, कुछ नहीं मना कर दे बंद, अगर तो वैसी दिक्कत आ रही है कर दे बंद। या तो फिर VC में मेरे को म्यूट मार देना, अगर VC में ऐसे जब बोलना हो तब अनम्यूट कर लिया। इसमें वो करना पड़ेगा यार, पुश टू टॉक करना पड़ेगा। जो भी लाइव स्ट्रीम पे नहीं आ रहा है लाइक कर दो यार, लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब और लाइक करवा दो, और वेलकम टू द वॉच पार्टी।
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out,
मैं तेरे को म्यूट करूं, तेरी लाइव स्ट्रीम से ही करूं मैं।
now imagine
लाइव
the
स्ट्रीम से
entire
बात
city
करता
being
हूँ
built
मैं
to
फेसबुक।
supercharge it.
लाइव स्ट्रीम से बात करता हूँ,
Dear city, powered by play.
मतलब VC छोड़ रहा है क्या तू?
नहीं VC नहीं छोड़ रहा, तेरी मैंने तेरे को म्यूट मार दिया ना तो तेरी मेरे को डबल आवाज नहीं आएगी अब।
अच्छा मतलब तूने तो तू ऐसे देख के मतलब ऐसे देखेगा ही, मतलब ऐसे अनम्यूट वो मतलब ऐसे शॉर्ट के मजे लेगा तू।
हाँ तेरे रिप्लाई मैं सिर्फ तेरी स्ट्रीम को देख के दूंगा।
अच्छा अच्छा, मतलब आवाज़ तो जा ही रही है मेरी।
हाँ तेरी आवाज़ तो आएगी ना मेरे को, इसको देख के, तेरी स्ट्रीम को देख के। बस ये होगा, थोड़ा सा डिले आएगा मेरे को, तो थोड़ा सा लेट रिप्लाई आएगा।
इतना भी डिले नहीं है यार, जितना डिले तू बोलता है। मतलब है थोड़ा सा, मानता हूँ, पर इतना नहीं है।
हाँ इतना नहीं है, बट चल डिले डिले होता है, चाहे वो छोटा सा ही क्यों ना हो।
तो अब क्या कर सकता हूँ भाई मैं इसमें, अब क्या करूँ मैं इसका। अब आता है तो आता है, अब क्या करूँ मैं। फिर मुझे वो हटाना पड़ेगा ना, रिकनेक्ट वाला। कपिले वाली चेयर देख।
दे दे गिफ्ट, क्या जा रहा है।
I think it's crazy. Our fan base is like really huge in France. I think most of the people like already saw some events we did. So I'm pretty happy to be here. We missed out on Champs Paris last year. It's good for us to have an international event that we can play in front of our crowd, you know. I don't know if it's stress, but it's like it's a good pressure that we have. We of course want to represent the country of our org. Also, like I grew up in Paris, like it's a special city for me, so there is a lot of story about it.
We're extremely excited. We cannot wait for this opportunity. Obviously, to get out of groups first, but that's like even extra motivation for us to meet them all. It's our organization home country, home city, you know, so that's one of the biggest goals for us for sure.
Feels good to play here, of course, because Vitality French org
सोच कपिल जो विटैलिटी का बंदा नहीं है, जो CS:GO का।
to play out and share the stage with some of the fans too. I think that will be cool for everyone, one of us and stuff, and for me it will be especially like I am playing the French org. For me, like it's a really exciting tournament, I think.
I moved to Paris when I was 7 years old, and growing up in Paris, like I think has been a chance for me because I don't think I would be there today if I didn't, like if my mom didn't move to France. And as I said, like yeah, I'm grateful for everything, you know. Like I'm trying to stay humble, like work hard, prove by what I'm doing every day.
Our group is definitely the strongest, but I don't know. I feel like it's also probably the most exciting to watch. We have a lot of fans here and stuff, so again, it will be cool to play in front of them and just feel the support in person too. French fans, especially when I'm watching like different esports and stuff, the crowd is usually like really good. Game by game, we have first Casey, and then we'll see like who will play next. It will just be fun to see it.
I wish it would have been like with the crowds. Unfortunately, the first game there's no crowds, but I wish there was a crowd because there's gonna be Vitality fans against Casey fans. It would have been so good, but it's fine. Still, it's gonna be an amazing match.
When something matters, a client email, a doc my name is on, I can't afford to sound generic. I drop my draft into Quillbot's Humanizer and
in last year's finals, we were in a tough situation. I think a lot of different words were said, different tactics to wake up, maybe some harsh, maybe some inspirational.
I think all it took was winning that third match to give us that big amount of belief in ourselves that we can do it.
Even though it was so bad, we still inside believe that it's possible. Can't stop believing, because if you stop believing, then that's it.
Friends on 78 HP. He did the ultimate on so much crashes.
The trophy felt unusual. I mean, it was my first VALORANT trophy. I think for all of us as well, especially, you know, thinking like 2 hours ago we were in the worst position possible. It felt amazing. It felt like a moment of finally.
I think I kind of knew in my head that we would win it just because it's really hard for them to be mentally strong, being 2-0 up and then going to 2-2. Like, there was no way in my head that we were going to lose that last map just based on knowing what mental state they're in and what mental state we're in.
Yeah, I mean, this year, many boys not in our roster. I mean, obviously I would have liked to play with my brother, but it's, you know, esports, it's competitions. Karmine and Winnie are very similar in terms of playstyle. Of course, they have differences, but I think as a team we're very similar to last year.
I think it's a lot of good teams here, but we're here to defend our title. We're gonna try as hard as possible, and teams will remember the form that we were in last year, and hopefully we can replicate it this year.
We're here to defend the
कितनी
title,
देर में
and
स्टार्ट हो गया यार।
the team's trying to take it from us.
तेरी ना हल्की सी पीछे चली है, पता है तेरे को स्ट्रीम
कितनी सी पीछे?
बिल्कुल हल्की सी, क्योंकि मैं मेन में भी खोल रहा है ना मैंने मेन का।
हाँ तो मैं बोलता रहा, बिल्कुल हल्की सी है, बिल्कुल हल्की सी है पीछे, ज़्यादा नहीं है।
उधर टेक्निकल वो चल पड़ा ना, वो देखने को लैपी। और तेरा अब दिख रहा है
मेरे मेरी में भी सेम।
तेरी स्ट्रीम में वो देख रहा हूँ मैं, दोनों को वो कर रहा हूँ कंपेयर। अब है थोड़ा सा, हाँ अब आया ठीक।
अभी कैमरा स्विच होगा तब लगेगा होता कि हाँ
नहीं अब ठीक है।
यो गाइस कैमरे में से चीज ओए इन तो टीम ही चेंज कर दी।
क्या मतलब टीम चेंज कर दी?
अब 100 थीव्स वर्सेस DRQ हो गया।
ओ यार
एंड हो गया पोल मेरा तो। मैं तो पोल एंड और पोल बनाते रह गया आज।
Definitely. But while we're talking about French, we're going to be talking about Paris because
भाई BBL पे तेरे पोल में 0 आए हैं।
to host this event in so far. And again, just to reiterate, the prize pool
Thieves और RRQ में आया था
first place going home with a big
50-50
chunk of
का।
that money. They've increased the money. They've made it BO3 matches at the beginning. And so this is a huge event that we're here for and we're so excited for, especially with this matchup today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a bit more of a condensed format last year. This year, they definitely are
Not to be racist, but ये वाला बंदा मेरे को अच्छा लग रहा है अभी।
कौन सा?
वो दूसरी टीम का है ग्लासी वाला।
But also just getting more reps in an international event. I mean, I'm from Oceania, so I'm used to going to an international event or at least supporting a team at an international event. Being the
फिर से पोल स्टार्ट कर दिया मैंने। अगर अब भी नहीं चला ना।
You get banged in a best of one and then you go home for 20-30 hours. So sometimes that's how it be. At this event, not the case. You get to play at least one best of 3, multiple best of 3s. You've got the GSL format, upper lower bracket. We're not playing
मैंने 100 थीव्स को करा वो।
आता तेरे को कौन से बंदे की बात कर रहा था मैं रुक।
देखिए इनका कीबोर्ड रखने स्टाइल देख, कीबोर्ड रखने स्टाइल देख।
हाँ तो ये शॉट आ रहा है, शॉट कीबोर्ड पे।
मैं सोच रहा हूँ दूसरे वाला वो जो होता नहीं है उस बंदे को देखो, उस बंदे का भी ठीक है यार मतलब।
About the vetoes and while we're just getting things started here, I wanted to talk a little
इस
bit
बंदे ने
more
रखा
about
पूरा 90 डिग्री पे वाला।
who would have guessed that I would have wanted to talk
हाँ
about
तो देख ले ऐसे है तो ऐसे ही चलेगा वो। ऐसे
I don't know.
हाँ बाकी इन थोड़ा वो रखा ना एंगल्ड में। उस बंदे ने रखा बिल्कुल 90 डिग्री में।
They've been one of the most creative teams that we've seen in Americas. I say this even starting in kickoff when they had the waylay. The way that Timatino was being set up to use that waylay was really well done, and I feel like I didn't see that many teams abuse it in a way that they did. They ended up using that waylay to get a lot of that information, but be able to refrag
ज़्यादा ऊंचा लग रहा था
and be
पहले
able to
क्यों?
go really quick
अब
into
ठीक लग रहा
another
है।
direction, just completely catch the other team off guard. Obviously,
गेम
waylay
कैमरा ने यार सो लेते हैं बोले पहले।
ये बीच वाला बोल रहा है जो तू इस दाल की दाढ़ी है
हाँ जिसने 90 डिग्री रखा है भाई।
अच्छा ये 90 डिग्री वाला नहीं यार, कहाँ लग रहा है बच्चा?
ये नहीं है बच्चे की बात कर रहा हूँ, वो तो दूसरी टीम में है।
अच्छा दूसरी टीम में।
मैं बताऊंगा तेरे को कौन सी की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं, रुक जा।
दिखा रहे थे
वो सबसे लास्ट में
इधर से
लास्ट सॉरी।
अच्छा ये जो नीचे ने अभी सिर के नीचे भी।
हाँ जिसने हाथ में ये जो आगे को झुका।
अरे ये नहीं है सबसे यंगेस्ट है, पता कौन सा है? CSGO में एक बच्चा सबसे यंग, मतलब लग रहा है ऐसा नहीं है।
हाँ वही बोल रहा हूँ मैं, सामने से देख के लग रहा है भाई।
पर वो CSGO में तो भाई सच में सबसे यंगेस्ट है, मतलब
कितने का? 8 साल का।
उसकी उम्र तो नहीं पता मेरे को याद है ना कितनी है, पर है मतलब यंगेस्ट है, बहुत यंगेस्ट है। ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे मैं ना बुरखे वाली यार यार नौबत आ गई यार।
That's kind of my own opinion about why sometimes RRQ might struggle at internationals, because they often try to play like they're playing a team like Fnatic and they're like playing a slower style, and it's like, oh, we're just kind of doing what you're doing but maybe a little worse. Sometimes, although they have had some very close maps, but in Pacific, I mean, they very much are the team where they do like to slow down the mid-rounding a little bit more. They do like to mix up the pacing as opposed to some of the other teams that are a bit quicker. Your Paper X's, your full sensors, things like that. They like to send it a bit more.
Yeah, I think for
क्या जो
100
भी लाइव
Thieves,
स्ट्रीम पे नहीं आ रहा है
definitely
लाइक
done
कर
a
दो
good job at balancing both those things.
लाइक
Being
एंड
able to
सब्सक्राइब
play
लाइक
somewhat
एंड
aggressive
सब्सक्राइब
when they need
गाइस
to be,
बस
especially
दो
when
काम
you're
है
looking
लाइक
at
और
how
सब्सक्राइब
they're
कर दो
playing versus Loud, which Loud is known to be super
हम्म
phenomenal with their fragging
लाइकन को
power.
भी दबा
Players
देना
like Luke Show
4
just
काम
going out there trying to get as many picks as possible, but 100 Thieves were able
और
to shut
EWC
that
की उस पे
down.
जाके
They're
लाइक
so
कराओ
good at
कोई
being
चक्कर
able
नहीं
to
है
play back when they need to, being able
आज
to
मैंने
just
नया
be
कवर
aggressive
मंगाया
and
भाई
maybe running it
पुराने
down
वाला
is
टूट
the
गया था
strat to do. They've
फोन का
done such a good job, and a really big props to Vora because his
पुराने वाला टूट
longevity
गया था
has
यार
been
एक तो
phenomenal as well.
फोन की
I
हालत भी
feel like he's
बड़ी
really driven
बेकार हो
this
रखी है
team to
आजकल
success. And for me, when I'm looking at the
कब दे रहा
coaching
है मेरे को
IPL
गिफ्ट फोन
synergy, Vora and his coach have been so
लाइव
good at
स्ट्रीम पे और
understanding each other,
वॉच पार्टी
building
में
these
गलत बातें
playbooks,
नहीं करते
building these
हैं
strats,
तो मैं थोड़ा
having
शरीफ
such a
हूँ
deep map pool, but seeing that in the server, nobody's
गलत बात
actually
किया मैं
lost
तो
or
गिफ्ट
confused
पूछ रहा
or
हूँ
overwhelmed with what they want to do. So I think through and through the relationships,
यूट्यूबर से
not just
गिफ्ट
in
तो
the
मांगे
server,
जा
but
सकते
also
हैं
outside of it.
मांग भाई मांगने को मना थोड़ा करी मैंने जब होगा तब दे दूंगा ऐसे का मतलब मांग तू मांगने को नहीं कुछ नहीं पर ऐसे वो रखनी उम्मीद क्या दे ही देगा अभी कुछ है नहीं है जब होगा तब की तब सोचेंगे
evolving a core gradually, incrementally over time. I think that's the same thing for RRQ. They've had a
वही
certain
चीज
core of
बोली है
players.
मैंने भी
Xfer has been around since literally
तूने बोला कब दे रहा है मैंने बोला अभी है नहीं अभी है नहीं उसको अभी कैसे दे दूँ
हाँ तू जब भी बनेगा तेरे से आईफोन ही ले जाएगा
और कुछ
और ग्रीडी नहीं बनते हम ना इतने ही बनते हैं
maybe falling a little shy of some international qualifications. This event is a good opportunity to prove themselves against the global field.
Yeah, and as much as 100 Thieves have these veterans, you've talked about the globals, you've talked
रुक
about
एक
the
लाइट करूँ
stages.
मैं ऑन
This is the first
इस वाली
time
लाइट
that
से कुछ
100
फर्क
Thieves,
पड़ता है
at
मेरे
least
इस पे
this iteration of the roster, has gone to a global, has played on a global stage.
कुछ
So
पड़ रहा
I'm
फर्क
really
फेस पे
interested to see how they face
ब्राइट
up
हो रहा है
to
बस
that. Is there going to be a
ब्राइट
shift in
हुआ
mentality? Is there going to be a little bit
हल्का
more
सा
pressure? I'm looking at a player like Timotino, who's just come up from
फिर कब दे रहा तू मुझे रिंग लाइट
challengers into this roster.
स्ट्रीम
This has
लाइट
been
सॉरी
his
रिंग
first
लाइट
time
तो
at the
नहीं
VCT. This has
स्ट्रीम
been his
लाइट
first roster, and he's performed
जब तू मेरे को आईफोन
absolutely
दे रहा
phenomenally. It took him a little bit of time to warm up at the beginning of kickoff, but he's done such a good job. He's blossomed
इनका भी टेक्निकल
into a
पॉइंट
very
चला गया
well-rounded duelist player, someone who does his job really well, pulling those crosshairs,
भाई
not
फर्स्ट ही हो
necessarily
जाएंगे ऐसे तो
constantly
बैठे
fragging
बैठे
out,
कि
but being
खेलने आए
able
हम
to do that job, get the movement in there, open up and make the space for the rest of his team. So I'm still it's honestly still a question mark for me how they're going to perform.
ये तीसरा वोट भी तेरा है क्या कपिल पोल में
America's 100 Thieves, then 100% I understand where they are. I know who they are. I've seen them play. They're so phenomenal, but
आवाज नहीं दी
moving to a different style.
मतलब जो पोल डाला मैंने उसमें वो तेरा ही है
That being said, we still have a couple more things to work on, and before we jump into the game,
अरे मैं वो चीजें नहीं करना चाहता जो वो सोचता है
क्या?
मैं एक उससे आया हूँ ना मॉडरेटर से और एक अपनी लैपी के उससे लैपी से देख रहा हूँ ना मैं तो
अच्छा मॉडरेटर से गया
लैपी में दूसरा अकाउंट है फोन में दूसरा मॉडरेटर वाला अकाउंट है
टेक्निकल पॉज का पेल विल बी बैक सून
अरे इनकी टेक्निकल पॉज ही चले आज
पहला दिन ही होता है जिसमें होती है दिक्कत फिर पहले दिन के बाद फिर बंदा पता लग जाता है कि अभी ये दिक्कत हो रही है फिर इसके बाद नहीं होती कोई दिक्कत कैमरा कर दूं बंद क्या
कैमरा क्यों करना बंद
अभी लगा तो है नहीं है चल यार ऐसे देखता हूँ मैं क्या चला आज यूट्यूब पे क्या क्या वॉचिंग आ रही है बंदों की आज कई बंदों स्ट्रीम बहुत पीछे चल रही है, मतलब वो अभी उनके वहाँ पर वही दिखा रहे हैं BBL वर्सेस एज वालों का।
बोल सकते ना भाई।
सोच सबसे कम किसकी वॉचिंग आ रही है अभी इस टाइम पे, मतलब जो स्ट्रीम कर रहा है अभी, वॉच पार्टी कर रहा है।
तेरी
और नहीं तो क्या यार, सही पकड़े आप। आपको मिलते हैं 10 करोड़।
कर रही पेटीएम कर दियो।
अमिताभ बच्चन से बात करनी पड़ेगी इस चीज़ के लिए तो। आज होगी सबसे लंबी स्ट्रीम इस चैनल की, क्या बोलता तुम?
हाँ फिर रात को बोलेगा गेम खेलते टाइम को मैं तो थक गया।
नहीं थक नहीं गया मैं,
ऐसा
कुछ नहीं है। इन ऐड कहाँ आ रही है? ये मेरे को ऐड कहाँ दे, मेरे को तो शो नहीं हो रही ऐड। ये ऐड कहाँ आ रही है शो? अच्छा ये बड़े पहले लेट चला। ओके माय मिस्टेक। खाने का तो मन मेरा भी कर रहा है कुछ यार। अब लग रहा है तो वॉच पार्टी में बंदे खाते कैसे रहते हैं। चैट पे क्या चला है? गो स्ट्रीम ए आगे चला।
आप लोग मुझे जानते हैं, मेरे स्टाइल ऑफ टीचिंग को जानते हैं, और अगर आप लोग मेरे डेटा एनालिटिक्स कोर्स में एनरोल करना चाहते हैं तो नीचे दिए हुए लिंक पर क्लिक करके आप
A 1-0 now. Here's where EDG don't have a lot to do. They didn't get a plant. There's no chance to really go for a convincing force buy. Instead, they will have to play this as a full eco. The main thing for BBL, though, is they have one pistol. You do not want to see this be anywhere near a close round, and they've already lost the pistol.
Yeah, I guess it's the one player you don't mind.
कपिल आ जाओ, ये लग गया मैच BBL वर्सेस एज का।
Losing quite a bit more. This is getting a little bit dangerous until LaRock is there to close it out. A bit close for comfort, a bit costly, but it's still their round.
Yeah, I think they lose an SMG, a Marshal, and a Sheriff. Well, I'll probably pick up the Sheriff. So it's not the end of the world. Definitely, the problem is, though, that 2v2. It was a chance for a Bulldog to end up on the floor. But for BBL, a quick away from a showstopper. Lovers Rock as well could have the finger guns, and those two ultimates, or even one of them, could make a big difference in a round where there's so many weaknesses. BBL have to play this with all those losses in the last round as a super light buy. Barely anything invested. The Rock already close to death.
Oh yeah, there's a hell of a lot of damage that's already been done. LaRock almost gone, Rose almost gone. A lot of the danger of this round seems to have diminished. Maybe if they can give Loiter a gun, that would be nice, but no, it's Karmine just cleaning things up. Nice work from LaRock to at least get one back, but in the meantime, he was just selling a ruse, a push, going through to the other side of the map, and Gianni has already seen where Loiter is. His survival seems impossible, but he's managed to teleport back at least a little.
Previn bought some time. Roses now finds himself a kill. This is a fantastic start, but left alone, he'll have to do all the hard work himself. 1 HP and a Bulldog, a clutch for the ages, and it's not to be. EDG sporting a few bruises, though, and they were up against a very light buy. I think BBL can keep their heads held high exiting that round, and for EDG, the goal now is to deal with the full buy.
Yeah, they did an unfathomable amount of damage in the first few seconds of the round, and then after that point. Plain sailing. But as you said, this is where, if that ult came online last round, it would have been great. Instead, though, it's come online for this one. Operator for Lovers Rock. That was what I was mentioning about 30 minutes ago. I love his defensive side operator on that Neon. The fact is, though, early utility expended and a TP.
Rock, there's the old pop, but Jenny's going to snipe him out of the sky. Con controls the site, and walking through that smoke was a brave and bold play for Rose. Now a 2 versus 5 seconds into the round. You thought the damage last round was impressive. Well, they've basically won this one in the first 20. A save has to be called. When Lovers Rock having an op as well, there's no way you want to throw this at a near unwinnable situation.
No, it's crazy how clean that was on entry, especially Gianni's reaction shot, just to be able to get rid of that showstopper, because it was super dangerous on entry. But yeah, Kreven definitely under serious pressure early in the round, and I like it from EDG. A little bit more direct, very aggressive in their stance, and when you have that operator set up on the other side of the map, the fast pace into A could have caused them issues, but they basically won the round within the first 20 seconds.
क्या बोल रहा है तू? अरे स्ट्रीम ए और स्ट्रीम बी में ये डिफरेंस है कि स्ट्रीम बी में अलग वो लगा ना, स्ट्रीम ए में अलग लगा है।
वो वाला रोक दिया उन्होंने, पता नहीं क्या हुआ।
2-2 is where we end up for
मतलब
in the
एक
end.
बारी में 2 मैच कराएंगे
So BBL got out of there, sporting what they were trying to save, but
अब वो अपनी
that was such a quick round from EDG. It's hard to even imagine from BBL's perspective. And the fact that they popped the showstopper, so it's costly not just because it ruins your economy, but it also takes a very big ultimate out of the round and out of the game for a while. Now leaving 3 players onto pistols, it's still a better chance to win than the last round in a 2v5, sure. EDG looks set to take the lead here.
You need a hero play, and well, maybe the operator will be the one to do it. Lovers Rock able to dip in, dip out. Get rid of Karmine. Unfortunately, the additional weaponry, not really possible. But they've gambled on the other 2 sides of the map. In fact, just look at where LaRock is already. Very deep positioning. Pushing in on that flank. Sure, the rotation to the B side is still possible, but that's being watched by Kreven. So they at least have information there. And if LaRock were to keep pushing, he might have a fast flank. However, that plant is going down. And with the time ticking in their favor and still solid weaponry, I think EDG is still favored in this spot.
They think he's here, and they certainly know it now. Now he's in trouble. Headshots needed to bail him out, and well, Jenny comes to try to save the day. The pistols are doing damage, though. This is an advantage now for BBL, and they know where that last man is, but Jenny pops the showstopper. It'll buy him time, but he really wants that pick. Shots fired from behind. The showstopper won't land for the kill, though. LaRock ends up coming out on top by the skin of his teeth. That rocket almost took him out.
Yeah, he's actually a little bit unlucky. If the showstopper gets the kill, the fact that he's able to spin around and headshot the guy behind, real nice play, or real nice try from Gianni. But ultimately, that's a low-buy round coming through for BBL. The operator of Lovers Rock, that flank from LaRock, but also just Kreven buying time. Like you mentioned it. Like him able to get a kill or 2 in the mix. Important stuff. 3-2. Lead brought back, and the economy has taken a little bit of a hit, but the Blade Storm will pad everything they need over on that EDG side.
Well, we've seen this delay on the C site from BBL work pretty well. Looks like EDG want to break through and deal with Kreven, but this time it's not Kreven. Instead, it's going to be a full setup. Initially, Lovers Rock takes the kill. A C's nade thrown through as well, keeps them back, does damage. And the Blade Storm now looking a bit weaker. Sky Hill comes through. Concon's back up to full, but running out of dash. Wants to get in. Oh no, he dashes in! It's a crazy play, but it works out. He might die after one, but he buys the space. He breaks the defense and sends them scurrying back towards the C site. Numbers, even for now, but the attackers have an easy time. They're going to change direction, and no matter where they go, they have an advantage.
Yeah. Seekers gave it away. 2 Seekers after you get 2 kills. You can only be 1 elsewhere, and it was not B. The wall only just getting tripped, but even still, it's a little bit of additional damage done onto Kreven. However, he still manages to win the fight. Puts it back into an advantage. Weaponry not in their favor, and Lotus just spammed a bullet through the smoke. It leaves it all onto Signed. He needs to try and clutch on his first match for the team, and it's not going to be happening. Lovers Rock closes it down, and again, after a decent back and forth, the recovery is solid from BBL.
It's just a fantastic idea to come out of the gate with that aggression. We so often see it, especially the Season 8, when it comes to the A site. Much more rare to attempt it here. Leaving Rose embedded as well at least trades out Concon. If he's not there and instead is in front of that jet, it's a different game altogether. But keeping the numbers like that, buying a little bit of time, and then winning their fights when it came to it. Also a very lucky spam by Loida, but that's neither here nor there. 4-2 for BBL. It is a good start to the defensive side, considering the 2 rounds EDG have been extremely dominant.
BBL आर्क है ना जो ब्लू में है वो है तेरी डिफेंस और जो रेड में है वो है तेरी अटैक.
He wants to try and fight them on it. Utility being sent out to clear him, and he's taken a lot of damage on the way back out. In fact, there's pressure in. The stinger enough for Concon to find the opener, and already Gianni has managed to add another. This C-site execute, once they've got into position, is doing so much work in terms of damage. And once again, the players on the other side of the map, I was going to say, really don't have a choice but to save.
Like or subscribe
right now, I feel like Lovers Rock is looking for the classic, I got 1 kill, so, you know, that means I did damage. Bro, you've gone up rare, leave. You can't leave now.
He doesn't have the choice.
Yeah, he could have before, but he can't now.
Have to stand his ground. The good thing is they don't know he's here, and it looks like they're going to slip right past him. So for now, at least, if he continues flying under the radar, perhaps he'll get to keep it. He's not going for a ninja, surely. It won't work. Not with sign. Oh my God, he is. He's trying it. He's going to try it.
Wait, he might get it.
He could have time here. I think he's got time, and no one's close by enough. It's going to be a spam from Signed. Has he got it? It's so close!
Oh my
Lovers Rock steals the round away!
He's just on a 1v5! I can't believe we've just seen someone 1v5 Ninja Defuse on the first map of the tournament. I can't believe it.
Even as he was running towards the site, I didn't believe that's what he was doing. And they all left, Tom. Why did they all leave? The Vice Flash doesn't give you info. They just left him. Oh, what a disaster. Well, somehow this man's sticking around for 1 extra kill's giving him the round. 5-2 we go.
You can't blame me for not expecting him to do that.
Jesus,
that's utter madness. And well, there's the one from Gianni on the trade, but again, some weaker weaponry here. Obviously, it's kept through from the last round. I can't believe they didn't leave one stinger fly behind. It wouldn't even matter if that man went down, but
क्योंकि डिपेंड करता है ना कि वो लोकेशन.
I can't believe he went for it.
इस बार मार दिया उसे. नहीं इस बार देख इस बार मार दिया उसे.
EDG have got to be kicking themselves. Then you come into this round, a man down already. BBL changing up their vice setup constantly, and it causes problems here as the Thorns slowed them on the push towards the A site. Left these players isolated. And now EDG are calling the freeze. They've waited for 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and finally they'll make a move. But BBL have waited as well. They are still sat in position. Of course they don't expect LaRock to be stood there. With the Vice wall covering his back, he doesn't care. They've left C completely open, but BBL are willing to take that gamble, and it's paying off for now.
A pretty hefty advantage. The second he tries to enter this site will trip the wall, and even then it seems like there were players watching it. Instead, they've reaggressed, looked to try and push behind, finding that there's nobody towards C side of the map. We'll gift them a plant. A little bit gambly, but when you're in a 2 versus 4 situation, you have to try and take that risk. However, the full force of the defenders will be there in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, that door swings open and they're already on their way. Showstopper popped. LaRock searching, has found his target. It's an easy kill with the paranoia going through. Plenty of players can still see him, but Chichu tears them apart, at least for the first 2. But it's back to winning ways for BBL. They're continuing on this crusade, 6-2. What should have been at least a fight back from EDG guaranteed. This game has become much more one-sided. Of one little mistake.
There you go. The diffuse delayed so they can get the operator. It has been having impact. Those early picks coming through from Lovers Rock have definitely been causing them issues. I do like the fact that we're seeing both Jenny and Kankan at times really look to put the pressure onto that operator. But it has been problematic to try and deal with. Either way, 6-2. The attack now have themselves to buy. Of course, they've got plenty of credits to play with. They lost a round with 5 players alive. That is a rare occurrence. It's whether or not they can start putting the rounds on the board. And again, they go towards the C side. And this time, Lovers Rock is on that side of the map.
It's the same setup we've seen. Having the C's nade, having the all. Looking for the opening pick. EDG fell to this with ease last time. Bit more of a fight now, though. Good trade back, and they've taken Lovers Rock. The C side's wide open. They can run in. The smoke in their way shouldn't delay them by much. Still with nobody having a dog to clear that out, but they decide not to put it through. And in the time wasted, Krevins covered that gap. Look at the TP, though, by Loida. It's huge. They're clearing it. They think he's here, but dealing with him is another story. Chichu, well, he found 2 to close out the last round before he died. This time it would be enough. Take it across the line. He's going to use his ult just to be safe in grabbing that spike.
Yeah, it might even work as bait, though. Because you're going to almost have assumed that he had it already. It's a very, very long rotation back from Loiter. Time will be ticking. Chichu's had an opportunity to reposition. I think the only problem he might have is starting to doubt where his opponent would be coming from. You go, okay, but why is he taking so long? Has he gone all the way in towards our spawn?
BBL.
He's gone all the way around the back. He sat in the corner, basically just trying to cover off as many angles as possible. Timing ticking away now for Loiter, and in the end for Chichu, it's all too easy. 3 kills for him in the round, and 3 rounds for EDG.
A big clutch.
Chichu,
a much needed round for EDG as well, as we said, after losing that 5v1 Ninja defuse. I genuinely can't I can't remember the last time I saw a Ninja successfully found. I think in the last year we got like
1v5.
Not in a 1v5, absolutely not. And then you think about, I'm including regional games in that. Then you go to an international stage against a team like this.
Yeah.
That is not the kind of mistake that happens at this caliber.
Crazy stuff already happening for the economy. A little bit rough. For Gianni, the showstopper has worked out this time, and the round looking coming from behind. The ult trying to pad the gap, and Kankan ends up with 2. Loiter ending up wall-banged. Decides he doesn't want to face into the Kankan operator, and honestly,
मतलब ठीक मरते हैं बंदे अगर पिस्टल का एम बैठ गया
or low by round, a little bit of aggression, sure, but once you meet that operator, it's time to turn. Nice attempt by Rose to play sneaky beaky like, but he's been caught and now all onto Krevin. Guardian, the weapon for the job at least. Already the first one tap under his belt, but Signed puts an end to that. 6-4 now. EDG with a chance to equalize still at the halftime.
Edge कर रही है comeback अब.
Yeah, especially after the 1v5 potential for BBL to run away with this half, but
Neon के साथ हुआ पूरा एकदम से हो
potential
गया ना.
is slowly slipping away from them.
उसने बस एक राउंड में उसने गलती कर दी.
EDG are normally incredible on that attack side, so I'm interested to see if they're going to have that same sort of caliber on the defense. We've only seen them play the defense really versus DRG, who they lost to both times.
उस पे रेंज में आ गया वो.
Of course, it's hard to doubt.
Sound
तो नहीं होगी कम मेरी.
Nonetheless,
थोड़ी सी बढ़ाने तो नहीं.
And we're going to see from LaRock. And actually, he's going to continue his pushing, but it's almost worked out as bait for Loiter.
Oh, it's a great paranoia. G2 on a tear these last few rounds. He's found LaRock.
Presented by
but EDG back into a workable position. Rose is going to cover in the corner, hooking on the left. There's a wall in front of him and some thorns to his left. It might draw the eye of the rest of the squad, but they won't see anyone fighting them as they go through. They're suspicious, but Rose lands 2 in a row. A quick double the spike to wait till that wall comes down.
Hello.
They can retrieve it, but not without a fight. Rose is still guarding it in that corner, and he'll catch Kankan for 7. The lead locked in for halftime.
I'm very surprised that Rose got as much done from that corner. Normally I expect that to be a one and done. Of course, EDG were focusing more on the timing of getting over the wall. And because of that, they walk through. One's looking his way. The other's obviously clearing the other angle. That player doesn't hit. He gets 2 for 1. It worked out wonderfully for the IGL of BBL. They now look to come out with an 8-4 half. Of course, 7-5 with a pistol and second round under their belt. It's kind of what's expected. But either way, Operator waiting for Karmine. He knows that a player is likely already crossed. It's Rose currently holding the Operator, allowing Lovers Rock to get aggressive and now peeking into a double of players. All going to be baited. But instead, they go back towards the C site, which as of right now is completely open. It does look like BBL is setting up for the retake, though.
Yeah, that it does. I mean, they've got 4 players have been pushed up on A. A lot of space taken there. The whole idea is to just fight this outside, this attacker side of the map. And the idea from EDG is to do the exact opposite. They go to the top. They go to the defender spawn, taking that as a nice foothold. Seekers go out and tell them where to look. One player towards water. That's going to be nobody searching for the kill. Trying to make this uncomfortable for that player. Oh. And now the Thorns, the ult going through. No more Thorns, sorry, for the attacking side. They haven't got anything to slow down this. So BBL going to run straight through. Already having dodged the ultimate. They've got their weapons in hand. And now Sign and Chichu have numbers against them. A smoke that's going to block them off, and the defuse can now be tapped. A spam through the smoke, the best that it gets, but they found him. Rose is down. 4 for Chichu. And Sign is there to close it out. It will be 7-5 at the half. The lead for BBL, but EDG not that far behind.
No, another great round coming out from Chichu. I think you can put at least 2 or 3.
The last 5 rounds, he's on fire.
You can put at least a few down to him individually. Or just even the spam through the smoke, making sure they couldn't even get it to half. I think at that point, Loiter already knew that round was over. 7-5, a decent recovery, especially when you consider there was a 1v5 ninja defuse in the mix and you didn't win the pistol. I think that's not too bad for EDG.
Yeah, you know, often we talk about the pistol rounds in a situation like this, 7-5, you're like, oh, the pistol made the difference here. That's what gave you the leg up. Now the 1v5. The 1v5 ninja defuse is what gave you the leg up there. That's tough. But for BBL, the lead by 2, indeed. It's something to work with, but I don't think they're out of the woods just yet. Mistakes from EDG allowing that ninja defuse through, that's a flash in the pan. I think this team is only going to get better and better as the tournament goes on as well. And that's always the effect that we see when you have a coach coming in to stand in. You think about Zeiss. Yes, he was great when he stood in for KC the first time around, but as the days went on, as the weeks went on, he started to grow more and more into that position. The team identity looked better, started to feel how to call in the game, and the team knew how to play around him as well. And that's exactly what I expect to see here for EDG, that Sign will become more and more integrated into this roster over games. That on-stage experience is vital for any top-tier player. And so, he's coming in here with these guys. I don't just mean on-stage experience as a player. I mean with your team, right?
Yeah, of course.
And he's coming in here with a chance to build that day by day, already looking pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's also fun as well when you do have like a coach in the mix. Because you can have those additional inputs that you might normally have to call a tactical pause for. So it can give you additional value. Of course, what you lose is Smoggy, who's an insane player. So it definitely, I'm not going to say it's a full positive. I think there's some pretty hefty negatives in there, but he's held his own so far in the game. And of course, you still have crazy caliber players like Chichu, who's just popping off at the moment. Going into the defensive side, we'll have to wait and see what they have. As said, when it comes to their regional victories, it's normally the attack side where they shine. But a lot of the time, they dominate that first half so much that we don't actually see that much of their defensive side. So I'm excited to see what we're going to get. He's 17-8, by the way.
Like, genuinely, it's the last 5 rounds, excluding 1. I remember he got like a 2K out of 4, then a 2K clutch, and a 4K to close it out as well. Chichu's having a game, man. 7-5, though. Pistol round underway, and it's BBL on the attack. Lee said we're going to get a glimpse here at EDG on the defense, and it is 4 players towards C, 2 baiting that initial fight. In fact, Jet's the only one baiting it, dashing back and then leaving nobody embedded for the late round. I like this idea, and it does look like BBL are late going to fill into that space, but they're going to open the door, and that's where a problem forms for nobody. In fact, nobody's opened the door. And that has caused a problem for nobody. They're all around him. He's going to be taken down, but the trade's at least favorable for EDG.
Yeah, he did pretty well there. Kind of getting out of that with a kill and then setting up G2. I'll be honest, he doesn't need much setting up.
बोल अब बोल जल्दी.
अरे BBL की जो रेज है ना, उनके उसके पास है जो नई स्किन नहीं आई है अभी. उसकी है शरीफ की.
Disappear.
Look at the control though. Kraven's managed to get them into the A side. The thing I like from EDG though, they've grouped up. That one player's Karmine. I'll allow it.
Safe enough pair of hands if he's on his own. Yeah, I'll certainly be believing in him. Plant coming through for BBL. A man down and a lot of HP missing on Loida. He's going to try to do the snake in the grass. And I don't think they saw his pistol. There's a jump scare for Signed. But they're still hunting him down. Jenny, as reliable as he's been, it seems like Lloyd has hit another level in this pistol round. Already 3 kills under his belt, but he might need to do more. Kraven's the only one left on his team alongside him, but never mind. Holding the site proves easy. For the Vice, it is now 8 on the board for BBL, and an injection of rounds in this early half could make this a very dangerous series for EDG.
Yeah, that's both pistols under their belts as well. I agree with you. I thought that Loiter would be dead to rights. The fact he gets 2 while on 8 HP, that's the defining part of the round. If he gets even just 1 kill, there's still going to be that pincer in onto the remaining players of BBL. Instead, it gives Kraven a lot more of an opportunity to isolate some of those fights.
जो एज है ना वो है चाइना की टीम.
8-5. Lead extended. Well, Lovers Rock with a sniper back in his hands. What more do you need?
Lovers Rock with a sniper. Nobody, the sniper being the outlaw, but nobody even having shields. Should be an easy cleanup for any fights.
You're correct. Nobody doesn't have shields.
Well, technically, I said nobody has shields, so
exactly.
I'm incorrect because I said I would have said nobody does have shields. Okay, no player on the defensive side has shield.
Come on, try harder.
Sorry, yeah, my bad. I thought he had a shield beside his name, and it definitely wasn't the fact that his name is nobody and it's an annoyance. Something, someone, and nobody. God damn it. Well,
sound like a hater.
It should be the cleanup, but the weapon he comes up against is a sniper on the other side. In the hands of Karmine, it's good enough for the kill. Problem is, everyone else has classics.
दो duelist है नहीं पास ना, एक sentinel है, और एक initiator और एक controller.
That flank position, but it does seem like the attackers have now sort of realized that flash has left Rose so blind, but again, a corner unchecked. I think he's got almost all of his kills from corners unchecked so far. He got 3 from one corner.
Yeah.
That's a 4th. I think he may only have 5, but we'll ignore that.
And he got Karmine in the back from the corner on C long, so he actually did get all of his kills from corners.
There you go.
Incredible.
He's just hiding in corners the entire time. An easy cleanup for BBL though, and now is where we basically need to see the breakback from the side of EDG. Of course, this is their opponent's map choice, but we don't really know what to expect from Ascent going in. It's not a map that we've seen them play too much recently.
BBL ने दिया है इस टाइम पे. BBL जीत गया वाला मैच.
We haven't seen them play at all.
अरे नहीं है कितने मैच से मैच है? 2 तो इनको जीतने को चाहिए. 2 तो इनको जीतने को चाहिए.
Best of 3 है ना. 2 मैप है.
Best of 2 है.
मतलब 3 है ना.
Double digits so they can take this round. They've invested decent 3 rifles, a Guardian, which is
3 मैच हैं जैसे मतलब 3 मैच खेले जाएंगे. अगर एक जीत जाती है एज, मतलब एज जीत गई अगर एक और एक BBL तो एक होगा डिसाइडर मैच.
Not good for nobody. Caught pulling it out, and
उसमें जो जीतेगा वो जीत गया.
The plant now on the B side as a result, but of course Chichu not going quiet just yet.
वैसे बोल सकता है best of 2.
Good nade, but the cover equally as good.
And over 4 HP.
Nice shot already. Onto Karmine as well. Leaves just 2 standing.
तो कौन सी वाली पहुंचा है अभी?
Save call already.
Yeah, there's not really much of a choice now. It's interesting the position of that Vice Wolf is signed. It feels like they're leaving him boxed in on his own setup again. That's quite a common thing to do with standing. The problem is the normal position for that wall is on B, so that you know that somebody's walked through. It's fine to not do that if you're very aware of the gap. I think you can tell from the way that nobody died. He was completely unaware from the gap. That can't happen again.
मैं सच बोलूं, noise पहले आ जा रही है.
Yeah, it's not been the prettiest.
ये बात में हो रहा है.
Closest gun down to the spike.
BBL लेगी आ रहे वाला
He
मैच
was making sure they're not getting ninja diffused, and I can certainly appreciate that. Well played, Rose. But for EDG, uncharacteristic mistakes. That's the thing that's surprising. You had the 1v5 ninja diffuse earlier. You have this round as well, where BBL are allowed to simply walk up.
Lorok's giving them a round of applause.
I haven't seen them stand up all too much so far, but hey, there's plenty more room to the seats.
उसमें तो मैं सो गया था भाई बीच में ही मार कर
love that one.
देखते नींद आ गई सुबह उठा
Planned out a few of these for the day.
जो कौन था वो डेड हो गया
What's next on the script?
बैटरी नहीं
Well, 10-5 BBL in a very good position right now. They come into this, we spoke about it, EDG favorites, but we don't know how they'll play with the stand-in. To be honest, I'm not going to play with the stand-in. Top down, it's looked a little bit messy in some of the rounds. We still need to see them wake up. It's a very low buy as well in this one. Chichu, understandably, is the man with the rifle. That's the other problem. That wall's getting tripped for free. Once that door goes up, and it looks like BBL definitely posturing for this A hit. They've allowed EDG to know it. All the info there for the defensive side.
Yeah, and I think that's the bait. They're ready for Karmine's push. Again, he might be a bit more of a surprise. The flash. Oh, hello! No! Signed. Gets the timing. They found the rat this time. Now it's split back to B, but there's a player ready and waiting. Again, he has his nade primed. Again, can just look to slow them down. Paranoia in, and there's the man of the moment, Chichu, with that rifle. Even escaping from this, you're still walking back into another player in the form of Signed.
फंस गया अब नहीं है अब कह रहे
He's got himself an additional weapon, but there's Lover's Rock. Two quick shots. But they still have to answer the question of where do we go from here? The C site seems the safest, and that allows for that rotation.
नियॉन आ जाएगी जल्दी नियॉन आ जाएगी उनसे पहले रोटेट करके बैठेगी नियॉन वहाँ देखियो
Oh, Lover's Rock almost getting caught, but he's on the right agent for it. Quickly able to slip away back to the C site. They know the outlaws lurking around, and for Signed, that's a big problem. So much, at least for now. It's going to be put into play from the shadows. He sat in the backside, spots one, maybe even two. They definitely have the info to work with. Loida is the same himself. Lover's Rock wraps around, they double swing, take Signed down, and leave Chichu in an unwinnable spot. Time against him. A shot landed by Loida confirms it. A big lead for BBL. And honestly, I'm surprised to not see like applause coming through from EDG, even just to settle the nerves.
Yeah, I think it might be one of those games where you're just kind of going like, okay, let's go with the flow. Let's learn a little bit of our own weaknesses. But also, yeah, as you sort of said, I think a lot of the mistakes have been a little bit more blatant, like gaps being left and things that I don't think you'd necessarily need to be told that need
अगर
to be
अभी
fixed.
PRX का होता ना मैच ना भी जो उनका वो है ना
Still having an insane game.
भाई
He's
माँ
being
के उनसे
matched,
क्या वो
at
टाइम
least
आउट
by
लगता
one or
है
two. Gianni tries to get aggressive, but
और जो उसके हाथ से उनको
they are
गालियाँ
just
पड़ती हैं
waiting on the other side to try and catch them out. Lover's Rock
हम
has already
देखता भाई
taken quite
टाइम
a bit
और
of
वेंस
damage,
वाले
and pushing towards Chichu might not be advised. Ooh, maybe now it will be. Tries to TP away. And again, look at the space that's already been claimed.
Nice shot by Karmine, but we need another to pull them back into this round. No, the problem being with plenty of members to this attacking side, they don't need to worry all too much about rotating that player through, about moving Loida, but the flank coming through is a big problem. Signed has not been spotted. They seem to have no idea that he even can be here. There's a freebie on offer, and he will claim it, leaving Rose to try to fight back. And now finally, Loida does need to rotate through. But when he does, it's too little too late. Big round for EDG.
Yeah.
Right in the nick of time as well.
I think that obviously Signed great work on the timing on the flank. But the big player in this round is Karmine. Because not only does he get these 2 kills, I do think this is audacious from Lover's Rock to even look in that direction. But then he starts baiting for his teammate. Because eventually someone's going to look behind. But if you have a guy on Jet jumping around with his knives out, you're looking at that guy. You're looking at the guy who's the biggest threat in the server most of the time. And that's the moment that gives the Signed the opportunity to strike. 11-6. Break back after 4 in a row.
एक तो भाई देख
This is the
3
first of
35 होने
many.
से नहीं किया
Or a blip.
शील्ड है कम इनके पास
पहली देखियो तो क्या शॉट पड़ेगा
Having no luck when it comes to these showstoppers. He's picked out of the air again. 3 versus 4. Damage done to Rose. He'll be taken down with ease, miles away, and the showstopper lands for damage. not for the kill, but it feels like enough has already been done. They are throwing everything at this one. Even in the 4v2, no room for error. And EDG, well, EDG were making an easy meal of it, but now Signed and Chichu, one away from the ult on Loida, he can run, take the orb outside C, and then plant with ease. This has turned into a much more dangerous round.
Omen save करके बच सकता है अब अगर save करेगा. Ult तो नहीं आ रही इसकी. Ult आई है इसकी.
It does seem like this has been thought of though. Look at Chichu. Chichu is so ahead of the game. He's so ahead of it. He's so ahead of it. He knows exactly what's coming. He's going to be waiting for his opponent. The second he goes on the farm, you thought he had a big brain play, Loiter, but Chichu's brain is even bigger. Was there way before anyone would have expected it.
I almost don't care who wins this. I feel like Chichu's MVP. The guy's just been putting in a shift, man. So many impressive rounds across this map. He's kept them in it. And this would have been a very flat first half. If not for him, it would have been a game over. Although absolutely anyone watching the 1v5 defuse would have cancelled that. But 4 rounds left to go. The gap's starting to narrow a little bit again. But the thing is, in the back of my mind, it is any moment the BBL can answer up. It's not even waiting for the next round when the full buy comes through. They're just as dangerous here with pistols.
Omen है इधर क्यों edge पे edge का Omen है क्यों
edge का Omen here and there to play with as well, but very situational ones. And the ult for the defenders is pretty much useless.
Chicho है
पड़ा किसको शॉट पड़ा और कभी किसको पड़ा
अपनी पड़ी already gets an open. Chichu very open ground, had a high low, but it ended up a bit low in the round. Gianni at least keeps them the advantage. The Nightfall has been sent through, and in quick succession, both players pick up a kill.
कितने बचे?
Nobody's been bottom of the team so far.
एक ही बची है और
दो का एक बचा
1v2 है.
Crept up, got Rose. But the first kill might not be the easiest. Good flash, LaRock caught in the corner and caught by nobody. It's been a rough map for this guy so far. But the win now fills his sails. Again, a necessary clutch. BBL constantly on the edge of running away with this. And yes, it should have been an easy round. They had pistols, yada yada. I don't care. For nobody, that's the round he needs. A clutch to get him back in the game.
I think they were all laughing after that one because it was definitely a little bit more shaky after you full blinded with the flash, but very well played in the end.
Timeout
you mentioned timeouts earlier. It's going to be BBL taking one. 3 rounds in the lead, but feeling the pressure. I think they know, as we talked about in this group in general, you're playing up against EDG with a stand-in. Still a tough opponent, but I don't think any of the opponents look any easier on paper. Like a full force RRQ, 100 Thieves. So it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not
ये top की team नहीं है. Top की team सारी है.
Get this one over the line, because if it slips and then you go into an ascent where hey, your opponents have picked it after not playing it, you can't have prepped anything going into that map. You start to feel pressure.
And for BBL, we already mentioned it, winning this map, having Ascent up next.
नहीं होना शायद से इनका मैप
to knock this out of the park 2-0 to avoid that sunset in the end. Never know what EDG are going to be pulling out there.
Sunset है तो सबसे last decider मैप है. अगर इस वाले मैप में अगर दो टीम मतलब कोई भी टीम जीत जाए उसके बाद दूसरे में हारती है तो sunset लगेगा final.
Coming to a close and it's time to get right back into the
game. और भी
होगा
ना ये तो decider.
Lights out for Chichu.
नहीं नहीं तीन
matching his performance as well.
तीन ही है.
Certainly had his fair share of rounds, but for Chichu, it's that underdog story. It's because they're behind and he's been the one fighting back in for them.
अरे best of 3 मतलब वैसा देखते हम.
Bloody impressive.
देखिए इधर ऊपर देखिए टीम के नीचे जो 2 डॉट इन लगे हैं
तो उसको बोलते हैं बेस्ट ऑफ 2 ना कि 2 जीत गया वो जीत गया.
See you later, LaRock.
Because of that clutch, you know.
3 मैच हैं 3 मैच में से 2 जो जीत गया वो जीत गया. अगर एक हो गया तो फिर डिसाइडर मैप लगेगा. मेरे को तो ओटी देखना है. ओटी देखना है.
Waiting, had a teammate to support, but in this case with an advantage already, he's going to fall back.
OT में सबसे ज़्यादा तगड़ा कौन देगा इस बार?
Another pick for Con. This time the trade is there. It's Rose. Quick on the trigger, but Jenny, a snake in the grass, striking when they least expect it. Leaves it all onto Kreven. 4 to find. The first doesn't come too easy. He's left on 5 HP, and that nade is hunting him down. He stands reasonably close to it, and okay, he's alive. The smoke fades, a player up top good flash! And now 1v1,
1v1.
surely not for Kreven. But the spike is down, and Jenny is protecting it. One away from a showstopper, but that's not going to come online here. That's for a future round instead. Kreven playing it slow. The problem is, without opening that door, Jenny's going to know you're coming from this direction. And Kreven, it's been so long, doesn't know where his opponent's gone.
Blind होगा तो अलग बात है, अगर blind का wait कर रही है, blind का wait कर रही है, मेरे को लग रहा है.
Single bullet needs to be a headshot. Jenny will be there to close the round.
Blind
It is
क्यों नहीं दिया इसने?
close to an all-time clutch for Kreven with 5 HP. But it is still the streak of rounds going. Now again, it's incredibly costly for EDG. They're already on the back burner just getting an operator into the round. You see why they got the operator, because of how fast Karmine is. The snake in the grass this time flips to the other side with Jenny. Having another big round on the race. Of course, as I said, we've seen him on Julius in the past, but it's swapping back to it for this. It's looking fairly comfortable.
Good work by Jenny, just sat in the corner. Shame that there was no utility for Kreven to make that an uncomfortable fight on the other side. But for LaRock, that's a very big scalp to take early on. Jenny, not liking the odds of taking this round. Showstopper goes through and he finds LaRock. I don't know how he survived, got his weapon out, landed the shot, and now BBL, okay. They'll recover the rifle. They'll deal damage to Jenny. But the advantage sat firmly with the defense for now.
Weaponry. Dissipating.
Serif के
Heal onto Jenny as well, so although he took damage early, that's now dissipated, and the other side can't have that same sort of luck. Kreven is down to just 45 HP. It would need to be a couple of instant shots once again. I don't know what you're going to do with that information. Yeah, there's a player there. Now for Kreven, he's gone back, but he's walked straight back into the hands of Karmine. That operator still in hand, and for Rose, he's not been having the best of games individually. Might get one for free. Second player could be a little bit harder to land, but he knows exactly where Karmine is. Knowing and doing anything about it is a very different story.
Yeah, well, this is a team in the form of EDG that looked completely deactivated. They were making so many basic mistakes going through that first half, even a little bit here. But we always knew it's a matter of time before they wake up. I was starting to think maybe it would be a map, maybe it would be a series. But it looks like they found their form right in time. BBL slowing down, and another timeout, the second for BBL being called, and in quite quick succession as well, as they're finding no answers to what EDG are putting out.
I feel like we're getting early spoilers of sort of what I was talking about in the next map, where it's like, oh, why would they go towards Ascent? It's like, well, if you can have Karmine with an operator on the defensive side, he might just kill everyone. That's kind of what he started to do, like lightning actions on the operator. And then you still have the likes of G2 up the top of the board. Gianni started to wake up. We know that they have so much individual talent that even if a piece of their puzzle has been removed, the stand-in at times might not even have to do too much.
टीम स्प्लिट हो जाए तो ठीक है भाई, लोटस में डिफेंस है।
अगर ना हो ना, नहीं सुन, मुझे लगता है ना बी पे अटैक करना चाहिए। वाइज के अल्ट पे।
Feeling that pressure.
Wise gear,
and you have to start to fear that if you let this map slip away from such a massive advantage, I don't know if the next one's even going to be remotely close.
B को 3 entrance पर ये भी देख तो।
2, right? Because they lost 3 in a row. They took a pause, lost 2 more, and took another pause. So
Wise एक back है। Wise एक पे wall लगा देगी ना।
3 rounds.
एक side पे wall लगा देगी।
उसकी बॉल थोड़ा ना सेज की तरह रोकती है।
1 round gap now. A team that was trailing and deactivated has found their way back into the game. Second wind, but it's Karmine to fall right away. LaRock said no look on the showstoppers this time. He's finding his mark.
Full rush ho gaya.
Pushing up to 12. This could be the round for BBL. Good damage though. Jenny hunting down his prey. Blood in the water. And he's hot on his tail. The classic trying desperately to find him, and it will be nobody to do it. At least dealing with 1, but still a man advantage for BBL. Now the time is ticking in their favor.
Oh, they're using everything. This is literally just blitz all your ultimates at once to try and scrape your way through a round. This is a must-win now for BBL. They'll have nothing into the next, but they are taking this one home. Signed, the stand-in, the coach in a 1v4.
1v4.
And with the credits desperately low.
अब नहीं लेते यार, रिस्क का को ले रहे हैं इनको नहीं।
Maybe he'll be
इनको जरूरत नहीं है
a
इतना खेलने
on the main
की।
roster if he wins this one. You can see him already.
ये सेव
the
करेगी।
other side of the map, fleeing for the
तेरा
save.
दिमाग है ये।
12.
किसका
for
तेरा है?
BBL. At long last, it
तेरा.
felt like an
कौन
inevitability
सा? एज वाला?
6 rounds ago, and yet it has
Yeah.
been a good
BBL.
streak from EDG.
But that's not recreatable at all. Like, you can't
That was a
use
big old dump.
3
एक
high
राउंड
impact
जीतना उनको
ults
दो चलेगा.
in one round. And okay, sure, LaRock got the
जीत
opening
सकते हैं
anyway, but the
BBL.
showstopper definitely helped get rid of Chichu.
क्या पता अब कोई
Okay, I'll say that the steel
मेरी तरह
garden
उठा ले कोई यहाँ
Didn't
नहीं
really do
अब
anything
तो
other
उठानी
than slow
पड़ेगी.
one player down at least a
हाँ.
little bit.
नहीं उठाई है. अरे
It
भाई नहीं
has
थी
also
इनके पास
put
भी इतनी
the economy on the back
उठाने
burner a
को
little
एक
bit
ही
for
उठा
EDG.
सकता
No
है
operator
वो
on their
इसका है.
side. In fact, it's Lovers Rock.
Sky
They do have a
Roman.
Blade Storm. That's going to help, but there are definitely
बाय
pieces
दी होनी यार
missing
इन्होंने
here
और
and there. And
और को बाय दी है ना.
immediate 4-player aggression.
एक
Can't
का पड़ा है
1
किसी को
for 1.
पड़ा है.
The nade
ओमन को
won't
पड़ा
quite kill off
Oh,
Loiter, and after seeing that many
ओमन को
players,
पड़ा और
surely that's an immediate
जेट गिर
response
गई
from the
है
attack
नीचे.
to go back the other way.
Khan's dealt with. Chichu still
Jet
alive.
already
And
जो
with the
चेस्ट
TP
दोनों
as
ही
well.
ले
He
गए
can move to
एक
the safe
दूसरे को.
side
दो
if noise is heard,
दो
but Sign not
खत्म
yet
होते
getting the
हैं.
read on the push coming his way. Now a lot of utilities making its way in. And in a moment's time, you're going to see Lovers Rock looking for that opening on the up for Sign. Oh, yeah, I think he's going to walk
भाई
into
पड़ा
it.
किसी को शॉट पड़ा.
Oh, no! Lovers Rock walks into him. Great shot
Oh,
from
buddy.
everybody on EDG. They have shut down that push. The danger averted. 12 to 11. We're going the distance no matter what.
OT आ सकता है.
Well, so I mentioned it. You get rid of the ultimates, and that round, even the last one, might have not gone their way. And that
कभी चैट पे कुछ
is
लिखियो.
not how they would have hoped for that one to go. The
मैं
individual
लिखता हूँ.
stepping up. That's it. Signed. 12 and 14 right now. He's holding his own within the server. A man that was
कर
playing
दिया hold क्यों?
in the Ascension system last year. So as said, it's not like he is way out there of a player who's not ready to jump into the server, but it's still a lot of pressure going up against BBL, some of the best aimers you'll ever see, and while they're going to try and play off that now, Lovers Rock immediately with an opener. The trades were going their way, but they're signed. He's now leveled up. 14 to 14.
लेगी
भाई BBL.
An OT, well,
लेगी BBL क्या बोला
almost
है
feels
एज
inevitable
नहीं
at this
जाने देगी
stage.
भाई.
Loida might be able to get some work done, but nobody is sneaking up on his left. And
एक
he has
है
no
और एक
idea.
अब एक ही बचा.
Great shot from nobody, and with Sign on a
OT
3K
पहले मैच में
overtime,
भाई.
locked in. EDG. They, like, I can't stress enough how out of this game they looked at a certain point.
Yeah.
The mistakes they were making were unforgivable. Like for BBL, I could see a world where they win this, where they even look dominant on any map because they have the individuals coming out the gate, shredding. That wasn't the case. It was mistakes on the other side. And now that EDG have tightened up the game,
एक बार राउंड
it's
देखे
looking
कर
a
राउंड
whole
देखो
lot
एक
better.
कपिल.
I want to go the other
राउंड
way
गिने
with
को
it.
बार.
BBL win both pistols. They win, I think, 2 rounds off of straight
BBL
BS.
को
and
दो
now
राउंड
they've
चाहिए
gone
ना.
to OT.
नहीं इन दोनों को
This
दो
is a
राउंड
choke and a
चाहिए.
half. Like, they were handed the map,
Also.
and now they are in
Five
overtime.
round
Like, the
again,
pressure is
total wide
severely
game
on them. I don't think EDG could have given them
round
anything
dodgy
more
to
to take this game over the line. If they lose from here, I'm not going to lie, it's a little embarrassing.
Yeah, you come into Ascent then with a different mind frame than the quasi-advantage you might have thought of for BBL earlier, that hometown hero when it comes to the 82nd province of Turkey. But you come in after a loss like this, and I'm not sure that matters at all. Confidence will take a knock. For EDG, a slow start to this attack side. They've seen so many aggressive rounds out of BBL. Think about that C push especially that had a lot of success for the defense. So they wait. And now push comes to shove, and that was very dangerous. The Spike was involved in that fight, but it does make it out. Man advantage. Jenny, they know he's tucked in the corner, and they want to deal with him. That's a bold play.
स्ट्रीम बी पे क्या चल रहा है?
With an attack side operator.
स्ट्रीम बी पे कुछ चल रहा है नहीं
He
है
really has not been missing. He's got one every single time. It's only if there's someone ready and raring to trade him.
2-3v4 है मैच चलो बाद.
Walk back, not going to be caught. EG have just completely
2v3
paused.
का है.
Left their opponents with
4v3
little
है.
to no information. The corner being flashed, by the way, just to make sure there's nobody there. Rhodes is already dead. They were still wary that there could be a second. But now with a plant. And an advantage extending even further. The lead looking like it's going to be taken. And who but Karmine, you know he's not going to miss that shot. Lovers Rock needs to try and recreate it. And it is all but over. 13 to 12 now. EDG, after being an insane deficit, now on map point.
And even this defensive round, it doesn't have that same flair as what we saw in the first half. The pressure they were putting on in the extremities, the early fights that were going their way every time. And now, the shoe's on the other foot. It seems like EDG have the plot armor. They have managed to bounce back from a huge deficit and delete all of those silly little mistakes that were there. That quick of a turnaround is impressive, but it's also what you expect from a squad like this. As said, with this stand-in, I expect them to get better and better with every map under their belt. I didn't think it would be every half under their belt. A chance for 14 to close the map here and go on to a set. EDG's map pick, often a hometown map for any Turkish team. Go in there after dealing a blow like this. That'll be a huge advantage. I think they just noticed he knifed the Prowler. It might be Con with the op. Why wouldn't he shoot it? Okay, let's go the other way.
तू बोला कुछ कपिल कुछ बोल रहा तू भी बोल
कुछ नहीं बोल रहा था
अभी फिर बताओ नियॉन ने नहीं कौन चला रहा है ओप यार जेट ने उससे क्यों तोड़ा वो
Gonna try and take back that space.
Prowler क्या को तोड़ा फेड का
nice position once again, and of course he doesn't miss the shot.
क्या पता
Leaves the man down, and the C-side
rotate कर दिया
nobody. That definitely makes things a lot more interesting. The A-side is completely under their control.
guys जो भी लाइव स्ट्रीम देखा यार लाइक करो यार लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दो guys
on that side of the map.
क्यों तोड़ा Prowler?
This gives BBL a
मुझे नहीं
pretty
पता
good
तभी तो मैं जैसे
opportunity.
पूछा
Plant coming through. Going to be onto LaRock, still 2 away from that showstopper after the plant. And look who's sneaking his way in. Chichu's gone for the spam.
नहीं edge आराम से
Looked like it was on for the start. Immediate swap from Con. He shoots, drops his weapon, and goes in for the fight, but that's not going to work. And with him taken out, the rest of the squad a little bit further behind, and a showstopper now online. The round is tied up in a neat bow. BBL not going to let this one slip just yet, and they'll get another chance at that defense.
The back and forth continues. A much needed one as well. I feel like that resets this into an even playing field once again. I was just worried they were going to completely fall out of the map after it coming all the way back to overtime. But it seems like BBL still have some fight within them. No surprise that Karmine's invested back into that operator once again. The defenders looking to re-aggress towards that C-side, but Karmine is waiting. This time not missing the shot, but he has missed 2 players already on the walk-up.
Same kill. 3-3-3.
Same space take from BBL this time without the season play.
तेरे को किल कहाँ दिख रहा है मेरे को किल नहीं दिख रहा है
अरे पहले दिख रहे थे राउंड के स्टार्ट
मरने के बाद दिखते हैं मरते हैं जैसे वैसे दिखते हैं
किल्स हो गए of the map is where EDG are focused.
अब यूटिलिटी
A jump spot that they're hearing every couple of seconds. They don't know about Rose. BBL are setting each extremity. Finally, Lovers Rock has walked up here and steps into B now. He knows the play, and they are none the wiser. The shots don't land. That was a huge play, perhaps round winning.
जेट को देखते हो कर जेट कैसे घुस रही है जेट दिखा तो कैसे घुस रही
है He can't keep up that fight. Means there's no longer going to be a flank. The paranoia is perfect though. That's the advantage.
One tap.
Nobody waiting in position.
Oh yeah, RRQ. ये वाला round है
RRQ. A round set up for victory. But still, Karmine and Chichu wait, but it's a missed shot. An uncharacteristic one at that, and a flawless defensive side round coming out of the side for BBL. They need one more attack side round, and they'll finally close out the map that they started.
Yeah, it certainly wouldn't be the blowout victory that it looked like. A complete mismatch in that first half. But the same can be said. We look at EDG's play in the second. BBL, this is the chance to take it home. The attack side's being kind to them in that last overtime. It was LaRock having a fantastic round. Finding the showstopper online to close it out. It looks like they will put a lot of focus towards this left side of the map. 2 players outside B, maybe 3. You can see that door swing open and an immediate challenge at the C side.
स्किल नहीं मैं तो खेलता बनी स्प्लिट लोटस पे स्प्लिट पे खेलता हूं मैं
Well, we've seen Sign playing a nice shot from
blind दे दे
continuing the walk up, and Jenny's just waiting on the cross. All too easy for those initial openers, and losing 2 personnel off rip. You almost feel like it needs to be a mistake for somebody over on the EDG side if they're going to turn this round back.
Yeah, they'd have to trade out the mistakes made by BBL. Yeah, you're just about going to survive that on 1 HP,
okay.
but
yeah, never mind.
Karmine goes
I was about to say, Karmine
तो
doesn't
भाई
miss.
1 HP में बचा था
No, he
मैं
doesn't. He hit both
इसी
shots.
की हेल्थ थी क्या पहले से 1 HP
Waiting on
इसने
the
शॉट
side,
से करी
flash for him to swing as well. He doesn't
शॉट
swing.
से हुई
He plays it patient, plays it slow. Maybe that's a mistake. Nobody now dropped and signed. Under pressure from that right side, the off of Lover's Rock. Now all eggs in that basket. Good damage done, but whoa, it's a bit shaky. They get there. 14 to 14. Another overtime needed.
पे नहीं आ रहा लाइक कर दो यार लाइक कर दो लाइक कर दो
This is Matt
सब्सक्राइब
one
कर
of
दो
the
चैनल को
tournament. It feels like we could be in for the long haul here.
You have to wonder though, how the hell did nobody get a kill and get out when 3 players were looking at him?
Like
What
and
the hell
subscribe.
were they thinking? Then shift walking through. That was like 2 seconds later. Where do you think nobody's gone? And it wasn't even him. They've got
that was
another
what it is. They
teammate.
looked and they were like, oh, nobody's there.
Nobody's there.
उनके देख 25 24 24 17 14
14 to
इनके
14.
27 24 19 17 10
Karmine
इनमें फेड तो ही
survives,
है
but
10 किलो वाला
not been purchased up on the other side. Seeming like both teams have now found their rhythm, but only one can take this map over the line. The map choice of BBL.
कौन चला रहा है ऑफिस बार जेट चला रहा है फिर से
Definitely feeling a little bit more tentative than what we'd seen so far in this map. Less fast-paced rounds, patient stuff, and this has been a big point of contact. Kreven just spams into the smoke again. This seems to be a regular occurrence of just players picking the timing, spamming, and almost getting a kill.
स्काई भी पूरा वो करती है पूरी हील करती है मतलब
A minute on the clock.
उसकी
EDG
हील
still
जितनी है
spread thin. The spike was alone outside B, but now it's regrouped. Okay, dangers averted.
मतलब
But the problem is
स्काई
this bait
और
setup. We
जो
saw it
मिक्स हैं वो
before
करते हैं
from
पूरी
BBL.
पूरी
The jump spots there from Loida. He
वो भी
sees
करती है
them and hits the
तेज
paranoia, but instead
तेज भी
he
पूरी करती है
swings
पर
out
खुद को
wide.
नहीं
Now
करती
goes
है
down. Rose has to have a sensational
नहीं अब कर
performance.
देती है
It's a
वो
bit shaky.
अब
Couldn't
कर
be
देती है
two.
पूरी
But one found. At least for BBL, it's just a one-man disadvantage,
भाई,
and they've got the
क्या
rotates in just in time. Lovers Rock and Kreven are here to hold the line. The early flank from LaRock, but Karmine just keeps ripping them to shreds.
बस
It's
अब लेगी आज
EDG
अब
with
लेगी
the
आज
lead again,
अब
and
लेगी आज
another chance to close this out.
पहले भी हमने शायद
He's
ऐसे
just
बोला
been
था
getting
जब
better and better
जब
as
इनका
the
डिफेंस
map
तेज
goes
वाला
on.
था
Like we've been saying, it's a lot of the
अब
time
ले
it's been
जाएगी
one
यार
and
11
done.
बड़े
This
आराम
is
से
him finding a player with a classic, walking into the site with an operator, finding another couple, and then closing it with a blade storm.
हाँ वैसे ले जाएगी
The better
डिफेंस
this
ठीक है
guy
इनका
gets, the scarier things become. By the way, you remember when Chichu was like miles ahead at the top of the board? He's now third.
Karmine was
30 राउंड
15
खेल
and
गए
50.
भाई 30 राउंड है
So he's had a little bit of an awakening.
Yeah.
A small amount.
भाई एक घंटे की गेम
And it is scary to be in
इतने
BBL's
round
camp
चलते
right
हैं
now.
वो।
The attack side having to be mounted again. That spam was decent.
फुले फुले
Rock tagged up. No more
जल्दी
bullets
रोटेट कर
fired.
जल्दी
He'll
रोटेट कर
survive that
फुले
engagement.
फुले
Oh,
फुले जल्दी आओ
Lover's Rock
जल्दी
is so fast. And he's caught Chichu completely off guard. And another
Oy,
under
nahi.
Lover's Rock belt.
Nahi,
How has he gotten
bhai.
away with it? Now pushing in for more. A third will be found. This one not quite caught off guard. That makes it
तगड़ा
even more
यारा।
impressive. Karmine, yeah, he has had an awakening. But this might put him back to sleep. A 1v4 with an op. You gotta think he's got no chance.
गाइस जो भी लाइव स्ट्रीम पे नहीं आ रहा है लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब करो यार
Doesn't even have the shields to play with, so can't even take the additional little bit of tickle damage. Like
1v4
I think he's just waiting to say, okay, surely someone gets greedy. Someone starts looking and hunting for an additional kill.
हो गया
They do not. He's still going to
बच
get
गया
one.
बच गया
Again, it just seems so clean with it, but this is just stat padding at this point, and eventually Lovers Rock will close out with a 4K. It's almost identical to the last round.
वैसे
The
भी
duelist with a 4K
राउंड
closing out the
जीतते नहीं है
round.
वैसे
We
अगर एक
are
और होता ना कोई ना
about to
एज
head
का
into
तो
round
अच्छा
number
चांस
31.
जीतने का
Map
दो होते
one.
अगर
The entirety of the tournament is going the distance. But eventually, or at least I hope, we do have to find a winner.
जीत रहे फिर BBL फिर एज BBL
इतने में तो मैच को वो कर
You
देते
think
हैं
so? Well, Tom, we've had some long games.
यहाँ
in
पे
our
ड्रॉ नहीं हो
past.
सकता ना
We've had some lengthy affairs.
टाइम आउट लिया
Yeah.
BBL ने
टाइम आउट
BBL,
लिया
one
BBL कितने
Yes, they
Not
were.
this
BBL टाइम आउट
iteration of it,
BBL
but
कितने टाइम आउट
BBL.
होते हैं
I'm
ऐसे
hoping they're not going to do that, especially
अरे
with Ascent coming.
ओटी में शायद मिलता है एक और ओटी में ले
The
सकते हैं
opportunity for it to maybe even be even longer, but
OT में मिलता है मुझे जितना लगता है,
I'm going to see
बाकी
ourselves
पता
a
नहीं।
timeout taken.
क्योंकि 2 ही है इसमें तो दिखाया हुआ है
Chance
कि
to
टाइम आउट से 2 है।
talk through with the
OT
coaching
में
staff
मिलता
once
है,
again.
रुक
Of
मैं आया
course,
जरा
he was
वॉशरूम जाके।
pretty much trying to stem the bleeding all the way through that comeback from EDG, and he failed to do so. It's now whether or not he can find that little piece of magic. We've seen a lot of the attack side rounds that sort of defaults into the pace he hits have been what has worked for either side. And with both star duelists stepping up over the last couple of rounds, and we always talk about it, the rest of regulation becomes irrelevant. It doesn't matter if you got 30 kills or you got 2. If you can win an OT round for your team, that's all that matters at this stage. And well, thankfully we don't have anybody in the server with 2 kills. It is a decent spread with both IGLs clearly having to work overtime. And LaRock going into OT has bought a judge.
Naturally, and he's going to find success with it as well. Now, if Jenny hasn't just hit his desk, I think that's what I heard, then I'll be very surprised. That's an upsetting way to have the OT round kickoff right after the pause. EDG down a man, attempting to take some space on site. Chichu has a nice paranoia lined up, but it hasn't caught Krev, and he's stood up on top of the wall, and he's been spotted, but the blind was good in return. Krevin's found himself too. Sign surrounded is dealt with, and BBL on 16.
Yeah, I think that might have actually been a coach adaptation. They've been walking into that smoke, tripping the wall. Sometimes you've had IGL Rose in that smoke, waiting for them to come through. They killed him. This time you just put a judge there. You walk into that smoke, you're dead to rights, and then they have the players ready and waiting. Solid paranoia coming through from Loiter as well to help out his teammate. And then Kreven just landing the shots as he always does. 16 to 15, as said. We've seen these constant back and forths. We're creating a parallel timeline at the moment, but that means this time we need a defensive round from EDG to keep this one going.
बंदों के ना किल निकालने पड़ते हैं अगर ओटी में जीतना है enemy को करोगे तुम जितना कर सकते हो
instead of continuing he will wait for them to walk in, but this one an uncharacteristic miss in a very crucial round. He goes in for more and misses once more. This could be it. EDG have lost one big player, the top fragger on the server, down and out. Jenny tries to pull it back, but he's traded, and Lovers Rock finding sign seems to have sealed the deal. The plan's on its way. And nobody in Chichu, all that stands against them. Nobody's had a tough game, but he stepped up in the moments where it mattered. And Chichu, well, he was on a tear. When this team was down and out of this map, he pulled them back in so many of those rounds in regulation. Now they have to do it again.
So tough to break in on. Flash.
Omen
to go.
On
the other side of things, the walk up at least, but it's been pinged. They have an idea that somebody could be going through. Never mind. Chichu made it past. Loiter's position, though. Are they aware that there could be a player over towards the box, trying to create a crossfire, trying to force someone into a peek, and that's what they've done. Chichu, once again, his opponent TPing, and they are going to turn it back. The time looking like it's going to be enough as well. That is insanity from the side of EDG. How have they pulled back that 2v4?
I said it. And nobody's been there in the crucial moments. And Chichu, again and again, he's digging deep for this team. Everyone talks about Concon, and for good reason, but this guy's been the highlight. Look at him go.
Riot as well, though. That's the crazy thing. He had like 20, or was it 17 kills in the first half.
Yes.
Went missing for a bit and then goes, oh, you guys need me again. Cool.
It was like those last 5 rounds of the second half. Turned it up to another level to keep them alive, and he's done it again. Map point.
मैं तो 40
going into a set. That could be series.
इस हिसाब से तो 40
EDG, they get another
chance
at this attack side.
राउंड हो गए ना
Fight straight into C. They're wasting no time on this run. And indeed, wasting bodies case Concon. He's found his first already. Rose catches doesn't catch the wraparound. Jenny's left on 7 HP somehow.
Maybe it's Loiter's turn. Chichu, the man up against him, looking for the fight, and he'll win it again, no doubt about it. And it's left all onto Lovers Rock. This is not the gun you want to have in this scenario. Nobody's there to close it out. Swings and roundabouts once again, back and forth of this game. Guess what? EDG have another that point.
I can't believe Jenny just survived there. Rose was on his tail. Jenny was blinded up, looking the wrong way, took a few shots, not even knowing from where. Ends up surviving on 7 HP. That's the face of a man who knows that should have been his kill, but also who knows this map is slipping away now. EDG 17-16. It's a matter of time before we see 2 in a row. In the same overtime, I mean 30 and 31 technically, but they were different. You know what I mean? And for EDG,
जैसे भी खेल रही है फिर ठीक खेल रही है.
With Con early last time.
वो कर रही है, जितना वो कर सकती है.
But that was a harder one.
अपना पूरा दे रही है.
तो रही है, बट ये है कि किल नहीं निकल रहे ना.
राउंड जीतना चाहिए. एज जीतता है अब तो.
They're pushing them in towards Signed, who's ready and waiting, but already getting smoked off. Chichu also with paranoia, but I think they're past it. They are past it. A little bit further ahead than maybe he's expecting. One of the danger men gone. A post-bomb once more. But if you could lose a 2v4, you could definitely lose a 2v or 4v5, sorry. And well, let's even things up once again.
That was what should have won them the round. Leaving Lovers Rock behind Rubble, but nobody cleared it. Nobody checked for it. Now they can make the way back to the site. Hard to find value with the up breaking through, but he finds it in the choke points. With the rock down, it's Rose left.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
They dug deep and delivered map number 1.
Let's go.
It's insanity. I don't think I've ever seen anybody with an operator get that many kills with that position. It makes no sense.
मैं बोल रहा था मैं
to sit there like a turret from above. And for BBL, this is a brutal defeat. You were so far in the lead. You took double pauses in the space of 3 rounds. That is crazy. Nonetheless, we're going back to Digon and the desk.
Thank you very much, Tom and Mitch. That was crazy to have that happen like that. Just insane. We're getting ourselves free Valorant off the top. I know that we had the pause to kick things off, but we basically had half a game right off of that one. Welcome back to Des Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And it's just a great way to have our first round of Valorant here at EWC.
I mean, welcome to the EWC, people. I mean, this tournament has come in with a bang. It was absolutely unbelievable. I think BBL are going to be so upset about how that game turned out. They had every advantage. Their map pick, 2 pistols, bonus, a ninja defuse for...
Crazy था वैसे कपिल क्यों? Crazy. है कपिल? कपिल हेलो मतलब क्रेजी था भाई मैच माँ कसम से क्रेजी तेरी आवाज कम क्यों हो गई हेलो
कमेंटेटर करना था तेरी आवाज नहीं
has a very slow first half, you know.
कमेंटेटर की टाइम नहीं आती आवाज है
किसकी तेरी अब भी नहीं आ रही आवाज
पता नहीं तेरे को
जीत गई भाई अगला मैच कौन से मैप में था मैप भूल गया मैं फ्रैक्चर नहीं था इनका कुछ और था इनका मैप नहीं देखा मैंने
ये मेन चैनल में कितनी वो आ रही होगी वाचिंग
मेन चैनल में तो बहुत है
फिर भी कितनी
रुक जा कमेंट
बिना देखे
1 पॉइंट कुछ तो नहीं
5886 पहले 6000 थी एकदम से गिर गई
7000 है व्यूअर क्या बात कर रहा तुम
5000 है मेरे को अरे ग्रुप स्ट्रीम ए का
हाँ तो स्ट्रीम ए का 7000
5696 है
रुको मैं देखता हूँ अच्छा बाहर अच्छा अंदर देख रहा था मैं बाहर से देख रहा था उसमें था 7.7 के
नहीं अंदर से
the form of these two squads. Will BBL be able to stand up to EDG, who has been doing well lately? They come out on fire and just aren't able to close it on out as we take a look at some of the big moments.
We have to say it once again. EDG have a sub here. This isn't even their full strength roster, and they just won what seemed like an unwinnable map. the level of composure that they have is insane.
I also want to highlight Jenny. We were speaking about him going back on the duelist. Some of those showstoppers, I feel like we were seeing it every couple of rounds. Some of them were so impactful. The kills across the smokes, having those kind of operations, they're so important right now. You know, you play the Phantom, you have to spam those smokes, especially the way the BBL were playing. For me was the entirety of the match.
भाई माँ के पर मेरे को लग रहा है मेरा मैप खत्म ही नहीं होगा भाई, जिस हिसाब से उन्होंने बार बार वो कर रहे थे ना, वो मुझे लगा था कि वो खत्म करेंगे इतने जल्दी।
अरे इन्होंने नहीं करनी जल्दी खत्म।
नहीं यार मतलब मोटा है यार, इतना होल्ड, इतना मतलब एक राउंड वो जीत रहे, एक राउंड डिफेंस में वो जीत रहे, अटैक में वो जीत रहे, तो अटैक में ये जीत रहे। मतलब तगड़ा हिसाब था भाई, ऐसा नहीं कि यहाँ कोई टीम ने कमी छोड़ दी हो, पूरी टीम ने।
ऐसा बंदा होगा जो कि ड्रॉ ही करेगा।
अरे ना उसमें पता क्या होता है, जो अपना खेलते हैं हम उसमें ड्रॉ का मतलब वो रखा इसलिए है कि मतलब बंदे फिर फ्रस्ट्रेट हो जाते हैं ना कि यहाँ ख़त्म ही नहीं हो रहा, अब इनका तो चल, इनका तो है, अब इसमें ड्रॉ करेंगे तो फ़ायदा क्या है इसमें, फिर ओटी खेलने का।
पूरा मेरे जैसे को लगता है जिस टाइम भी ड्रॉ करने का टाइम आता है उस टाइम मेरे ना 30-35 किल होते हैं।
तो जितना करना पहले राउंड में निकाला कर, किल मार दे कर कर ले, तीन टीममेट मार दे, फिर 5v2 करने को आसान रहेगा। आज मैं वीडियो डाल रहा हूँ इंस्टा और यूट्यूब पे, देखिए जाके, ऐसा खेला कर, बस देखिए जाके शॉर्ट्स पर, रील पे।
इनकी तो डाल देगा तू कहीं? इनकी तो डाल देगा कहीं?
नहीं इनकी डालूंगा। अरे इसके लिए ना फिर वो है, इसके लिए मुझे फिर अलग से सोर्स रिकॉर्ड डालना पड़ेगा ना, जिसमें मेरा वेब कैम अलग से रिकॉर्ड हो और वीडियो जो गेम प्ले है वो अलग से रिकॉर्ड हो, जैसे वीडियो इनकी। मतलब फिर ऐसे काटने में मुश्किल जाती है, जैसे मैं अभी अगर बनाऊंगा ना रील, यूट्यूब शॉर्ट भी बनाता हूँ, तो उसमें काटने में मुश्किल जाती है।
Oh, okay. You've convinced. I can see chamber.
Would you be down? I know that it calls for a jet because it's Kong, like also like he holds everything. What about it? Cheeky Yoru.
No.
Didn't we talk about it? The Yoru was one of the reasons why EDG started struggling a little bit. The meta moved away from that.
But that's exactly something that they're not going to expect, but you are right.
I mean, they won't expect it. We won't expect it.
Congratulations, like and subscribe. एसेंट है क्या अगला मैप?
पता नहीं, अगर सोच एक चीज बोल रहा था मैं,
बोल।
अगर देखा जाए ना तो मेरी विन परसेंट पता क्या है वैलोरेंट की? मतलब कि 50% ही समझ ले, 49.9% है। सोच
50% है ना तेरी गेमिंग?
हाँ
रुक मैं देखता हूँ अपने, तो किस पे देख के आया अभी?
ट्रैकर पे देख रहा हूँ। ओवरऑल देखा जाए तो उसमें 42% है ना, बट ऐसे देखा जाए ट्रैकर के स्कोर के हिसाब से देखा जाए तो 49.9% है।
It's not like they're known to crumble. They just have to remind themselves that they are good enough. It doesn't matter who's on the other side of that stage. It doesn't matter that they're world champions. You're capable to win this game if you play the way you can.
I think that we can also think about how aggressive they were from the defense, especially here on Lotus, and how much are they going to learn about how that worked out, because that aggression on the defense that gave them so much, like even when they got a pick, sometimes the overheating was there, and they need to learn to get composure in those kind of situations.
केडी तो मैं ठीक ठाक किया, एक पंच की थी मेरी पहले, अब गिरी है मेरी केडी। सोच 1-4 थी, 1-4 से हुई थी स्टार्ट केडी, 50 तक की गई थी 6 जून को, 6 जून के बाद गिरी है मैं।
मेरा विनिंग परसेंटेज आजकल 48.1 चला है।
मैं तेरे से ज्यादा जीतता हूँ मैं। जीत कुछ
केडी क्या तेरी आजकल?
1-10 की है।
बढ़िया बढ़िया।
तेरी कितनी है?
0.85।
हाँ।
इनिशिएटर के साथ है मेरी, मतलब जैसे ना, अगर मैं
मत बोल ऐसे बच्चा, मैं लग जाऊं दिखाने ना।
इन सेंटिनल के साथ
तो
कितने
तू
हैं,
रो
मतलब
जाएगा।
ऐसे रोल्स के हिसाब से बता, मेरी ओवरऑल कम आ रही है ना, रोल्स के हिसाब से बता अपनी।
रोल्स के हिसाब से बताऊं, कंट्रोलर पे मेरी 0.93 है।
0.93 है कंट्रोलर पे?
हाँ।
अच्छा ठीक है, और बता।
सेंटिनल के साथ मेरी 1.27 है।
अच्छा 1.2 से।
इनिशिएटर के साथ 0.92 है।
हम्म।
ड्यूलिस्ट के साथ 1.45 है।
रुक जा एक मिनट, ये रोल्स वाला कहाँ से देख रहा तुम? ये तेरे क्या 4-5 रोल आ रहे हैं क्या वहाँ पर?
4 आ रहे हैं।
अच्छा ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है। मैसेज आ किसी का।
इस सीजन का मेरा टॉप एजेंट है अभी क्लोव।
पोल क्लोज तो है, बार बार पोल क्लोज कर बोल रहा है। कौन है तेरा टॉप एजेंट?
6 एजेंट्स खेले हैं मैंने इस सीजन में अभी।
मैं बताता हूँ तेरे को, मैं तीन वो खेलता हूँ क्लास, 3 रोल खेलता हूँ मैं। एक सेंटिनल हो गया, एक कंट्रोलर हो गया और एक इनिशिएटर हो गया, ठीक है। तो जो सेंटिनल है उसके साथ है 1.39 KD रोल के हिसाब से, और जो कंट्रोलर है उसके साथ है 1.48 की KD। जो इनिशिएटर है उसके साथ है 1.18 की KD, ठीक है। और जो विनिंग रेशो है सबसे ज़्यादा है इनिशिएटर के साथ, और सबसे कम है कंट्रोलर के साथ, फिर सेकंड नंबर पे आए सेंटिनल के साथ।
मेरी पता क्या है? सबसे टॉप है मेरी सेंटिनल, फिर है ड्यूलिस्ट, फिर है कंट्रोलर, फिर है इनिशिएटर के साथ है मेरी 20% सोच।
मेरी तो सबसे ऊपर सेंटिनल है, फिर कंट्रोलर है, फिर है उसके बाद नीचे इनिशिएटर। मतलब मेरी KD के हिसाब से मतलब सबसे नीचे इनिशिएटर है, विनिंग रेशियो में सबसे ऊपर यही है, ये सेंटिनल वो है।
तेरा क्यों चला है इतना पीछे? हुए स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट हो गई है।
स्टार्ट हो गया, तो मेरी भी स्टार्ट हो गई, मैंने म्यूट कर रखी है।
नहीं मैं मेरे वो चला था पीछे। टॉप मैप्स क्या तेरे?
टॉप मैप कहाँ से देखो, मैं भूल गया मैं।
Yeah, and I think it's going to be an interesting one
वरना slide
also
करके
because of
maps
the bar
पे
that we were
ये
speaking
सेंट है
about, that
सबसे
first
विनिंग
that first
परसेंट
Lotus
मेरा
set.
75%।
But also because I think that they have to calm down. I know that the beginning was a little bit difficult because we have to wait and whatnot, and that might throw you off. They tried to stay on top of that, but it really looks like EDG has adapted very, very quickly to the way that they want to play. And it's because they have a lot of experience. It is very difficult to throw something at EDG that they haven't seen before. The aggression, yes, is going to work because trust me, BBL can shoot, but eventually EDG will pick up.
Yeah, for sure. They're so good at adapting. You see how they get
गन्स के
themselves
साथ क्या
back into the
KD है
game in
तेरी?
the second half. Their defensive side
अब बंद कर दिया ना,
was so solid.
बंद कर दिया
Overall,
ना,
Lotus went out towards Ascent, so it's
काट
EDG's
दिया ना
map
वाला।
pick, even though they've been banning it. But Ascent is a notoriously Turkish map. It's a map where the whole country seems to thrive through that, they have that pure aim, that firepower. You see it time and time again. So I think this becomes really hard to predict, and I do think that the idea of mental and composure is everything here.
Again, but this could be what we want. Okay, so Turkish Valorant, right?
Yep, I'm there.
So they win Ascent, and then what do we get?
Sunset.
Exactly.
That's what we want to see,
There's a
people.
plan. You need to plan. You need to plan. It's all here, guys. It's all here.
All right, let's head on over on stage as they are getting ready for Agent Select. As again, before we toss into the match here, I want you both to pick one player to step up, right? It's all about
किसको बुलाएंगे?
things here. Nothing given, everything earned. Who's
IGL?
going to be the hero for each
IGL
team?
Can we wait until we actually see the agent picks, because I want to know what is going to
अरे
happen
मतलब
with
किसी
the sub situation
एक
and if they're
टीम
going
के
to play
एक
in
बंदे
a
से
different
बात
role.
करेंगे।
So for that, for the side of BBL, as I was saying, I think that I know that the one that didn't put up the numbers was Rose, but that is also the
Map कौन सा
way
है?
that it is in EMEA, and is the
एक
he
enter,
always
एक
says that
India
he's just there to
sunset है.
make everybody else shine, and with the players that he has,
Decider
it's very
sunset
easy
तो अंदर
Sunset होगा.
to do something like that.
Sunset
To
होगा.
me, I kind of want to keep seeing the operator duel. I'm kind of really enjoying the Kang Lovers Rock because none of them is scared of the other.
Oh, definitely and I think Lovers Rock started so hot in that map one. He was consistently finding those openings down C with that operator, and you see it slowly come to a stop as Kang begins to activate. For me on the side of BBL, if he's able to be consistent, he can do so much work for them, but he can't afford to fall off, or you start to see that composure, that experience from EDG outshine them.
Composure, experience, and also the mental side of this. We always speak about how it's easier to bounce back from a game that where they just destroyed you. From a map where, as we said, they had everything in their favor. Winning the 2 pistols, some crazy rounds, the ninja defuse, the ecos and whatnot. So let's see where they are right now.
Yeah, I mean, we have the agent select coming through.
Oh, a chamber!
It's getting spicy for EDG.
And the
on that chamber. And I love the sage here.
I love this.
See, no, you asked me,
Oh.
do you want to see them play standard or do you want to see them get a little bit spicy with it? And they've done exactly that.
I
They're not
love
afraid.
this.
But on the side of BBL,
Sage, oh God. Okay. Seriously, I want this to be an absolute stunt from EDG. I cannot believe that I am saying it, but I want them to destroy right now with this composition. I want them to give them confidence to keep doing it throughout the tournament and to do it in China as well.
I will say it's going to be tough in this first
मुझे
half.
BBL की टीम थोड़ी ठीक लग रही है.
Cypher deadlock without much to really be able to burst through. Not a lot, no verticality.
क्योंकि Cypher ना बड़ा annoying सा वो है agent है यार.
I think this first half is going to be crucial. That double senti of BBL to be able to build up some numbers, put a real stop to it.
मतलब चैम्बर और साइफर है ना, ये मतलब ठीक है, मतलब पर साइफर थोड़ा ज़्यादा annoying है. चैम्बर नहीं इतना, चैम्बर का नहीं होता इतना.
साइफर है सेंट के बी पे बड़ बारी annoying.
Forcing that overtime, time and time again, going to all 5 overtimes.
हाँ मने वाला ये सेंट खेले नहीं, ये सेंट मैप आ गया क्या? कॉम्पी में.
क्यों नहीं खेला?
ये सेंट मैप हुई. अच्छा हाँ खेला. Sorry. मैं पता कौन सा सोच रहा हूँ अपने दिमाग में. सोच मैं कौन सा एजेंट सोच रहा हूँ अपने दिमाग में.
एजेंट?
कौन सा मैप सोच रहा हूँ अपने दिमाग में.
अभी
बाइंड मेरे दिमाग में बाइंड चला है. मेरे दिमाग में बाइंड चला है. माँ का
how cheeky he's going to be getting with the Sage. Especially for them on the attack will be to force the players from BBL outside of the site, just play for that plant and then just play for the post plant if you are EDG. You have a lot of tools to try and delay them. I want to know though from that post plant how aggressive
तेरे पे लानत होगी भाई.
क्यों भाई मैं खेलता हूँ भाई, चाहे
तू सिर्फ खेलता है, खेल नहीं करता.
तभी नहीं है तेरे से ज़्यादा है मेरा वो. क्या बोलते हैं उसे, विनिंग परसेंट तभी है मेरा ज़्यादा है, ये सेंट पे तेरे से ज़्यादा है, तेरा कम है.
If the first one was anything to go by, well, it was I think we might be in for a long.
देख ले साइफर का ऐसे करते हैं.
Kuka says he wants to see a blowout.
साइफर है नहीं मेरे पास.
A one-sided affair from start to finish.
It's kind of mad that we have an EMEA traitor in the form of.
पर इनका हिलर नहीं है. एक दिक्कत ये है इनका.
I feel like there's a full conversion coming in, but we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, I would still love to see a lot coming out. It's Karmine already managing to get a couple of openers. Chichu finding another as well. We were worried about the entrying in towards the site, but it seems like Karmine has them covered in the pistol.
Rock and Lloyd up with it all to do, and well, for anyone that does want to see a blowout favor of EDG, this is the start you're looking for. Look at Konkon already sneaking up behind. It could even be a knife kill being played up, but said he's going to grab the easy one, confirm the kill, 3 under his belt already, and LaRock with it all to do. Should be impossible and proves to be 1-0 for EDG. And this pistol gives a lot of value to this EDG side, as you heard from Big Time
लगा शर्त कौन
earlier on.
मतलब शर्त नहीं है बता
This first
predict
half
कर
is
कौन
going to be
जीतेगा
crucial
वाला
for
मैच
BBL, playing the double Senti. Now, look, we've seen over time, and things do change as different metas evolve, but I think especially with Deadlock, that double Sentinel on the attack side isn't as weak as you would think. You're missing some pieces, sure, but when you do get onto the site, you can lock that down. You have a lot more flexibility in terms of the utility you have
अगर BBL ढंग से खेलेगी ना दो राउंड
aggression as well. So it definitely does still have its benefit, but I do agree with him that this is the half where it has the most for most teams.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be the case for both teams.
Marshall
So you're gonna normally with a Phoenix, you'd expect it to be more attack-sided, but I think just having those contact flashes is really good. But then also you've
Chamber
got
market,
Chamber and
Chamber
a Sage,
market,
both
market.
of which are always pretty
मार्केट मिस कर
deadly.
दी Chamber
When it comes to that defensive side, already Karmine has managed to walk into their spawn. Now, of course, this is an eco round. I can forgive it in an eco round. In fact, it might even be worth it happening now rather than any other time. Instead, he almost gets a collab. It's going to be a stronger weapon would have done the trick. Already, though, getting towards that tour de force, which is a pretty scary prospect, and another ult that's building up now is the running back.
Of course, Karmine is the one to make that play, a weaker weapon in play in the form of Marshall.
Phoenix मारने देगा.
But I understand BBL in this round, you don't expect to see a player fishing for information like that because you're risking giving a weapon over, and often grouping up, taking that clump play is what works. Karmine really sealed the deal without any danger exposing his teammates to any. Now, the formality out of the way. The first two rounds, a little bit more predictable, a little bit more standard, a little bit plain. But now the spice comes into the mix. A bye for both teams and a strong third round for EDG. I mean, this is a bonus, sure, but they have credits and they've got pretty much a full bye here. Karmine already 5-0. A tour de force might not be far away. So for BBL, you need to be careful. That's a little over-aggressive, I thought, from Lover's Rock, but he does get out with one.
Yeah, had the dash available. That's going to be enough to allow him to escape, and now the contact. I like the wall boost. It gives them an angle that you wouldn't normally have. The spam damage has actually done a significant amount, and the Molotov's going to force Loiter into a move. Even still, though, both players still standing, and now you have that barrier mesh put into play. Even still, though, a hefty amount of damage done onto those couple of players that definitely makes things a little bit more uncomfortable on that side of the map.
Oh, it's going to make this push a lot easier if BBL hadn't rotated so many players into position. That's the other problem. Now 4 standing by here with Rose covering the flank, and they will slowly walk away. They did make some noise. I think LaRock will have heard that. But often that's going to be a bait from the attack side to get you to push, to get you to peek, or to get you to rotate. Rose
has to get something.
There's 3 players on that catwalk. They're not even looking at him. It should be free, and he gets nothing.
Oh my.
This has been a problem. He's been in good positions, but he's never been finding the kills, and because of that, they're going the other way. Now, the only danger is that they are a little low on time, but they're going to get past all the utility before that's any problem. And also, they've caught Loiter on the other side. This is an opportunity for a great start, especially with a lurking Karmine wrapping around the back and the re-swing as well. A nice attempt from LaRock, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Great read from EDG. The second that they killed Rose, they realized, why would he be there?
Yeah.
It's because they've already rotated because we made so much noise. Instantly, they direct themselves towards B. What would have happened if he just stayed tucked, not even took a shot? They would have ran with 20 seconds left into a 4-man stack on a site that has a lot of choke points for those numbers to hold. That would have probably been a lost round for EDG, and a mistake there sends EDG miles into the lead. A 3-0 start and a very low buy for BBL in this round. They're saving credits for the next. And a 4-0 for EDG is a terrifying prospect, especially with the second round being clean. They have a lot of credits built up. And if this is clean as well...
A lot of credits, no ultimates used yet because they didn't get to any of them. So now they're built up for this round. And there you go. Run it back just to try and send it through some of that utility. Early pick coming in. Oh dear, another opportunity, but not taken. Kreven's only going to get the one, even still trading back into a slightly more even scenario. The Bucky on the side. They're not checking. They're not checking. He lands a shot, but it barely does any damage, and the spams will be enough in the end. It's not clean. It's not pretty. It's not a round I want to remember, but it is a round for EDG.
Yeah, I'm really glad they used that run it back to avoid any unnecessary damage taking place, or in other words, to avoid losing the round, because they didn't clear Kreven there. He should have even gotten more, and then Loida ends up landing a tag with the Bucky close range. This is very nearly a lost round, but hey, they had a lot of wiggle room to work with because they had a lot of credits built up. So the important thing for BBL there is, yes, they did damage. Yes, they kept the squad a bit more modest. But the downside is EDG don't really care. They can come into this round with a full buy. They can go into the next one with a full buy. They have a tour de force to work with as well. So not even investing into the operator and still having that one-shot weapon on Concon.
Which one?
Exactly.
With him, it's all three. Oh. The Rock. Annihilation is available. But it's picking a time to use it that'll be more important. He's definitely slowed them down. I like the little aggression up the top, then use the Annihilation, tries to make it harder to break. Instead, he's spamming forward, and Rose will be the one to find the kill. Loiter in the corner has also done incredible work. And although it's taken them a little bit of time to get going, this one will be
BBL. And you can see why this comp is so strong on the defensive side, or why Big Time was talking about how important this first half will be for BBL, or more so for EDG, because the second half will be a little easier, but pushing into this Senti comp should be tough. And here you see exactly why. You have a Cypher set up on B, you also have a push in B as well, and then that Deadlock utility not only helps on a main where they run out into a Sonic Sensor and get stunned, giving an easy tee-up for Loida to slam dunk at home, and then on short as well, you have the net going through, the kill from the net, and then the ult, which also caught a player who was hit by the net. So when you're out of the ult, you can't move, and it's the easiest follow-up of their life. For the defense, yeah, you get that one, but a lot of that came off Laroc's setup, catching them off guard, and the ult being online.
Early bit of damage, but looking like a much more direct take. Again, though, Sensor in an aggressive position and executing onto it could cause an issue. Instead, they're going to try and utilize the Hunter's Fury to give them a little bit of extra space. The problem is, hasn't found anyone. They don't know what positions are cleared, and they do not clear LaRock. Another great start to the round. The net has actually caught 2 players as well, but he's just making sure they stay safe at this stage. A lot of early damage, and sure, there's a res available, but is there an opportunity to use it?
Look where the bodies are. Not only are they behind the wall, but there's 3 players ready and waiting for that res to come through, or for another body to come through that choke point.
And mid is covered as well with the operator.
No risk of the rotate back, and then because they've got double Senti, not only do you have that Sentinel slowing you down on the A site, you have information for BBL. Nobody on the B site, but a camera and a trap waiting there. And yeah, it won't be ideal if EDG just walk in, break the trip, and get a plant, but that's why they've got this man around. Lovers Rock realizes they have enough time now to have rotated, so he's set up and waiting for them.
Hitting one here could be enough. They also know that they're rotating this way. He still doesn't have any friends to play with at this point, but the TP to the back of site, he can just ignore it, or at least try and wait out a little longer. His teammate in position, and he has done the work. A back-to-back flawless round from BBL. And this time, well, I'm a little happier to see that it was Lovers Rock on the other side of the map. No offense to Rose, but he's definitely been having some fairly devastating whiffs in this game so far. Lovers Rock, not so much. He's been having a good day.
Well, there was a point, what, like 20 rounds into the last map, Rose had only killed people who were looking the other way. So
yeah, and even when they were looking the other way, he still didn't get a kill.
I think it was about 50% conversion rate, so which includes going into the overtime, the run around onto Jenny. It's been a rough day for Rose.
And sometimes he's hella clutch.
Sometimes the leaders call from behind. Back behind the front lines.
Yeah.
That's what he's up to for now. But we have seen it, like even going through the qualifier, Rose was dropping 20 like almost every map. It was definitely a standout for this squad. And that's the thing, right? BBL have a lot to fall back on, because he was the one that was discussed when they were going through that Ascension run through the tier 2, that like, oh, all of these guys, the young guys on the team are going to be in VCT. Whether they qualify or whether they get picked up, we know it's going to happen.
Technical pause,
like, even if they make it, even if they get all the way through, Rose is going to be on the chopper block. He's old, he can't aim, and all these things. And then he showed us right away, even through that run, that wasn't what he was. That he had that extra gear to shift to. Yeah. Maybe we need to see that here today, because it has been a slow day for him.
Yeah, I think as well. He's one of those people where a lot of people will focus on the IGL stats. I
ये
think
mic
if you're
है
winning
लगा है
games,
उनके
it's
यहाँ पर
completely
क्या लगा
irrelevant.
है
Like, the fact is, this squad has talked
OBS
about
bot
being
करके क्या
like
है
a family for quite a long time. I think that's why
इसका तो
when
मेरे को भी
Comeback
नहीं
initially
याद है।
left, it was a devastating loss. But Lovers Rock, the man who replaced,
वो तो
quickly
क्या है
became a new member, an adopted version
बड़े
of that
message आ रहे
family.
हैं
And,
यार।
and the thing is, I think it wouldn't be the same without Rose in it. You'd have
I
that
agree.
firepower, but you would lose so much more. Now, a good
बड़ी
couple of
लेट
rounds.
बड़ी
Like,
लेट
not
भेज
just,
रहा है
okay, you're looking
Instagram
at scoreline 4-2, you're saying
Instagram
that's
का
not
लिंक
great.
बड़ी लेट भेजा
2
है
rounds where 0 people
Night
have
bot
died on
है।
the defensive side. And that
Camera
sets
हो
you up
सकता है
wonderfully
शायद
for rebuys. If you want the operator, you can have the
Camera?
operator. And I think for EDG, it's going to be fairly important that they break
OBS
back
board
quite
पे
quickly. But this
box
round,
तो तेरी यही है
not looking too likely.
No, no.
हाँ कैमरा
10
है
hunters on
बड़ा
Con
छोटा
Con's
सा कैमरा
basically an
है
extra rifle every round. Raz online for Chichu might bring Con back, so that's an extra gun every round. And
So your strategy is basically pass to Will.
बड़ा छोटा सा है Tiny 3 series
Pass to.
oh, I know what that means.
Okay. No time to explain.
Okay. But I'm sure that is my strategy. Unless it's a bad thing, in which case it's not my strategy.
No, it's a reference some people might get, some people might not.
I'm the latter of those. You can explain it to me for tomorrow. That's a trap broken to start with, but there is a second one here, and this was the idea from Krevin to have that little backup to give them space to contain the walkout, although not through the alley, but playing this very, very slowly. Initial contact on B.
मिल जा रहे
Players now from the defense in that direction, but this wall's going
फंस
to
गया
cause
चैम्बर
problems. Oh, no, it's not! In fact, it's going to cause problems for BBL. RRQ was walking up to it to have a little look.
Oh my, okay, maybe the pistols are actually a benefit rather than doing any damage. Con with 2. Krevin, he's trying to save the day though.
भाई
The problem though is if they can get the spike, they can leave. Oh, a res there, yeah, I was about to say, that would just be sending that player into the wolves. Instead, space is being taken. Con's retrieved the gun, the res is available, so maybe he could play a little bit more aggressively, and he's been spotted rotating in towards that A side, but being spotted and dealing with him is a completely different story.
So no chances for the res in the end. Plant to come through. Con goes down. Of course, you can't bring him right back. Yeah, they're split. An op on the retake as well. Lovers Rock will take his time, making his way through A main, hoping to catch an angle and find that shot with the op. His target right down below. It will be Con in hell. And he's searching for the barrels being spotted. He knows now that there's one there. Krevin's trying to pull them out into the open, and he does a great job at that. Lovers Rock there for both of the final kills, but a big round from Krevin gave them this chance.
Oh yeah, they should have been dead to rights. Was it 3 picks going the way of the attack side in quick succession? 2 for Con. His lurk timing was perfect. Nobody then wins the fight, and then Krevin just turns the round on its head. Mr. Impact himself saving them once again, and oh, it's going to be at lead, slowly slipping. The 4-0 start for EDG. Obviously, what we can say is it doesn't matter too much because we've seen what they can do in the second half on a on a defensive side, but I'm sure after going that far into the lead, they will have wanted to at least look to try and convert the half.
Pausa técnica mola. We'll be taking a breather, but what we've seen so far is exactly as Big Time said. You know, I'm starting to think he might know a thing or two about Valorant, but I'm not too sure yet. He said
it's not about food. He knows nothing about food.
No, absolutely not. Although, ask that man about a fruit platter, and he'll tell you a thing or two.
He is an expert. He is a big fan of
intimately familiar with that.
Yes.
But he said that the double sentinel composition was going to be key for BBL. Key? Well, let's put it this way. It's the key for BBL, and it's the lock that EDG have to break. And when it comes to this defensive side, when it comes to the rounds BBL have put up, all 3 come off the back of those sentinels. Krevin, not so much with the utility,
I don't know
more him popping off.
It's a bit of a stretch.
But him playing the anchor is the reason that he's over there, even when there were numbers, even when they dealt with those first few players, he was still there.
What was the first blood of the round?
मैं आया का पहले कमेंट में
I don't remember.
It was one of the Sentinels getting caught out by their own utility and being shot.
मैं आता हूँ guys.
Okay, that's the other thing we gotta talk about. You throw the wall there. Okay, maybe you're trying to clear there could be a guy in the corner. I mean, he's going to break the wall if he's there. He'll give that away in a moment. He's not going to sit there for 40 seconds. Why did he go walkabouts? Why did you walk towards? That's like you throw the wall, rotate. And now we've got info for a bit. But that was a different approach up against an eco. And I honestly think he got exactly what he deserved.
Well, for now at least, EDG do still hold onto the lead, but you're starting to see, as you were sort of alluding to, the terrifying prospect of what this composition can do on the defense, the awkwardness that it can create, and even just, again, like seeing that operator have impact from Lovers Rock, it makes me quite happy, because I think we talk about the pressure put onto players to perform immediately, and when Yoro was nerfed, it was clear that he had to sort of reinvent himself a little bit. He was one of the best, definitely within EMEA, maybe even the world, on that agent, and it became almost his character. Like, he had to keep going in that direction, and when it got nerfed to the point where it didn't have that same effect, he's had to change, and that has definitely taken some time. We saw some vulnerable, some weak performances when it came to the EMEA stage, but he started to get better towards the end, and I think we're seeing that now, leaning more, even more so into the operator, and especially on defensive sides, I think he's a force to be reckoned with.
Nice little angle as we saw the boys get ready to get back into the game. EDG setting their seats up, gave that same aura as like the Space Marines suiting up. And this could be a big battle for EDG. It's been a struggle up against this defensive side the last 3 rounds. A lot, oh my goodness. A lot of control for BBL in the passive plays. They've walked out with the operator. Lovers Rock finds one, and he's scot-free out of there. If he goes now, that's a beautiful start to this round when so much of it has been about sitting back and waiting.
No smokes.
Now they take it to them.
BBL legi gaya पिछला round.
Rez baited out, but no control game. Normally you might send a player in.
अच्छा मतलब मैं ठीक टाइम पे आया मतलब.
Technical pause.
Odin कपिल Odin आ गई.
Whatsoever, other than the fact that you really need your smokes. And more so far.
BBL सोच लिया कर लेने Odin.
अगर तो क्लिप काट सकता है कपिल.
Very good in the previous.
क्लिप काट सकता है वाली Odin वाली ना काट के रख ले. मुझे भेजियो.
Loiter's gone walkabouts as well. This is almost becoming disrespectful from BBL. Walking up behind. Lovers Rock also then finds another pick. The remaining 2 are in some serious trouble. I think the net catching one and LaRock finishing his prey.
A very different face after that timeout, the breather that we had a moment ago. Of course, it wasn't a strategic conversation with the coaches, but this is the read the players had. We want to play a little bit more aggressive, get back to how we like to play the game. And as I said, after finding 3 rounds in a row off the back of passive play, I don't think EDG saw that one coming. And after the first bit of aggression, I don't think they saw that second one coming. Or should they have?
Is this, I can't remember if they took one in OT. Is this the first tactical pause we've actually seen from EDG?
They did take one in overtime.
Okay.
I believe.
In regulation,
oh, actually, it could have been because they get them back.
अब तो करना पड़ेगा कैमरा ऑफ यार
I think we didn't see that one. We definitely saw like 2 from the BBL side, but even when they were very far down, I don't think EDG took a single one. But after losing 4 rounds in a row, I think it's also just the manner which they're losing them. Like losing picks to the operator, irritating, using a res to get it back, irritating, and then being full flanked, like a player managing to push all the way up A. That's a problem, and it seems like what's happening right now from the BBL side is they're doing a good job of disrupting whatever play the attackers want to make. Like, okay, you have a plan to do this, well, now you've lost a player, and you're trying to react to me rather than going in with your own plan. So we'll see if they're going to manage to fix that. Of course, again, weaponry is going to be a bit more of an issue in this round, and they don't have any ultimates to play with, bar if they can get an extra orb for sign.
बड़े पहले ले लिया जो वालों ने यार लग रहा था को बड़े पहले ले लिया उन्होंने टाइम आउट.
Barriers up again after the timeout. Round number 9. Someone that to take the lead. Lovers Rock not going to hit the shot to start with. It going back in. Flash. Well done for Sign to at least get them around that corner, but this madman is going in once more.
Too much.
Yeah, a little bit too much. He's punished massively. This is it's against pistols. And now you're playing up close rows if you're a madman. They've allowed a flank again. What is happening in this game? BBL need to tighten up the gameplay. They've done pushing on short against an eco. They're making every cardinal sin, every mistake in the book. 3 versus 5 now. Weapons recovered for EDG. Run it back online, and Jenny's probably about to just. Okay.
Odin dekh raha
Too bad. Never mind. He's at least going to be dealt with, but
Skin
still
dekh
the
raha Odin
advantage for
ki.
the defense when they shouldn't have had anything to say about this round.
Oh dear. See you later, Rose. And that leaves Kraven on this site alone, under serious pressure, being rounded on by the ultimate, and he goes for the player behind, hoping that maybe the second fades. I don't mind his target selection, but I do mind just about everything else in the round.
I think he even realized, I'm going to get traded here no matter what. So I might as well kill a guy that won't come back. It makes sense. It's the right call. But yeah, this, I think just call a timeout if you're BBL. Because what the hell was that? You have I can't believe a triple peak.
Well, also
not 3 players,
the third one.
3 peaks back to back.
Okay, I still don't like it, but if he was full HP and he goes for the third one, I'm like, that was silly.
But he had his dash on, so he was like,
he had 45 HP, I think, when he goes for that swing. I'm like, hey, you get body shot out of the round. Like that's crazy. To try and attempt it.
To then push short as a response after to also leave the space during that fight for a mid flank to then push short. It's actually the short push is probably just the right play in response to everything else. He just lost the fight.
Did he see the scope? I don't know. He did.
Okay. Well, that looked like a really cool play and a cool setup, but it hasn't worked.
He
Trading.
kill.
But Odin.
Oh, no, not so much. He'll be pulled back from what would have been the dead. In a 3 versus 2 setup. That was a crazy opening from BBL to go aggressive like that and be made. The Cloudburst blocking the op, and yet they find nothing for it except the disadvantage in the end. This time, early aggression favoring EDG. And now EDG just sitting back. They have the advantage. They have the spike. There's no need for them to overthink this. And as time ticks on, the chances of them walking into an open site or 3v1 continue to increase.
Plenty of time to play with. Like this. Kraven, though. The odds of you winning a 3v1 on the site, very low. Maybe not for him, but very low. Whereas grouping up, playing it together, that makes things at least a little bit more interesting. Steps will be heard. Rose at the back of the site. Teammate just eating for the push, and it seems like nobody was watching it, but do they still expect Rose to be here? They absolutely do not! And that's where the IGL could strike. Again, we talk about him getting kills when the players' backs are turned, but hey, he has to put himself in those positions.
Exactly. He keeps getting his right behind him, so you can't really fault the guy for it. Wild attempt here. Just doesn't work out, at least to start with, because BBL want B-main aggression for 2 reasons. 1, to kill them, to fight them. And 2, if they're not there, if they're close by, if they're in mid, they'll go scurry into the A site when they hear all that noise. And they'll go into not just your Cypher setup, but your Deadlock setup as well. They had both Sentinels positioned there with full utility online.
Let's play.
Instead, EDG met them.
That's
a nasty little spam from Rose. You'll love to see it. And the Phoenix down and out already. This is the only duelist that EDG have. We talked about their inability to get up and over some of these traps to get by them, and now your ability to fight through them massively nerfed.
Standoff. The tour de force available. EP just going towards the switch, but almost used as a bit of a bait. A lot of players are known to be here at this point. And it's the jump across. I like the attempt.
PRX वाला match का तो देख के बैठा था.
Nobody over the top. The wall has definitely been seen. They know that they're trying to play peekaboo around the window, but
उसने पहले उठा ली थी Odin defense में ये attack में.
Just to see if he can find a pick.
Brock's just
defense में खा ली थी उसने पहले.
For the walk up on A main. It's no surprise.
या तो ये map ना ये जो map है ये वो है spammable है इसमें maximum wall तो वैसा लिया उसने.
It's like the 5th pick over the top of the wall, and Loiter was just sat there looking at the window like the whole round, like, yeah, but I know you're up there.
Oh, they've turned away at the wrong moment. Loiter's been caught with his knife out. The smoke up for Rose. If he walks through this, the timing could be crucial. Boncon's being so patient. The trap thrown down. It's Rose's time to go, and there we go. Striking from behind again. Rose just keeps on doing it, man.
क्या कर रहे हैं यार ये?
crazy how many just backstab kills he's actually getting.
It's wild, bro.
Like, that was just well played. He hears the trap, he goes, okay, well, no one's going to be looking at this now, so I'm going to run through. But even if he died, there was enough time that his teammate would be able to deny the spike anyway.
It's the fact that he waited because he knows it has an activation time. So when you throw it down, you're often going to wait a second to be like, does anyone push? No, okay, I can go. And then he comes out just as it's activated. You even heard it. It started to tag him, and he stepped through the smoke.
BBL
just in time. Great play by Rose. Smart player. And that's the thing. See him hit these heights. Early aggression on A main. The drone's going to be broken by the first man, and now the op just posts on the angle. Should be good night and sweet dreams.
It's been the major danger. Teacher's gone a bit quiet. And a 7-5 half looking more and more likely from 4-0 down. This has been an impressive recovery. But as we stated at the beginning, BBL have struggled on the attack side of this map. Definitely won't be a death sentence by any stretch of the imagination. Maybe just a little bit. If he had lost that fight, I might have left.
BBL
Nobody. Well, we saw a 1v5 earlier today. Unfortunately, he is on the attack.
6, 7, 5, 7, 5.
He has 45 seconds.
7, 5, 7, 5, 7, 5, 7. ये क्या करेगा यहाँ? Save करेगा क्या?
Well, he expects them to push him. Note to any here. Not really going to be beneficial to save at this point. You know, you keep the gun, you keep the credits, but
keep
then
the KD.
KD, swap halves, and it doesn't really swap sides.
KD does.
He last round नहीं
carries on. Well, his slow pace has avoided the net at least, but there are 4 players between Nobody and the A side.
Last round तो है ही
There
है.
will still be 4 players when he falls. 7-5 at the half. A big recovery from BBL indeed. But this is why when we saw those first, like the 3rd round especially, go the way of EDG, we're like, this is a danger. Because they've already built up a lot of runway. With just a little bit more chiseling away, they've ended up in a pretty reasonable position. I think this half overall, at least from their camp, is going to be looked at in a positive way.
Yeah, I think it's more just the
edge पता क्या करते पहले? BBL को जीतने देती है.
Rounds on your attack side with this composition, they go, yeah.
अच्छा फिर उसके बाद जीतती है.
फिर कम बैक करते. पिछले वाला मैच देखो उसमें भी यही स्कोर था. Same score था. याद
Maybe
कर.
not so much. I think it'd be a little bit
7-5.
disappointed that they didn't at least level up at the half, but I think for the side of BBL, like this is the
7-5 तब जब उनके डिफेंस और अटैक का था मतलब स्विच हुआ है. उसके बाद एज ने खेलना स्टार्ट किया है.
Playing in the qualifier versus Na'Vi, a 9-3 defensive half. They then lose the attack 4-8, but that's enough to win the map 13-11. They did the same versus Heretics.
कपिल एक काम करेगा मेरे लिए.
3 defensive side half.
क्या? मेरे को जरा जाना पड़ेगा ना. तब तक मेरे लाइव स्ट्रीम पे तू ऐसे मतलब फिर चैट करते रहियो. अगर कोई आता है रिप्लाई करते रहियो.
कोई ना.
देख मैं आ जाऊंगा थोड़ी देर में जाके. बस आ रहा हूँ मैं थोड़ी देर में. बस जाऊंगा आऊंगा जल्दी आ जाऊंगा. कितना टाइम हुआ? 3 बज रहे ना. 30 तक आ जाऊंगा मैं.
For BBL, like we said, a 7-5, sure, it's a strong position. The composition has its drawbacks when it comes to making that push. BBL have their drawbacks when it comes to making those pushes as well. So when we get into that second half, you want to keep your eye out. You want to see Rose keep up that strong performance he's been having so far. Chance on the attack side to slip behind them perhaps a little bit more than we saw here. Although that is hard to imagine. I very much enjoyed seeing him on this map, especially contrasted to the previous.
I think now, though, that you go into this attack side and Lover's Rock becomes a pinnacle part for the side of BBL, because he needs to be getting the sort of entries in towards the site. Like, they don't have a lot really to set him up. Post plant, beautiful stuff. Like, they've got so much available to them in post plant. It is quite difficult. Almost like the old school Jet, where it's like dash in, throw a smoke, try and kill someone. If not, hopefully get traded. That's the plan.
Defensive side, not holding any sight. Instead, looking for a mid battle. Yeah, in the same boat, but showing a lot of patience. So much so that EDG will have to reset hold extremities. Of course, they're allowed to do this because they have a Sage Wall inside B main and a Chamber Trap covering A main. So if this was a quick push on the extremities, they'd have the info and they could instantly get behind them. That is a big pickup, though, by Lovers Rock.
Yeah, that was an attempt from Karmine to avoid the drone. He avoided the drone, but got shot in the face by the player expecting him to do it. Signed, or timing is going to be everything. It's a quick trade. I think for BBL, that's okay. Keep the man advantage alive. And now they head into the site of Jenny. Playing Jenny.
Shadows. That he is. Paranoia, that's great. Two caught by it, but of course it's a narrow laneway. The Rock just spams away. Taking it with ease. Finding the plant. Leaving nobody in Chichu. Other side of the map, miles away. And they're going to be delayed even further. If they decide to come in through heaven, there's a wall waiting for them there. You just saw LaRock throw that up. They shift contact up. Clock is going to bleed quicker.
This is the problem. Like, even in a pistol round where you don't normally have all of your utility, it's just so much time bought. The net is going to do the same. You have to take the time to remove it. Paranoia then does the same. And it is just easy pickings in the post plant. An opportunity maybe, but no. It is LaRock who's going to be able to get 4 kills. And that's so much more important than you might realize, because one of the few real entry tactics they have is the Annihilation. That ultimate is so irritating to play against because, say you're a Sentinel, say you're playing a passive position, there are so many, especially because you can bounce it, you can bounce around the Jenny, maybe clear another spot at the same time, and if you get someone, it's going to be very awkward to try and fight to get them safe.
But it's just so much better on the attack, I feel like. At least thinking of all the times we've seen it used. If you use it on the defense, what are the chances that guy's alone? It's so rare. Always there's someone there to shoot it. And yeah, you can follow up on the kill afterwards, of course. That's a different thing entirely. But when you come to this half, who's going to be with you? Maybe one guy. And while you're breaking him out, everyone's rushing you. So it is a really good tip of the spear. Great. Big upside for BBL. Okay. Well, they've lost the duel to a Classic, which isn't a great start, but that was one of the pistols, of which there is another.
He definitely didn't expect it to be stood in the open.
Didn't he pull out a shock dart when he saw him? He saw him and then went, hold on, I can get this guy. Old-fashioned, medieval style. What the hell? Well, that's not worked out, has it? Stage heal as well. Nobody went from 10 HP
you know
and
what that
dead
is?
to
Rose is a man of honor.
If they lose this round, man.
I will not kill him while he's in my drone.
If nobody gets a 4K and wins this round.
He got healed as well, so he's not even low anymore.
Oh,
that's tickled me. That's tickled me a lot. Good Paranoia. Jenny's now going to get rid of Loiter. LaRock still going strong. Spams through, doing a lot of damage, but nobody's still standing. Another shock time, and he gets Rose!
Enemy kill.
Oh, the free kill. Not so free. There is 15 seconds.
Can they make it? 12 from market, maybe just about 10. Yeah. They're good. They're good.
Yeah.
Down to the second, but it works. Nice cross coverage by Lovers Rock. Yeah, that's why he needs that kill. And even getting aggressive, I don't mind it that much, but the timing is awful. Nobody had just slipped past the angle. LaRock has ult. Like, this is still winnable. This is still doable. But he's so low. 50 HP effective. Doesn't take a tag there at least. Still not going to pop that ult. But here it is. Sonic Sensor finds one. There's one eaten by the ultimate and the spray. So close. 20 HP left unsigned, but it's enough. Just let him die.
We good. We good.
He's like, yeah, you should have died earlier, bro. Like, come on. You're lucky to be alive. I need to what is going
8 seconds
on,
left.
bro?
He had so much time.
Don't show the Rose one, please. Please don't show the Rose one. I just don't. Okay, thank you. Thank you to our replay ops.
He's just like, see you later, bro. He's giving him the orb.
I can't believe he just
Giving the
lost
orb. Giving him the orb.
That's so kind of him.
Yeah, look, and because of that,
but he's 2 away.
Two away.
Could have given
good
him
orb management.
Yes, phenomenal.
Could have had a gun, but
yeah, the credits are a bit low actually.
Oh, Rose. I hate that you also spoke it into existence. He didn't quite get, I think you said 4K, ended up with 3, but nobody was definitely the difference maker. Very nice. Okay, a molly kill early on. And then the swing out. Oh, dear. LaRock is still hitting. LaRock is definitely still hitting on this attack side half.
Those are weapons recovered now. 2 rifles in the hands of these attackers. And a push up into window. Lover's Rock takes a little long on the first, but he's left nobody desperately low. 1 away from a Hunter's Fury. Heal at least can come through in a while. Now it's needed by both. Chichu's just swung out. 58 HP and a heal, priming in his back pocket. But he didn't care. He took the risk, and well, it's almost paid off. 1 more man to deal with. Look at this from nobody and Chichu. They're backing out. The flank here could have been deadly, but instead, they're the ones with the surprise position. LaRock might think that they've fully left, but they are standing close by, ready to pounce. Soon as he tries to plant, seems like LaRock is just... In fact, he's taken so long that they now second guess whether he's even... That's just changed.
They'll hear him. They'll know. At least giving himself a little bit more of an opportunity. The net is going to land as well, so slows them down at least a little bit. Gives him additional information. Looking to try and wrap back round behind them, but nobody's aware. Doesn't quite connect the shots. 14 health, and he's managed to get rid of another. Leaves it down to a 1 versus 1, him versus nobody. And he finds the shot again! LaRock is on fire as it stands, and he is dragging BBL through these rounds.
Yeah, he started that with a sheriff. 2 players pushing him in a smoke, and he finds both blinded as well, nearsighted. So he saw the second guy. First one hadn't got a clue. Just saw the kill feed light up. To win this out in the end as well. Yeah, Chichu was quite low and probably shouldn't have ran there without his teammate. It was a mistake, a silly one. But especially with LaRock, 14 HP.
Rose 22 and 8.
Expect that to be how it went. Now, BBL stepping inch by inch closer to a map 3. Would have been a 2-0 that they're encroaching on. For a round away. Times.
Here.
Facing off against pistols, this should be double digits. Set it for BBL on the last map, and they won't round that.
Take flight.
Just as dangerous when they have pistols.
Enemy tag.
Say the same thing for EDG, and with a run it back in Hunter's Fury.
Nowhere to run. Reply destroyed.
Right away. Oh my! Nobody's picked up 2. The Hunter's Fury down through A main. Sent BBL now to a 3 versus 5. The rifles dealt with, and it's going to be a late push up by the defense to recover those weapons. Ult through for LaRock. Hasn't found a target just yet, and when he does, it is the ult that's caught. So if they can break him out, great. If not, he's going to come back, but look who's sitting patiently waiting. Beautiful play for LaRock.
As managing to do so much for this team, as said, dragging them, kicking and screaming and going for the ace! Back-to-back rounds won by LaRock. That is 9 kills in 2 rounds. This guy was spoken about so much in his tier 2 come up, but now he is dominating in this server.
Especially considering it started with a Hunter's Fury picking off 2, leaving weapons to be recovered as well. The run it back used, LaRock catches it with the ultimate, steps in, kills the teammate, waits for the ult, and finishes out with all 5. A generational play from this man. 15 is the highest kills on the server, except for him, who's on 27 on the deadlock. Not someone you expect to see drop in the 30. Of course, he is someone, but not an agent that you expect to see drop in the 30. Although, maybe he won't. Lovers Rock and Kraven already down. That's a big start for EDG. Remember, the last round was an eco. And a res online as well. There's plenty of safety nets for this defense.
To be honest, though, I'm looking at...
On target.
Oh, Rose getting 1. But also, LaRock still standing. Rose, in fact, gets another. Okay, maybe an unexpected hero in this round. He's been having a bit of a rough game, but to bring it back, even once again, Yenny, though, re-aggressing with his teammate. Rose has been spotted, looking to almost be the hero on his own in this round, but he's dealt with, and Gianni, okay. That's a wake-up 4 kills for him now. It seems like we're just creating a highlight montage.
Yeah, it very much does. Whose turn is it next? What a play by Jenny. As you said, he had been a little quieter compared to that previous map, but
yeah.
Oh, that's one way to wake up. You think about last map, nobody found a clutch, and all of a sudden he was playing the game again, found his rhythm. It'll be the same for Jenny. 3 rounds behind. But on the defensive side, you know, finding your footing. We saw it from BBL, 4-0 down, and then they dominate once they crack the code. This is dangerous, but a TP at least available to get out of there. Never mind. Concon's been deleted right away. Overstayed his welcome.
Yeah, I'm surprised. It's almost like the opposite of what we're talking about with The Rock. Like, you kind of expected him to struggle a little bit more on the attack. I expected to see a lot more coming out from Concon on this defense, but let's be real, he's been missing.
Wyatt here, he'll be brought back into the round, given a second chance, a second lease of life. The B site, I was going to say given up. Jenny has taken the TP from the shadows straight to the B site. Sat on the back, he's going to be caught immediately. He was shot, caught by a drone, hit by an ult as well from LaRock.
Yeah.
Couldn't even make it into the cocoon because they took him out so quickly. A 5 versus 4 now, and the retake needed for EDG.
Yeah, this is a chance to sit them right back down. After a big round from Jenny already, the swing coming back through, clearing back, but Loiter adds another to the pile. Nobody's at least done well. Bladestorm and the Judge are definitely going to be difficult to break through, but that time has been ticking now. Still 4 players within this site, and maybe EDG can make this a very costly round by locking them in, but I don't think BBL are really going to care that much. They've got some spare credits they could still purchase, and it's actually more damning if the defense were to lose all their weapons instead, though. Nobody cleaning up alongside Loiter for the other side. And an 11th round now for BBL, and everybody goes down on EDG. I'll be honest, I don't think that was worth it.
No, maybe not. I mean, it looked damn close to being a clean and clinical closeout. They could have had all 3 players left alive with nobody having that quick 3K. But Loiter just did a little bit too much at the end. Kept Phoenix in position, stopped that rotate through market, so he's got to go through main, and instead, because he doesn't have the time, he's caught by the spike. Big damage done. G struggling now to put the credits together. A couple orbs found, nobody, but he's still 3 away from the Hunter's Fury, and there's not really any positive to write home about for this defense. Yes, the AWP and Concon's hands, but he's been slow. He's not been hitting the way that we know he can.
Get to see that superstar value.
Moved and shot at the same time there. Very uncharacteristic.
Oh. Trying to slow them down on the other side. Concon has to escape. Nobody's getting shock darted into oblivion. He's almost dead off that. And now Chichu under pressure. And well, he's at least had a teammate save him. Healed back up at least a little bit. Loiter's done well once again. Concon's found absolutely nothing, and Chichu becomes the man who has to deal the damage, and it is only the one. A flash here, not going to hold any value with still being walled off. With a long rotation coming back. Look at the gun Jenny has as well. That is not the gun you want in a retake.
Well, unless you break that door and catch a guy up close, completely unaware. Previn is here, patiently waiting. And now he's been spotted. This is a little bit dangerous. Dodges the flash up close, though. Great work, and Loiter comes through to help out. LaRock as well. Yeah, they realized Krevin's in danger, and they came to his aid.
Did that flash make it out of the smoke?
I'm thinking now that I see the screen get slightly blinded. It might have went behind him, or it might have stayed in the smoke. I think it might have stayed in the smoke.
Yeah, that was my thought process, because I'm not sure Loiter did touch that at all. I
thought he stepped close enough that it went behind him, but yeah, now seeing it again, I don't think he even got blinded temporarily.
No.
Or partially.
And I do think that Signed did get blinded, which seems impossible. Unless it was still in the smoke. But, you know, only partially blinded. I think you could still see as he came out. Lover's Rock, though. This map has delivered on the side of BBL. We said that they might struggle when it comes to this attack side. It's been anything but. LaRock is having one of those performances once again. This is a man that, if you are a fan of BBL, you're probably a fan of LaRock, and if you don't like BBL, you probably hate LaRock because he is horrible to play against. Already waiting, even just taking the flash. This one did land.
Oh, he's under pressure, but Signed is delivering the super sub for 2. They've got a 5-round lead, though. You can see BBL are feeling
they
a little
definitely
too
didn't choke
confident.
one of those in the last map.
Yeah, it's not like EDG have been streaking around, so why not? Give them one. See what happens. Make it interesting for the viewers at home. Now, it's a little brazen for sure, especially against the low buy. I mean, just straight up a mistake, but wanted to close it with style. And now, hard work, sweat and tears to get them across this line in round 20.
EP potentially being set up. Wall has gone down, and that leaves Chichu isolated. Already getting caught up. Of course, has the heal, but it's not going to save him too much. He's also been pinged. Well, that makes it a lot easier. An opener into the site. Loiter taking some close ground, and with the weaponry still in favor of this attack side, they're going to re-aggress alongside the ultimate. It is a slam dunk for BBL, who will take map number 2. Both teams winning their map choice.
Yeah, we got to say...
opponents, I should say.
We got to say sorry to anybody out there who was hoping to see a blowout in favor of EDG. All of the traders put in their place from EMEA, and now BBL have a chance to take this 2-1. They've got another opportunity, but this is almost tragic, Tom. Sunset feels like a strong position for EDG, and when you consider how things went in map 1, this could have been over already. But now, it's all the way to the 3rd map, isn't it, Degon?
That's right, it is, Mitch, as BBL find their form at the right time, battle back, and as Tom said, it has been wins on the opponent's map choice, which has been so fascinating here, given how much form EDG had coming on into the current map rotation, as we bring back our analyst, Kukuka, and Big Time. And y'all, you talked about it. This is a Turkish-made map here on Ascent. BBL held up to that expectation.
Yeah, I mean, we had questions, right? EDG picking a map that they've previously been banning. So whenever a team does that, you have to ask the question, are you actually that well prepared on this map where you just kind of scrim demons a little bit? And this is what it felt like. They come in with this kind of interesting looking comp, you have to say. It's something new and something different, but I don't think they were really fully prepared for what BBL were doing, and it felt like they were always behind the 8 ball a little bit.
I also think that for this side of EDG, if you think that you're playing in with a sub, you are not very sure of your chances, that can also be a way to prepare yourself for what you're trying. Ascent is a very important map, and is the kind of one that you want to get some reps on, and this kind of situations do happen often.
Yeah. They definitely do not, as, again, a huge victory here for BBL, the 3rd qualifying team out of the EMEA region, taking down the most recent 3rd place finisher at Masters London. And when we think about the gameplay here for EDG, we talked so much, and you always have to, with EDG, about Kang Kang, who started off hot here, but then cooled off.
Yeah, I think it was 7 kills in the first 3 rounds, and then slowed down dramatically. I mean, I think when you look at this first half in general, it was 7-5, but that's not counting the fact that EDG got a pistol and a bonus. Really, they were massively outplayed on this half. They found it hard to attack into that double sentinel, especially without a jet.
Hello guys, hello.
Something to help break past these lines of defense. So just
hello
Kapil. And that's not what Kang Kang wants to be doing.
Yeah.
I love to see also that LaRock is always putting himself in a situation where he might not be fully comfortable, and I like to see him play in the deadlock, but you also need to think about the comfort of the rest of the players. You see the Rose with the Sova and the impact that he can have in scouting those plays, especially something that we saw in the attack in that second half. But the same goes for Kreven. When he's on the defense and he's with the Cypher, he's in his comfort zone. So as we said, yes, it started up with
क्या हुआ क्या मतलब बता मेरे को ऐसे जल्दी
वाह आरगी ऐसे आरगी
1-1 हुआ तू क्या बोल रहा है जारगी
क्या मतलब है कैसे बोल रहा है जारगी जैसे आरती है तो वैसे आरगी
मतलब 1-1 हुआ ना दोनों का
हाँ
हाँ तो वही बोल रहा मैं गाइस जो भी लाइव स्ट्रीम पे है लाइक एंड शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दीजिए गाइस। सब्सक्राइब कर दो गाइस, सब्सक्राइब कर दो जो भी लाइव स्ट्रीम पे नया आ रहा है। अभी 3 घंटे हुए तो रात को पता नहीं कितने बजे तक होगी। दूसरी स्ट्रीम पे लगा है क्या कपिल कुछ?
Only one person can be proficient with every agent, and that player is in Paper Rex.
Yeah, hopefully we might see them later on
now,
today.
for now.
But I mean, I think for me, this game really is just a story of EDG overcooking a little bit. You know, I respect trying to be able to pick your permaban. It gives you tremendous flexibility and surprise factor in the veto. I think BBL would have been very surprised to have to play this Ascent, but ultimately, to me, I just didn't feel like EDG were well prepared enough for everything that BBL were able to bring. And in that second half especially, BBL should struggle on attack a little more with that Cypher deadlock.
You think so, yeah?
It's you know, it can be good in that post plant, but it's hard to get into them against a team that in theory should be able to stop you. They should have the chamber on a line, they should have sage slows in your face, and EDG just weren't able to find the answer.
क्या बोलता है ट्राइवन का देख लें? कपिल आजा उनका देखते हैं। DRQ का देखते हैं, DRQ और 100 Thieves का।
From BBL, and you can tell that they're giving their everything.
Yeah, and again, I just think about that last round where you get 2 picks early.
स्ट्रीम भी पे आजा कपिल।
It's a 5v3 BBL able to
or just off of a timing. But 4 of these players from 100 Thieves are also grouped up towards this top mid, maybe taking some sort of mid control with Cryo from Tiles here, and it's looking a little bit interesting. Now again, 100 Thieves, they lost that first pistol, but they're still up. If they win this, they could get a pretty big snowball of a lead here.
Saw a couple of frenzies purchased up. That's very North American, is it?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever
actually the North American meta right now is 1 ghost and 4 sheriffs and just no util.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely like a Fnatic Gen G look from back in the day. Just buy like 3 sheriffs on the pistol round. I'm a big fan of that. I haven't seen frenzies in ages though. I don't think I saw a single frenzy purchase this entire last stage of Pacific, if I'm honest. So that's a bit of a throwback.
Feels like the bandit has been a lot more prevalent in Americas over the frenzy. So actually, you're right. I don't think I've seen it that often, but for this team, I feel like they definitely have some sort of really quick strat, really quick push up together where they're just planning on trading and using their firepower to kind of win out these 1v1s instead of trying to play too much into the mind games, into the mid rounds, because they're just so good at understanding a lot of their set plays, understanding their positioning as a team and being able to just play together. So Asuna, and Timotino, really good job, really good synergies when it comes to playing together and pushing a lot. So I'm really looking forward to the synergy duo on attack side.
All right, into the second half then. This is RRQ's map pick, and they are getting battered a little bit, so time to get this defensive half working for yourself. As the Thieves getting ready for some A-main control here. The tension is palpable. I feel like this is a movie trailer as we're kicking off this pistol round. This could be RRQ's run back into this game of Ascent.
Jemkin hearing a lot of that noise towards Cat. He's going to push up, get this A-main pick. Zan and Jemkin immediately trading. Really good reactions to take that A-main space as they hear them up Cat. But Asuna with a beautiful flash curveball into that A-main. And Jemkin now sitting here with Zan trying to get another pick.
Yeah, Asuna, he's walking up on the line. This is really cinematic stuff as Zan is able to get in there with a very nice right click. A 3K for Zan so far, just down to Timotino in a 1-on-2. Very high on the HP, does have the Sheriff to work with. In comes the dark cover. It's incredible. In towards A-main. I've got tears in my eyes. Timotino to walk out onto this A-main line. He's been able to actually game RRQ a little bit here. So they wrap around towards mid for just a moment, but sliding back onto the line on a nice timing. There is definitely potential here for Timotino. He is waiting.
Kapil. Hello, Kapil. Hello, Kapil. कपिल ने सुन रहा है मेरी बात।
यहाँ पे माइक को सॉरी माय मिस्टेक मेरा माइक
अरे म्यूजिक बजे जा रहा है इसमें इस वाली स्ट्रीम में।
क्या बता रहा है इनकी स्ट्रीम का, कैसी म्यूजिक बजे जा रहा है?
स्ट्रीम भी प्यारा म्यूजिक बजे जा रहा है, पता नहीं क्या सीन है, मजा नहीं आ रहा देखने का।
Round pistols on the board for 100 Thieves.
अब हो गया ठीक है, अब हो गया।
That Sova dart, at least trying to find the timing straight through it. Here comes the paranoia. Oh my god, crazy guy! That is a big problem. As Kushi at least able to deal with the Phoenix who was going for the orb. Xfero finally clears out Bang. That was the biggest spanner in the works, thrown in by 100 Thieves who are now starting to filter into a B site, but Zan is all over it. Bandit does a fair bit of damage. Kushi able to clean up after that. 3 guns taken through for an RRQ who are chugging along nicely on defense now.
Round going the way that you expect. The anti-eco going the way of RRQ. They've been really good, really disciplined when it comes to these rounds. Not overextending. Little scary for Crazy Guy there with his wall out. Definitely not a position that you want to be in, especially if there were more than one player that were following up, ready to go. But at least the stage wall went down. Unbreakable with those pistols, essentially. But now, 3 of these players for RRQ are looking to be a little bit aggressive towards this B main.
The B main scrap on the cards here. Kushi ready with the shock dart off the back of Zan's contact. Dart doesn't get dealt with because the judge has been able to creep up on the line. In comes the curveball. Zan up close gets nothing. That is a bit outrageous. Timotino with the opening pick and now the orb on offer for 100 Thieves.
The timing with these 2 duelists is so phenomenal. The flash going in, Timotino taking that wider angle. Asuna being able to hold that close. This is the synergy that I was talking about. Yes, it's a bonus round, but it's still really nice to see a lot of these little micro plays that they're doing. Now, just holding, being patient, waiting for some sort of re-aggression from RRQ, but it looks like that re-aggression is actually towards the other side of the map. Vito sitting in that mid-smoke, trying to hear any information, but 3 RRQ players gambling the wrong side.
Yeah, this is just no-nonsense stuff for 100 Thieves. Minimizing all the risk with a nice drone timing. In comes the dash onto Switch. Timotino posting up on the spawn side. RRQ. Gamble is stacking on the wrong side of the map. But if anything now on the bonus, just looking for a couple of guns in damage as Xfero closes in on this B main flank.
Trying to get any of these weapons down for 100 Thieves, but looks like they're not going to give it to them. Playing very passive, very disciplined, not going to overextend anywhere, but 3 of these RRQ players playing for exits, actually, towards this spawn side. Xfero trying to play that off angle, try to get a pick. But this is well played by 100 Thieves so far. Just holding, re-hitting, waiting for any aggression. They're all going to be going towards the side of Xfero, and hopefully he can get 1 or 2 of those guns down just to do a dent in their economy.
For sure. I mean, this B site on Ascent is one of the best places to play exits. On the defense. Oh, giving that frag over to Asuna does get himself the run it back online. So that is worst case scenario for an RRQ who don't really get too much done in that bonus round. Zan had a chance to have some impact at close range with the judge in B main, but from there things kind of just
booming
creator economy. All kind of fell down. And 100 Thieves now in a very strong position going into the first gun round of their attacking side.
Yeah, lots of rounds to work up, but this right here, that was really nice here. Asuna immediately getting the pick onto Xfero, denying any of those exits was really nice. And then run it back already online for Asuna. He can use this really well to find that operator on the side of Jemkin, who's holding it towards that mid, but he's using that ult towards that A main, getting the pick. Oh, sorry, Bang getting the trade onto Zan. Zan immediately getting the run it back. And the really quick ace split coming in from 100
my
Thieves.
mouse.
Great cages
my
in from
mouse
Cryo there.
Yeah.
Not able to allow Jemkin any vision at all. Xfero tucking himself in towards Generator, going to TP out of the site, which leaves Kushi high and dry. Crazy Guy at least able to catch one on the cross. Healing up his teammate, and now into a 3-on-3 post play.
Yeah, no smokes there for the side of 100 Thieves to be able to cross that heaven safely, but they do manage to get it down to a 3v3. Jemkin using this tree side to get that pick, trying to walk up, get anything that they can, accompanied by the Vito, but Bang here, going to put a smoke down at the right time, walks into the smoke, gets the pick onto Jemkin, but Xfero immediately trades. Crazy Guy trying to go for a pick, and Xfero actually getting 3 through that smoke tree.
Yeah, evolution off the back of the defuse as well.
अरे भाई का पता वो ना
Nice retake for RRQ here.
इंग्लिश में आया ना उधर ना I also touch my mouth करके touched my mouth करके मैं ये क्या लिख रहे हैं भाई
Off the back of that
ओ
spike
यार
plant. And have a chance to at least damage or reset the economy here of
कपिल मैं
RRQ.
पता क्या सोच रहा हूँ अब कल से ना जैसे मतलब वो क्या करनी सिर्फ 2 टीमों के मैच देखे करने कोई स्पेसिफिक 4 टीमों के मैच नहीं देखने जैसे आज हो गया NRG आज किसका पेपर एक्स वर्सेस किसका है
Used those cages towards mid to deny Jemkin, and Bang of course didn't have any smokes left because he used that initial one towards mid and then another one towards that tree so they could
पेपर
cross.
एक्स
So it's
वर्सेस
really,
किसका है
really interesting to see how they've managed to abuse that on the side of RRQ, just going out, taking that swing, taking their ones and the timing. But Jemkin going for a B main pick here, but he's not going to find anything because Cryo's just playing super passive.
Got a lot of value out of this Cypher utility, has to be said. Both teams kind of exchanging control of the mains, at least initially.
पेपर एक्स वर्सेस NRG का ना जैसे
On top of it, Cryo just biding his time for the time being while the rest of his team lies
वैसे ही
inside of A main. 100 Thieves just tickling this A site, still kind of undecided, but they did force out the interceptor there, so that's a very, very nice little dark cover shock dark combo. And it does
गाइस जो
seem
भी
like
लाइक
the
यार लाइक
offense
कर दो
now
यार
heading
लाइक
back
कर
to
दो
meet up
यार
with Cryo as they know the Sage wall is going
भाई
to go
यार
down
भाई ने भी
relatively
लाइक नहीं
soon.
करी यार देख कपिल
This
भाई
is what we were
भाई
talking
कर रहा है
about,
ऐसा
where
तो
the
और बंदे की
defensive
उम्मीद
side,
रखनी
it's going to be so important how they use their util because there's so much delay and 100 Thieves, they know that, so they're just waiting. Really good timing on the wall, though. You can see all 5 of these players grouped up already. The smoke is going to come down
कल पता
from
कौन सी
Zan, but
देखेंगे
the
हम
contact play,
कपिल
there's only one of these players here on the side of RRQ.
है तो कल
Sage to
यहाँ
hold
पर
down
वैसे
sight, and the drone comes out from Vora.
Slow ult from Crazy Guy, but he's very much on his own. Nice pick onto Asuna as he gets tagged. Will he get spammed on through? No, Sand has joined him on the site now, courtesy of the From the Shadows, and they're going to tuck themselves in nicely with that bunker smoke. Paranoia out. One exchanged by Zan as 100 Thieves try to close in and clear out backside. Nice pick from Bang. Zan goes down as well, but Cushy at least able to trade one back.
3v3 retake for RRQ. Jemkin with the operator just holding, trying to get a pick on anything. Whips on Cryo. The trade with the headshot is insane. And the evolution ult online for Xfero here. He's going to try to run into that site, but they don't have anything else to clear. And 100 Thieves, they're not giving them any of these peeks. Timotino holding that cross, gets the pick. Xfero gets the pick onto Cryo. 2 gets another one. 1v1 versus Vora.
Creeping up on the line now, Vora, beautiful little jiggle pick to give 100 Thieves double digits. Xfero very dangerous in those clutch situations, and you can see exactly why, especially with the evolution. But 100 Thieves, that is a massive clutch to close. Both teams very low on money, and that will definitely have reset RRQ. Really fought hard in that round, considering the circumstance, honestly. Crazy Guy was very much left on his own. Zan does a good job to try to TP towards the other side of the map with the Omen ult and buy time, but unfortunately, I think the call from 100 Thieves was just a little bit too good. Xfero makes it more interesting than it probably should have been.
Yeah, really nice calls all around. I like the RRQ idea of leaving Sage weak side, teleporting in when they need it. 100 Thieves, Vora just getting a spam through the smoke on Crazy Guy, but this is their eco round. They're thrifty, so it doesn't really matter. Timotino getting the pick onto Jemkin. They're just going to keep overextending here, recycling that Sheriff onto Xfero. They're going to, or sorry, onto Zan. Kushi, I can't speak.
That's
this
okay.
is your team, that's why.
Yeah, that's all right. American names are a little easier. I understand.
Is it? Say Timotino 10 times fast.
Timotino was on his way to A main. Timotino is feeling very good about how this round is going. Timotino, before, he got himself a pick inside of B main. So 100 Thieves looking good. Xfero on the other side of this, though. Sheriff in hand. Yeah, nice little angle for him, but how much can he really do? Let's be honest. Nice opening pick onto Asuna. Interceptor active.
Oh my god.
Timotino to dash straight into the site there, and as such, 100 Thieves a little bit tentative, but they'll get the spike down nonetheless. That's a nice Hunter's Fury for Vora.
Dude, Xfero has been on fire with these picks.
Kapil,
His fragging potential is insane, and he's just
मैं बोल रहा हूँ तेरे को
constantly
दूसरा मैच लगा वो लग गया है
17 and
डिसाइडिंग
15
मैच
for him. But they've all been really impactful. I
स्ट्रीम
think
में लगा
अगर आप जीएसटी इनकम टैक्स अकाउंटिंग एक्सेल ऑडिट कंपनी लो ये सब चीजें जीरो लेवल
bit more troublesome. His reposition though might just be sublime. Oh, the timing not quite working out for him. But he goes out for a little bit more. Karmine with a 4K. Not quite the ace of his opponent just moments ago, but
क्या लेगी
it will still
BBL
bring them the round no matter what.
Yeah, listen, at the end of the day, round is around for EDG, and Concom being online early on is exactly what we want to see. You said it in the last map, there were moments where he was a little quiet. You think back to the first map, second half, he was a demon. In the first half, he was good. I mean, it's funny because you'd almost say he was quiet in the first. He was doing his job. He was helping out in the push. But for him, that's awful. That's dreadful. That's the worst day he's ever going to have. The guy's got such a high ceiling that seeing him anywhere near the floor, and his floor is still bang average. The ceiling is so much higher.
स्कोरबोर्ड तेरा साथ दिखा रहा है तो क्या
Premonition.
अभी तो हुआ था स्टार्ट है
रुक जा अच्छा
ये तो तेरा था तो पिछला है
तो इन्होंने वो स्कोरबोर्ड ही नहीं दिखाया है चेंज अब लगे चेंज करने भाई क्या वो कर रहे हैं
and sometimes they'll say, you know, are you missing someone with the first letter of their name being M and then maybe the second being M and you go, no, unfortunately he's still here. You didn't see where that was going, did you? Thanks, Mitchell
really
McBride.
Yeah. Well, Tom's just bodied me to start out this round. That's fantastic. First pick, first blood, me. As we move towards the A side, a little bit of a split here from Chichu. Spike's been back in the other direction, but it's Chichu cutting off the rotations. No one's challenging him from the left side as well, but Krevin's got the angle on lockdown. Now moving towards A. These players have lost the second leg of their attack. The smoke that went down on short for a moment kept that player back, but now we see him walking forward, looking for the battle.
Running out of time. A fantastic job, but there is still the judge in the darkness, sitting, waiting, biding his time. Lovers Rock is going to clean things up. A costly round, and there you go. See, I told you.
This is the problem sometimes, Tom, when I'm rubbing your crystal ball. I see the future. I get visions, of course, but it's like silhouettes in the fog.
Which is better, mine or Clinton?
I haven't. I'll have to do some more research on that.
Due diligence.
More groundwork there, and we'll get down to the nitty-gritty of it a little bit later on.
Is rapid with the comms. He's definitely getting into this one, of course. We know that this group's going to be tough. EDG have already shown that you give them even just a little bit, and they're able to start coming back. And Lovers Rock, he just loves to stick around just a little bit too long. Maybe that's what the name actually means, because he loves to be a rock, stay in the same place.
It could be, yeah. I would say it's almost definitely what it means, Tom.
Good. I'm glad we're in agreement.
So, let's never ask him. Way to go about this. Drone destroyed. They haven't seen LaRock in that close corner still. Paranoia has gone out, but still they're not pressuring him. He's behind the wall. Now the vision comes back, and he's ready to fight. Finds himself 1, 3 in the end. This guy, unbelievable performance all series long, and he's done it again, man. You just can't doubt him. They hit that Paranoia to deal with him, but the Viper Wall gave him enough room to just wait it out.
अरे कपली स्कोरबोर्ड आ रहा है तुझे मुझे क्यों नहीं आ रहा
aim, but like it's so accurate in the way
हाँ मेरे को आ गया स्कोरबोर्ड
any sense to me.
Insanely high sense.
Most of the stuff he doesn't. We're in the first series of the entire tournament, and this man already has 2 aces. So I think it kind of tells you the form that he's come in.
दिख रहा है तेरी स्ट्रीम में
One of the brightest
मेरी लाइव स्ट्रीम थोड़ी पीछे थी मेरी
in Turkish Valorant.
वो स्ट्रीमिंग आगे रही है पर मेरी खुद की स्ट्रीम पीछे जो हो रही
Young, there is a massive career ahead of
पिछले
him.
राउंड से था चला हुआ है वही लड़के
ahead of this whole team. Well, most of them.
Wow, that's just brutal. Wow. That was.
Hey,
no
Angel
need.
lasted a long time, actually. To be fair,
no
Rose
need.
Rose can probably go to at least 40.
Rose is like 23. Like
Ancient man. He's up there with you now.
Oh yeah, no, we're definitely the same age. I'm not like 8 years older than him.
What you're not knowing at home is Tom did just shed an actual tear. I've just seen it hit the table.
Yeah. No, that's sweat from the bald head.
We'll polish it in between the series. Well, EDG picking up pace towards the B site. Run it back is online. Need to break that wall first, and then Phoenix is going to come sprinting through. Delayed the play, though. It's delayed them way too much, so the guys in market, they get isolated, dealt with, deleted, and now Sign doesn't stand a chance. The Hunter's Fury honed in on him. Another round for BBL.
Yeah, they were taking so much damage. I think it was genuinely through their own problems because they put a wall down to section off the angle they could get caught from. then they just get absolutely owned by the snakebite, holding them into the corner, and then they start getting spammed out and obliterated by Rose. 5-1. This defensive side looking impeccable thus far from the side of BBL. And we're yet to see some of those superstars on the other side really wake up to the table. G2 was one of the major reasons they were able to get through map number 1 with a victory. He's yet to get a kill.
पर क्या पता वो हर बार ऐसे कर रही है.
He was missing and then he was found in a big way
on map 1.
I have to hope that it's the same story here and not a more tragic ending. A little bit of damage traded out. This isn't a strong round for EDG. So of course you're going to send your head to try to find some picks. Chichu's got the rifle as well. She said slower game for him, but they clearly still believe after what they saw in the first map especially.
गेम की साउंड की बात कर रहा है मैं यहाँ पे मेरे को मेरी आवाज है.
The problem is they're pushing in. Still a minute on the clock. But they have to get past Loida. Paranoia is going to buy time. Smokes are online as well. That Paranoia was almost way too late. In fact, it was. Jenny managed to slip past. Luckily, though, Rose is finding 4 people in A main. Big picks across the board. And Chichu,
really?
I really didn't think he put the rest through, but now it looks like a great idea. He's tagged Lover's Rock to 28.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of desperation, but if they can make it work, they can make it work. Lover's Rock desperately low, but they've only got 25 seconds of the flank coming through from LaRock. He does go down eventually. Chichu with no friends left to play with. And the cross is definitely not going to be easy. He's got 15 seconds. If they just tuck in the corner and don't just wait for him to plant, there really is nothing he can do from this scenario, and that's exactly what Kraven does. It is another round onto the board, a little bit shakier in the middle. But again, we're seeing the step up of the IGO. We mentioned it. He has a couple of bad maps, and then you see what this man could do. An impactful 4K. And I believe that, I don't know if it does or it gets him very close. He might be on the same kills at this point as LaRock.
खतरनाक भाई. तगड़े बंदे हैं, तगड़े बंदे हैं.
There you go. 10-3 from Rose. And you look at the first map, even the second, the guy was only killing people from behind. He was struggling even then, missing a lot of shots. Like, we talk about the value he brings, even when that's the case.
वो तो मेरे को पता है BBL मैं बोलने का BBL
like he was far enough forward. Great sidestep coming through from Loida, and he's made the team P up top. Lover's Rock finding one in mid, and Loida's even re-smoking this. They're not going to expect to be here. That's not an ideal fight for Lover's Rock. They've just gotten the man advantage back in the neutral territory. Eastside certainly looks under threat. Kraven's trapped. He's been taken by the Collector.
It's back. Leave it even, but Rose once again strikes LaRock in the corner. They're walking backwards into his angles as if he needs the help, and nobody. Oh, he's got to try and sidestep it. BBL aren't available, but look how fast the flank is. I don't even think he's going to have any idea that someone could be here so soon. And well, not quite the cleanest, but he had so much time to find that kill. 7-1 from a very close first map that could have easily gone BBL's way to what is looking like a dominant finish. 7-1 in the lead, and I'm yet to really see anything that makes me believe EDG are going to turn this around.
Well, that's the crazy thing. Again, we talked about EDG with the stand-in. That definitely knocks them down a peg. But for BBL, in my mind, you're looking at the first map slipping away like that. I think it's already over. They bounce back to a relatively dominant map, too. Like 13-7 is nothing to turn your nose at, especially not against EDG, especially not on their map pick. And now they come into this one, and it looks like Rose has got some performance enhancements. Like, I don't know how he's bounced back this quickly, map to map. Same stage, same setup, but a different man, it seems. 7-1 now for BBL.
क्या लगता है पहले वाला राउंड किसके नाम पे?
Yeah, I'm wondering if the next game we see them, if they might go back to the comp from the first map. Obviously, that was clearly based on just it being a stronger map for them, but we're yet to see the signed.
मैं 2 किल के बाद ही बोलूँगा किसका मैप है, किसका मैच रहेगा, मतलब मैप किसका राउंड रहेगा.
Great when playing Omen, has struggled elsewhere. Gianni as well, haven't really seen too much from him on the Omen. Maybe a swap will have to happen, and it seems like speak into existence. Chichu's gone again. Lover's Rock, okay. He has been caught. His mid pushers haven't had too much success. A little
ये
bit
ना
hit and
ना
miss.
मिड ही मर रही है देखा तूने कुछ
Dead
नोटिस
though.
करी
EDG have got it
वो
even,
तो किया
but
नोटिस
you look at the ultimates that are online, and they've got to be careful they don't end up walking into LaRock.
पता लगा उन्हें कि मेरे उसके
Finding his way behind A, hoping to catch this player on the right side of mid, but there's no one there. It's a very passive play from LaRock, the sensor. They could have walked past it, but they didn't want to risk taking a fight with it online, but it does give the indication that maybe there's a bit of trouble brewing for Loida. So he goes running up, takes that space, and now regroups with his teammate. A nice adaptation to being surrounded
BBL ले
like
जा
that.
सकती है अगर
And now they can pincer from
आराम
both
से खेल
sides
लें
on the retake. That's
मगर
very early.
मरे नहीं ऐसे
I
मतलब
think it's just to have it primed and ready. Oh, it's not pretty. He's caught the ult. That's not ideal. I like that from nobody. He's even going to break it free. But instead, no Loida strikes. It's a quick, well, doubles technically.
जीत की BBL
But it's more so just the impact that it had. Another resurgence in a round that looked like it could have gone the way of EDG, and instead they survived with 3 players.
BBL कुछ खा के आई है मतलब
That
तगड़े
looked
वाला
like a really good idea
Pump
from
हो गया ये वो
EDG.
team.
The openings were there. The TP for the flank up, the split through mid.
प्रोटीन बार खा के आई
And I
है
understand why they break the sensor.
प्रोटीन
Because
ले गई
again,
है
if that player peeks and you're stood there, you fire one shot, you are dead. Both of you, you're getting stunned up and gunned up right after. And so instead they break it to run through. But that's when immediately Loida goes, oh, they're behind me. I can't just stand here and wait. I can't even go spawn to retreat. Gotta go forward. And, well, it worked wonders. 8-1.
रश देख रहा तो रश
I'm going to scrub my eyes to even believe what I'm seeing. BBL winning this series was on my cards. It was possible, but not like this on a third map as well. Still plenty more rounds to play with, but
BBL को भी होगी थोड़ी सी
they're
दिक्कत
going to find
जब
their
वो
footing
करेंगे
extremely quickly because they are slipping, and it's a long way down.
क्या बोल रहा तू
BBL को भी होनी दिक्कत जब वो करेंगे अटैक यही है कि अब ये इन्होंने बड़ा राउंड निकाल दिए 8-1 में यार ये
अगर
इन्होंने 2 राउंड और निकाल दिए ना
11-1 भी हो गया ना अगर ना 11-1 हो गया तो फिर मान मेरी बात आराम से एक पिस्टल राउंड
He goes swinging out. A second kill in a spot that looked like a death sentence. And now the operator honed in on the angle. Gianni with a 1v3 clutch, and he stands no chance. BBL continue their run, and it's looking like it's going to go all the way to the finish line.
I can't believe this. Every round I say it, and every round I find myself back here again. How is LaRock getting this much impact? He seems unkillable in the first few fights. Everything's working for BBL. Rose has entered another gear, even with LaRock showing up. He's still just one behind him. And for EDG, everyone's gone missing. Chinchu is putting out belters, 4Ks, everything you want. Concon's had more than a few rounds where he was dominating. And yet, this attack side has been quiet. Even as hopeful as I was about the comp, they've lost 2 through the wall. And there's no stopping BBL. The push continues and pushing up to 10.
That round took about 15 seconds. That was one of the fastest rounds I think I've ever seen. That was just a full all-in fight.
क्या हो गया 10 हो गए
And they dominate it. The initial from Loiter.
10
And then they
क्या
just
क्या
continue their
score?
aggression, and this has always been the most terrifying thing with BBL is the moment they're confident, it's not like they then go, okay, now maybe we play a bit passive. No, they keep running and gunning. They keep taking riskier and riskier plays, and they all pay off. 8 rounds in a row, looking for an 11-1 defensive side half, and
एक और round
EDG might have used all that energy in map number 1.
Hunter's Fury sent through here from EDG. A desperate attempt to open the round. Blind fire. Nothing found. And the judge is still in the corner. The smoke up from Loida. He's seen 2. He knows there's danger. That's a risky res with the judge still in play. And they'll find themselves more than a few. A 3 versus 2. After that initial fight, the ult at least sidestep LaRock.
Blind नहीं आ रहा है
But he will box them in with that wall.
Box कर दिया तो नहीं.
At least know he's behind, but looks like him and Kraven are almost setting up.
एक साइड से ब्लॉक हो गया
चैम्बर क्या कर रहा है चैम्बर क्या
Lovers Rock. Ult popped, but I think finally deciding it wasn't worth the risk.
इसने वो कर दी
Know exactly where their opponents are.
टाइम वेस्ट कर देगी क्या ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा और क्या बोल सकते हैं?
Just drone to try and clear some of these closer angles. The problem is the second player is ready for the contact, ready for the swing, and in the end it is utter domination. A singular round. It was only their bonus round that they lost. Every other round in the half has gone the way of BBL.
एक पिस्टल राउंड निकालना और एक हैवी गन
Hard to
का.
really believe the series we've had so far for BBL Ascent. Like we said, EDG picking it seemed like a mistake. You're coming up against the Turkish team. It could have been what sent this 2-0. And honestly, looking back, maybe EDG would have preferred that. Lose the overtime and save yourself the embarrassment here on a final map known to be good for them in the past. Obviously, it's not been around for a while. And it looks like a lot has changed.
The
Viper wall is so annoying towards B main. It's burning utility, burning the clock.
अगले 2 राउंड
As
भी
you
है,
take
मतलब
main
वो है कि
control,
अगर
the
बाय नहीं
deadlock
होगी ना
seems to
BBL के
always be in the
बाद
right
तो
place
होगा
at
कि
the
हाँ
right
चल कुछ
time.
होगा, वरना नहीं.
And then
ज्यादा दिन नहीं रोक पाएंगे BBL कोई भी.
I don't know if we need to check their PCs and we give them access to the internet in between these games because
ये तो सही में PRX और लेवाइथन का ही मैच हो गया फिर से, जैसे उन्होंने किया था स्टार्टिंग का राउंड, स्टार्टिंग मैच जो था उनका स्टार्टिंग सबसे पहला मैच जो था
आज है. अभी है पेपर एक्स वर्सेस NRG.
Perfectly placed to just create disruption. I think we've had a load of paranoia assists. Flanks
इसके बाद
have
ये
been
शायद
perfect.
कि हाँ इसके
I
बाद
think
ही
all
है.
of the Viper utility as well. Like, okay, maybe not the most kills Kreven's ever going to have, but every single time they try and do a faster executing towards the B side, the snake bite just delays, and then they have the operator there. Like, think about the kills that Lovers Rock has had. It is, okay, my teammates have held ages on the side now. I'm now here with an operator just to end it.
4 टीम में ना
Has
उनके
been
मैच
just as
देखे करने
annoying as
मतलब
everybody else, and
बाकी औरों के
unfortunately, it
देखने.
just feels like there's nothing to break through all of that utility on the other side. There has been no player that can dive in. The Phoenix hasn't worked. The later lurks, even though we have seen aggressive rounds at times, they can walk into Kong's angle and seemingly eliminate him. It has been uncharacteristic, and yeah, sure, we've got the caveats. We know that this is a squad that has weaknesses, but I don't think we ever expected it to just be this dominant.
Not at all on any map, to be
भाई बता
honest.
दिया
Like,
BBL ने किया, हम
coming
किसी
here
से
to
कम नहीं
Sunset,
है.
it felt like even with the stand-in, we're going to have a fairly even to favored fight for EDG.
मतलब पहले मैच में BBL ने हारा ना, पर जो कमबैक किया है ना इस वाले मैच में भाई तगड़ा.
LaRock 17-5 rows, more importantly 16-4.
Well, look at Loiter, 12, 5, and 16 assists. Yeah. And a lot of those are paranoia, by the way. It's not like, oh, they walked through a smoke and I got... No, he's actually
He's got a few of those, but it was a lot of paranoias, yeah.
A lot of paranoias in the early setup of the round. Now all they need is this pistol. That's it. Pistol round. It will be EDG having to force... Well, I guess even if they win the round, they'll have to force, but yeah, no matter what. And they will need a flawless defensive side.
अगर पिस्टल भी नहीं निकला ना तो भी चल कोई नहीं, तब भी इनके पास है चांसेस कि नहीं निकाल लेंगे.
2 राउंड भी ना, अगर एक राउंड अगले राउंड अगर बाय नहीं करेंगे ना, सेव करेंगे तो उससे अगला तो निकाल ही लेंगे.
The confidence not quite there to stick around in his
एक आधा
rows.
पटाखा
Takes
तो पड़ा
one,
किसी ना किसी को.
sneak up by signed at least
मैंने
evens
मारा
the playing field somewhat,
मार्केट
if
में
not for the fact that Rose was in a known position. Right?
और
They've closed
डेडलॉक
the door.
मरी
They
अभी.
know that he's here, but this fight could change the game. It could bring them back towards B. He
B
won't win it
खाली.
at least to start. It's a staggered fight. As you can see Chinchu just running away. Rose in the back lines, but no one left on the site now. The plank can be found, and now look at the whole team trying to deal with Chinchu. They've crunched him
Phoenix
to leave signed alone. And guess what? They know where he is, or at least where he was.
Phoenix है backstep.
Unfair.
Phoenix का पता है ने कहाँ है.
He needs to clutch this. He's at least managed to get the first. Looking to try and maybe just defuse this behind the box or at least bait them into thinking that he is. Already though, it's being watched, waited for. Next one goes his way as well. A chance for the stand-in to pull off the clutch, and Signed will keep them in the map. The coaching staff pulls off a massive 1v3 and gets EDG their second round.
Well, I'm sure he's had a lot of game plans they'd attribute to victories, but that one right there, that's got to be the highest impact he's had. Crazy round from Signed. The super sub sneaking up inside B main. And taking a 1v3 across the line. And yes, there were mistakes there from BBL. They got lost in the sauce a little bit. But still, for Signed to capitalize on those opportunities, he set himself up as the top fragger now for EDG. But
नहीं मतलब ऐसे बोल रहा हूँ मैं, मतलब कुछ अलम तो कहाँ है अभी और ये बंदे कहाँ हैं? गाइस जो भी लाइव स्ट्रीम पे नया आ रहा है लाइक कर दो यार, सब्सक्राइब कर दो, लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब।
इस मैच में रोज ना वो है दूसरे में है, पहले में तो ये था 10 किलो पे, अब 12 पे है।
A hope that they can maybe do something
लाइक
in
एंड
this game.
सब्सक्राइब कर दो गाइस, लाइक एंड
But realistically,
जो भी चैनल पे नया आ रहा है
gonna have to be quite the
BBL ने
streak
तो भाई
of
मोटा
rounds from
ही
here onwards.
किया
Of
है।
course, for BBL, no reason to overinvest or put too much into this round. You have such a
कौन गया अभी?
mammoth lead.
BBL का गया क्यों?
हाँ
A chance maybe to put some pressure onto Sign.
Up the one, they're still ready to fight up close. And in return, they've landed one of their own. Lovers Rock and Kreven, the ones to come out ahead. The Pistols not dead in the water just yet, it seems. And a very late lurk from Rose outside this A side.
Into spawn.
Gonna be a crunch. But it's
Right.
Con that you're up against.
And
he's found the first. Rose a little ahead of the pack. This wraparound, I don't think has been heard just
बुला
yet,
रहा है।
but
सुबह मार देगा, सुबह मार देगा नहीं
every other angle that it could possibly be, so they know exactly where they're going. Gianni's already going to drop the spike, and now the only last man standing is Kreven. He's still going to make this even more costly.
गन पकड़।
Still, to win this is going to be difficult, but an isolated fight, time ticking down, and Gianni will save the day. It's not a round they should have needed a savior, but they did.
सेव करना पड़ेगा ना।
चल निकाल दिया इन्होंने, सेव कर दिया।
anymore as this game goes on, if it goes on.
सेव किया था क्या BBL ने?
For BBL, and look at how much they were
Spectre ले
able to
लिया।
do here with just pistols in their hands. It's a scary prospect for EDG to struggle this much, to be down by this much. We don't just need to see them win up against this full buy, where, by the way, they're coming in with a lot of disadvantages. We want to see them dominate. They're putting credits on the line. 3 players unable to rebuy in the next, and ult online here and now, though, for Signed. The problem is looking at the map. Seems he's on the wrong side. And if they can bait that out, be a big piece removed early on. That was dangerous. Concon's left on 5.
Heal हो गया।
Karmine gets to live to fight another day. Nobody trying to just jump spot, but do look like they're going to try and split back towards this B site again. It is being watched by Gianni, and
10 बज जाएंगे आज मेरे को लग रहा है अभी तो।
at least Mike
11-12 बज सकते हैं।
leaves him in an awkward spot, counter to try and slow down the attack, as he does have a teammate in tow, but Kreven's aggressive positioning is going to make this problematic. In fact, it's going to end the round in his tracks.
BBL लेके जा रही
That was the main way back through for EDG. They were bringing Signed into position so he could play in the spawn and pop that ultimate, run back through, lead the charge for the team. He gets popped like that by Kreven, threading the needle through market, and it's done. You would think, because they invested so much. And still with the Phoenix ult, it's a 2v4. You're not winning this round. And thankfully, they're walking away. I got very scared seeing them closer and closer to that B side, but a save needed.
Like at this stage, you're 11-3 down. I wouldn't have even blamed them that much for just throwing into the wind. And like they won a 2v4 in I think it was on Lotus. Like they're so far out of this map that I feel like even just letting them get to 12 feels like a death sentence.
The problem here, Tom, is that like I agree with you. I agree with you entirely. Like I could have seen a world where they do that, and I wouldn't damn them for it. But when you call the save, you can't go looking for picks. What use is a pick for you now? Oh, they've got a little less money.
Guys, जो live stream पे नया है, like and subscribe and share the live stream.
Anyways, that's a big mistake, and EDG now have 1 rifle carried forward for a round they didn't even try to win. That's tough.
Very little.
तो बड़ा लेट चली आज।
Has an ult and a rifle.
मेरी
Kankan, I think, will be
नहीं ठीक
forced
चली
to
है।
play just a headhunter into this round.
अरे बड़े बार लेट चली है जिस हिसाब से देखा भी उस पे भी तो मतलब कि थर्ड राउंड चल पड़ना चाहिए था।
That's the only thing that's currently an advantage.
वो वाली जो दूसरी टीम है ना जो जिसको चला है अंडर थीव्स वाले, वो तभी उनका पहला मैच स्टार्ट हुआ।
हाँ तो वही बोल रहा हूँ मैं।
I was going to say an immediate trade, a labored trade, but it does the job nonetheless.
Worst part is he instinctively jumps to dodge the spray, but it meant he couldn't TP. So he ends up getting caught trying to hunt down that rifle. So we go for V4.
BBL rotate करी, सोवा ऊपर देख सोवा ऊपर देख.
Done extremely well in, and it's been threading the needle. It's been sneaking up like that. Rose the one to do it this time. He's caught nobody. He's trying to embed in a nice spot. They're going to do the same on the other side of the map. Chichu's walking up. He doesn't expect LaRock to be sat crouched on that corner. That is a scummy play. The ult for Sign will at least find one, but they're on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, they're going to find him. That's the problem. His ult's going to take him right back to where he was, and now Jenny is all that remains. He's just seen a player die on the other side, and because of that, he's going to start rotating towards the B site. But as of right now, Spike is going back the other way. He doesn't even know that he's currently been played. Maybe that's 1 for free. That at least gives him the knowledge. That's a lot of value found. What was a 1v3 to maybe break the wall before it's truly formed, but it will eventually force to go down. With 2 players waiting on the other side, with traps set ahead of him. He's giving them information with every step he takes, every move that he makes. And eventually, LaRock is waiting. 13-3, a dominant final map for BBL, and one that will take them further in that upper bracket.
After how close that first map was, Tom, I didn't know what to expect going to Ascent, knowing that it's a home ground for every Turkish player and certainly every Turkish team out there. We knew there was a chance for BBL to win. When they took it dominantly, I didn't even think that that would carry over to this map because we're leaving Ascent, we're going to Sunset, we're going to Comfort for the old EDG. And now they were decimated. BBL warming up into the series and looking red hot in the end. Isn't that right, Dagon?
Absolutely a huge upset victory here by BBL, the youngest squad at EWC, pull off an upset against the 2024 champs, against the 3rd place finisher over in London. A fantastic result here, as a big one here for EMEA, and the woes for China here at EWC. Very over from last year. It is a 2-1 victory for Kuka and Big Time.
अब अगला मैच पता नहीं किसका है. अगर तू बुरा न माने तो मैं दूसरा मैच लगा लूं.
तू लगा.
एक तो मेरे को ऐड
जाना पड़ेगा थोड़ी देर के लिए.
कहाँ जा रहा है तू? खाना खाने.
अभी तो काम करना है.
जा तो कोई नहीं. अगर अभी लगता है कोई मैच तो बताऊंगा तेरे को. बस मेरा मन है पेपर एक्स और एनआरजी का देखना.
तूने क्या खेलना नहीं आज?
देखता भी. बस एक टीम का मैच देखूंगा, पेपर एक्स और एनआरजी का, और किसी का नहीं देखूंगा.
अच्छा.
क्योंकि यार देखना एक टाइम पे देखना अब ये है, तब एक टीम सेलेक्ट करनी, 4 टीमें है ना, मतलब कोई एक सेट सेलेक्ट करना पड़ेगा कि ये टीमों का देखना बस. अब जैसे कल का सोचा है मैंने, कल देखूंगा मैं ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स और MIBR का, और दूसरा सोचा है मैंने G2, और अगर वैसा नहीं बना तो कुछ और देखना पड़ेगा. पर वैसे ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स और उसका सोचा मैं देखने का, क्योंकि यू नो ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स
तो ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स है.
उसे तो अब करते हैं. तेरे से स्पेशल, अच्छा तेरे से नहीं दिलवाई है, तेरे को नहीं दिलवाई है उनकी गन स्पेशल में. खुद लूंगा मैं उसकी गन, उनकी गन लूंगा मैं खुद.
RRQ dashing on into that A site. They do have a lurk waiting in the wings. It takes a little bit
of
damage
to आया.
कोई नहीं, मैं देख लूंगा.
Yep, really nice execute here, taking that backside space. Jemkin gonna get the pick onto Timotino, but Cryo is here to trade. 3 of those players on RRQ have dropped to 100 Thieves, make it 4, and all of a sudden Crazy Guy left in this 1v3. The spike is already being diffused. He's nowhere near. It's not planning for him, and Vora gonna get that final pick onto Crazy Guy, and now that 100% pistol win rate for RRQ has gone down.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting that, honestly. That's a really nice retake from 100 Thieves, though. That's exactly what you want to be doing with the Harbor. Just a quick flood straight through the middle, dominated the entirety of the map. They didn't get caught out by the lurk. Throw up the high tide and then just cut out that A side in half. Really helps you kind of simplify what you need to clear. And I don't think that RQ really offered much resistance. They're now back down onto an eco, and unfortunately they got to take a little bit of a back seat now on this attacking side of Breeze.
Yeah, the fast flood working really well for 100 Thieves, and for RRQ, I'm just kind of interested to see how they're gonna farm these orbs, who they're going to farm them on, the dart going in, just making sure that there's no one close enough, taking that A main space. The orb is going to be picked up by Cushy now, looking for another for this side.
Yep, bang, spamming away straight through the Viper wall. Just going to play for the retake. They're quite happy to allow RRQ to have the site, at least for the time being.
वो क्यों नहीं दिखा रही है स्कोर टेबल? गाइस अभी लाइव स्ट्रीम पे नया लाइक एंड शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दीजिए.
But they're actually connecting a little bit with the pistol. For silencing that for the time being. He's been tagged up, going to dash back into safety.
बंदों को भी दिख रहा है ऐसा.
Cleaned out from the site. It's all onto Clutch Master Xferro himself, but Cryo with the late lurk on through from middle will give the round to 100 Thieves.
God, Vora's positioning this last map and this map so far has just been so good, able to just dance around those pistols, making sure he's not over-aggressing, not over-peeking into those angles that he could get punished by, especially close range. Vora been so good as such a strong kind of rock player for your team. He's not necessarily anchoring, but he's always there. He's always rotating. He's always ready with a plan. And now we're going to see Cryo actually setting up onto this B site. And another... Oh, sorry. I was going to say another Thrifty. The HUD almost threw me off again. I almost lost the HUD. But we are going to see a gun round coming in from RRQ. It is currently 2-0
NRG का लग गया क्या?
The op online.
NRG का देखना है.
Up on the attacking side. And 100 Thieves have taken A main in the meantime. One way is going to allow Asuna to kind of maneuver his way on through. Something to think about, actually pushing the issue a little bit. RRQ looking for a pick in middle. Just sitting in a 1-3-1. Operator was spotted nicely by the drone, so I think 100 Thieves have got a little bit better of a read at what they're playing against now.
Yep. 2-0 again for 100 Thieves. Slow start for
क्या जा रहा है यार उस स्कोरबोर्ड?
Understanding, adapting, not taking too many rotations, but still able to get a lot of that mid-round information. Peeking through that nest area, the neon.
Dirty trip set up there. As the trip wasn't actually caught by the shock. Second one will clean it up. Zan now diving into the site. Catches Cryo completely hit by that relay bolt. Doubling up there. Jemkin dealing with Asuna. The flood is ensuing, but Timotino is the last one left. And RRQ's done a really good job of just brute forcing their way into B there. And pushing this last player for 100 Things. Bang. He's in another postcode at this point. He's got a lot of running to do.
It's going to be pretty rough. A Bulldog, though, trying to go for at least one more weapon down, because getting 3 weapons down on their first gun round is a little bit expensive. The jump peak going to get punished just a little bit because she got a spot.
मार.
So he's just a little bit
खुशी क्या? अब एक तो एजेंट कौन सा सोवा?
Catch some sort of exits here, because again, 3 guns down would be kind of expensive. You're forcing the majority of RRQ to be on some sort of weird buy. So
gun पकड़.
Oh. For himself. Nicely timed peek from Jemkin denies
तगड़ा मारा.
Catching those players darting back off the site. Nicely done from RRQ. Just
nice.
A very slow 1-3-1 to open up this
nice
attacking side. Gun round. And then a really good B execute just to kind of simplify things. They really dealt well with Cryo there. Like he had the perfect setup there on the Cypher. Cage on the site, really kind of making them guess about what his positioning was. He had double trips to kind of keep himself safe, but it was just perfect utility from RRQ. You had the shock dart dealing with one of the trips and the relay bolt into the back left, and from there it's a little bit easier for RRQ to path their way into B.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, though, switching up their defensive setup, trying to fight for elbow. 3 of these players down. They run it down, run it back, pushing it all the way down towards elbow. Doesn't get a pick, but Timotino's going to punish Cushy. Zan getting flashed, but it doesn't matter because he gets a pick onto Timotino. All the while, 3 more players have dropped, and now all of a sudden it's a 3v3 versus these 2 teams. 2-1. For 100 Thieves, and they're just going to re-clear towards this mid, but the spike is actually down.
I'm not even sure 100 Thieves are aware of that. I think they're a little bit confused as to why RRQ hasn't kind of pushed the issue a little bit. That is a terrible spot to be leaving the spike in a round like this, and 100 Thieves a little bit, I think they must have seen that. I mean, both, on the outside of the door, and they killed both of those players. So I think they must be well aware that the spike was dropped there. Zan, gonna pick it up. He's done a really good job of pinching that one. Xferro's still lurking over towards B. You definitely don't want to get caught on the cross here as Zan. Very risky maneuver, but Vora gets off the line at an inopportune time, and now Crazy Guy can throw one man back. He walks back. He walks back and get the pick. Okay, back to B now, I guess.
Dude, this is stressing me out. But the orb gonna be a contact point of noise here. 400 Thieves. They don't really hear it because Cryo's not close enough. The spike is going to go down. They're committing to playing on these trap setups, these traps towards A.
ऐसा किसने बोला?
Of course,
#2 पे तो #2 पे मैच नहीं होना चाहिए.
towards B on purpose. Xfero here backside, almost going to get a peek into Vora. He doesn't know that he's creeped all the way up yet. Nobody knows what Xfero gets a pick onto Vora.
Yeah.
And now Cryo alone in a 1v3.
Yeah, difficult situation to be walking your way into. And I think at this point, just looking for exits, if anything. Another gun to be saved over for 100 Thieves, who doesn't have much money to buy around it in that next round.
मतलब इसका वेट करना पड़ेगा क्या
In a row. Very slow stuff in both of them. And honestly, a pretty awkward situation to navigate their way through. Some good calls in the mid to late round. Maybe a little bit of good fortune, to be honest with you. Just a couple of timings it felt like where 100 Thieves, if they had just held down that midline for a little bit longer, probably could have ended the round outright. But as it stands, had a gun round picked up for RRQ here.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. The start of this round was just this heavy elbow fight from both of these teams. 100 Thieves again trying to do that trap setup. We're off of contact. Phoenix has that flash out in his hands, swinging it around the corner and trying to play for those frags. I think it does work out for them, but it just was crazy how RRQ was so quick to get those trades and punish, especially Timatino, who had the op on the other side, was just unable to get
जैसे मेरे जैसे राउंड स्टार्ट होगा वैसे स्कोर टेबल गायब हो जाता है. थोड़ी देर में गायब हो जाएगा अभी.
For RRQ, and they're walking towards the same main.
Zan up on the line, taps the orb nicely. In comes the curveball and the relay ball. Counter Hunter's Fury coming in from the attacking side as a gun is dropped in the open. Crazy Guy going to deny Timatino get his hands on it. It's a messy exchange that still seems to go the way of RRQ there. 100 Thieves, definitely some potential shoving their way into A main there, but now they're unfortunately going to be put in a bit of an awkward situation. It's just Cryo on this B site on his lonesome.
Really good read here from Zan to tap the orb, try to bait any of those setups, and they're out onto this B side. Cryo alone on this side isn't able to get one. 100 Thieves have done so good with the bandits so far, but it just didn't work out in his favor. Vora now and Bang in this 2v4, trying to get out on site as fast as possible.
जो भी लास्ट पे नया आ रहा है लाइक कर दीजिए, सब्सक्राइब कर दीजिए एंड शेयर कर दीजिए.
Total for both of these guys. Using that wall to get some sort of map control, to get that space. Both drones coming out, but Xfero is actually creeping all the way up the side of that wall. Tap on that spike. The dart is down. Another dart coming in. Xfero getting both those picks onto Bang and Vora.
Yeah, it was just waiting, seeing what the rest of the team could kind of bait out, but all of the guns kept on through for RRQ, who are starting to pick up a little bit of momentum on this attacking side now. Have pivoted into the double duelist comp. As I was kind of saying before, with Zan being picked up into this roster, they've kind of been playing around with playing double controller. They were playing Harbor KO for quite a long time. Now they're kind of leaning into Jet Neon because, as I mentioned before, Zan is a very comfortable player on the Neon. It's a bit of a specialist agent for him. And Jemkin quite happy to be back on his signature Jet. As RRQ looking into another gun round here. It's looking like a quick mid to 8.
Super quick split, Zan. Stopping because of that molly, but being able to push all the way up. The drone coming in from A main, but they've put a hold on it because they hear Timatino coming back around through this mid doors, waiting with a judge. Zan gets the pick onto Timatino, gets that off of his hands, and Vora using that Sova ult, trying to get as much information as possible. But Cryo, he's still set up. He gets the information. He sees that the rest of the team is out on site. So as soon as it's going to go down mid, try to re-clear, try to get that information. And the retake wall has come in from this harbor.
See, RRQ just really slowing this down around down, waiting for some mistakes. In comes the Harbor ult, though. Arsene has found one. Great spam through from Cryo, making things very difficult for RRQ, and they're just starting to crumble. Crazy Guy trying to pick up the pieces, spotted out by the neural theft, and it's all down to Xfero. They know exactly where he is, and he's been flanked by Asuna. Nice little response there from 100 Thieves. It felt like RRQ were very much in control of that round. They found the first pick. They slowed things down. But credit to 100 Thieves for putting the pieces back together.
Yeah, they did a good job at flipping that site. Phoenix taking that mid control, trying to get a pick onto that Zan while he was falling back. Sorry, and it just felt like both these players understood the aggression on the site because they took their time. They waited for Asuna to just make some sort of chaos,
nice
pull
one.
some of that pressure, pull some of that focus, and use the timing there. But of course, also Cryo getting a spam through that harbor wall was kind of crazy too because that was the spike as well. But obviously into this next round. 3-3, both teams able to get full weapons, but it's kind of crazy because if RRQ loses this round, they might be forced onto another Thrifty here unless they get those picks.
See how good of a salesman Cushy is. Applies a little bit of util pressure to that B site. Drone goes through elbow, looking to try to fish for a bang here with the paranoia. Blazewalk goes up, and it's a disengage for 100 Thieves.
Really quick rotate, but it gets punished because Cushy, he's walked all the way up mid. Vora, unable to get traded by Timotino yet, but RRQ doing a good job at just waiting. Both these ops meeting each other. Timotino turning around at the wrong time, but as I say that, he gets the pick onto Jemkin, a 1-for-1 trade, and now all of a sudden, the numbers are equalized.
RRQ really having a tough time at finding the clean opportunities and timings that they've been looking for in the mid-round. Once again, slowing things down. 40 seconds on the clock as the spike starts to trend back towards that A side to meet up with Xfero. 100 Thieves are very much in front of this, though. It's just Cryo being left solo retake on that B site yet again here. While the rest of the team is ready with reactive utility. You've got the Storm Surge and the Phoenix Molly. So I'd imagine that they're going to have a really good time dealing with this. Up goes the fast lane. Timotino finding that opening. Big bang inside of the bunker smoke is giving them a lot of problems. Cushy tapping the spike. Timotino able to deal with him, and Crazy Guy is so far out of position here. Panic TP into the site. He will have a little bit of space to plant, but Timotino should be able to just deny that spike. There's no time, even if Crazy Guy gets that pick. And RRQ, unfortunately, again in the mid-round, things are just really not coming together for them.
Yeah, a struggle. It feels like 100 Thieves so quick to collapse. Their rotations have gone a lot quicker here. They're kind of just walking around through mid because it feels like they haven't been pressured enough by RRQ either. So much mid space is given to them.
Nice, मार रहे हैं 100 Thieves मार रहे हैं यार. मेरे को लगता है 100 Thieves ले जाएंगे ये वाला मैच. 100 Thieves ले जाएंगे ये वाला मैच.
They do those full rotates, and now still able to buy. Getting that operator on the side of Jemkin. They're looking like they're just going to go for another round of these slow peaks, but this time towards elbow.
Well, runner back secured inside of A main for Asuna. Full information for 100 Thieves as Cushy once again looking to try to clear the Cypher trips. One of them dealt with. Up goes the Cage. Inside of the smoke is Timotino hiding in the opposing team's fast lane, and he's found a decent timing. That's a hell of a trade back from Sam as the Hunter's Fury coming in does deal with Cryo, or at least make him uncomfortable enough for Crazy Guy to do his due diligence, and RRQ will take this A site.
That was a really good zoning out from Cushy, just being really annoying, forcing Cryo to get that peek over the wall or take his one. The drone's going to give so much information that these players are on site, but they still don't know where Jemkin is. He has this full flank control. As I say that, he turns around, run it back, down on side. Soon gets the big onto Cushy, just jumping around. He's able to get it, and Crazy Guy now back site, and Jemkin with the operator in mid.
It's a nice flank timing, but Asuna, they were not sure where he actually completed that run it back from. And now Jemkin being locked out of this round by the high tide. Asuna's got him marked. Up goes the Blade Storm, but inside of that cloud burst, Asuna was ready. And this will be a nice little defuse from 100 Thieves to get themselves on a nice streak of rounds here. They've gotten very close the last 3 in a row, but every single one of them has gone the way of 100 Thieves.
Again, it's this post
of focusing on the other team, mostly on ourselves. So just, working on our individual game, and we did a small boot camp. Thank you to Gentlemates for lending their gaming house to us. And yeah, we were able to practice for a week in Paris, which led us to have a really good, comfortable showing. And yeah, we're taking this event very seriously and hoping to win.
So when you're talking about the expectations, you're saying topping your group, hoping to win. In general, when it comes to the expectations for this event, of course it is to lift the trophy, but are there any other nuances that come with that?
No, I mean, obviously get experience. I think that's like the biggest thing, but winning this event will be everything.
All right, and when it comes to your next opponent, it's BBL. I do want to say on that last map against EDG, they won 13-3. So are you nervous at all?
No, hopefully, it doesn't come back to bite me, but have to be confident.
All right, well, thank you so much. I'm going to let you go. Appreciate it. And we're going to be heading back over to the desk.
Nailed it. I thought she was going to leave him hanging. I'm not going to lie. Athena, I'm told that you got to go. We're going to be swapping Avril onto the desk for the next match. Before you go, though, what do I need to know about Paper Rex? They're about to take this stage, and everyone says they're in the S tier.
Oh my God, Paper Rex, they're a phenomenal team. I feel like every single player on that roster has a really good understanding of their role, and the way that they're playing at Masters was insane. They did come second place in Masters, but I still feel like they're going to be up there. And when it comes to Paper X versus NRG, listen, I'm an America's girly at heart, but I think Paper X is going to take that one.
They could be the clear winners in our next group. Stay tuned. It's EWC 2026. We're coming back with more Valorant live from Paris.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
In last year's finals, we were in a tough situation. I think a lot of different words were said, different tactics to wake up, maybe some harsh, maybe some inspirational.
I think all it took was winning that third map to give us that big amount of belief in ourselves that we can do it.
Even though it was so bad, we still inside believe that it's possible. Can't stop believing, because if you stop believing, then that's it.
Brienne's on 78 HP. He did the ultimate on so much crashes.
Lifting the trophy felt unusual. I mean, it was my first Valorant trophy. I think for all of us as well, especially, thinking like 2 hours ago we were in the worst position possible. It felt amazing. It felt like a moment of finally.
I think I kind of knew in my head that we would win it just because it's really hard for them to be mentally strong, being 2-0 up and then going to 2-2. Like, there was no way in my head that we were going to lose that last map just based on knowing what mental state they're in and what mental state we're in.
Yeah, I mean, this year, many boys
we can play in front of our crowd, you know. I don't know if it's stress, but it's like, it's a good pressure that we have. We, of course, want to represent the country of our org. Also, like, I grew up in Paris, like, it's a special city for me, so there is a lot of story about it.
We're extremely excited. We cannot wait for this opportunity. Obviously, we need to get out of groups first, but that's like even extra motivation for us to meet them all. It's our organization home country, home city, you know, so that's one of the biggest goals for us for sure.
Feels good to play here, of course, because Vitality French org and we're in France now, so it will be really fun to get into playoffs and share the stage with some of the fans too. I think that will be cool for everyone, one of us and stuff, and for me it will be especially, like, I am playing the French org. For me, like, it's a really exciting tournament, I think.
I moved to Paris when I was 7 years old, and growing up in Paris, like, I think has been a chance for me, because I don't think I would be there today if I didn't, like, if my mom didn't move to France. And as I said, like, yeah, I'm grateful for everything, you know, like, I'm trying to stay humble, like, work hard, prove by what I'm doing every day.
Our group is definitely the strongest, but I don't know, I feel like it's also probably the most exciting to watch. We have a lot of fans here and stuff, so again, it will be cool to play in front of them and just feel the support in person to French fans, especially when I'm watching like different esports and stuff. The crowd is usually like really good. Game by game, we have first KC and then we'll see like who will play next. It will just be fun to see it.
I wish it would have been like with the crowds. Unfortunately, the first game there's no crowds, but I wish there was a crowd because there's gonna be Vitality fans against KC fans. It would have been so good, but it's fine. Still, it's gonna be an amazing match.
Welcome guys, welcome back, welcome back.
Welcome back. It's the Esports World Cup. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, alongside two beautiful casters. The first comes from New Zealand. The other one, next door neighbor in Australia. We've got the fantastic dynamic duo. There it is. It's Avril alongside Pilski.
What's up?
Avril, you have been buzzing all day. When everyone's energy was dropping low, you were there to bring us back up. Why have you been so excited about this match since you woke up today?
First of all, I'm very caffeinated. Second of all, guys, I mean, this is a match that is worthy of the grand finals. Paper Rex, NRG, probably match of the day for the entire opening round.
Yeah.
There's no better game than this.
Yeah, totally agree. Honestly, we saw them both play each other in Santiago earlier in the year. It went one apiece. Paper X knocked them out of the tournament, very deep into the tournament, and then went into the grand finals over there. So, I mean, not quite a grand final. I agree with you. It definitely could be a grand final, but a lower final nonetheless. And these are two of the very finest teams for their regions.
And we got adjusted groups. Now, reminder, 2 teams are going to move out of every group. You need 2 wins to do so. 100 Thieves were able to do it. We saw over on the other stage, it was BBL taking it in our opening round. 2 new winners here in our second set of matches, and I got to get your opening thoughts. Pilski, who is the leader in this match when it comes to the predictions? Do you think Paper X has a big lead?
Yeah. I think so, especially fan base wide. They've been so consistent at internationals. NRG have been making it to the internationals at least, but unfortunately just not making it as deep, even though, as we all saw at the end of last year over at Champs, the core of this squad at least very good enough, very much good enough to be able to win the very biggest events in Valorant. So we'll see how good their form is coming here into the Esports World Cup 2026, and I think that starts right from the get-go. They don't have any easy game to start things out. They are playing a world beater right out of the gate.
So Paper X, of course, are our Pacific champions from stage 1. Over on the other side, we've got NRG, who are the top team to come out of America's qualifiers. But first, let's take a look at the boys rocking the blue and pink. Paper Rex, Silver Surfers this year, yet to lift the trophy. Can they get it done at EWC? If so, it'll come with a $600,000 paycheck. If you're looking for stars on this squad, who do your eyes go to first, Pilski?
Everyone. Literally every player.
I need one. Simplify it for the new guy.
I could take something here. I mean, he's been phenomenal. We are in a jet meta as well, so he is really just running around doing a lot of damage. Jing if you get a raise map, but I think something is the player that really does kind of tantalize the viewer.
And now we can take a look at a ferocious squad rocking the black tee of comfort. Avril, this squad doesn't need a jersey to make a statement. Are you going with the mullet man? Mullet man number 2. Who is your star to watch on this squad?
There's many mullets on this team. No, I think Brock still is a guy that you have to look out for. Guy is known for the Odin, kind of pioneering that. Ethan as well, former world champion and double actually now, given that he's the IGL on NRG. And I think this is a team led by Ethan that really wants to get back in that form. They've had some good results this year. A couple of third places. You talk about PRX maybe being the bridesmaid second place slot. Well, NRG have kind of had that third place too many times for them, and they're looking to get back to number 1.
No bronzes. They want gold here as well. Of course, both are hoping just to survive the group. If you can win today, that is a huge step forward, knowing the rest of the competition statistically should be easier. Let's take a look, though, at how they should face off here in the best of 3. Last time around, it was in Santiago. That was months ago. So do we have new maps in this map pool that you can expect either team to maybe pull from?
Yeah, I think Pearl was a really important map for NRG, and that's gone from the pool now. So that's going to be very interesting as a map that I think Paper X otherwise probably wouldn't have wanted to play very often. And the fact that we've sort of moved away from that, Sunset being added back in is a bit of an unknown. Obviously, a map that was really famously played by PRX last year as well when they sort of won in Toronto. So looking forward to see how that all sort of shapes out.
Pilski, what about the strengths?
The strengths?
Yeah, what maps could they really just flex like we just saw 100 Thieves do?
I don't think necessarily that, like, both of these teams are so strong that I don't think it's going to be like a slam dunk veto for either of them. And I think both of them have a history playing Sunset with that map coming back into the pool. PRX are famous for playing that wonky comp with the Sage Gecko on that map. They played it many times.
Gecko's going to be back in the lobby tonight?
Maybe. We'll see. Because Paper Rex, especially lately, have been the kind of team that's like, I'm not going to change my comp too much, or especially when they haven't had time to prep, they'll just run the same comp. We saw that over on Ascent. For NRG, they did also love to play the Sunset back in the day. I think that was the 5th and final map of the Champs Grand Final that they won. It was very impressive to watch them do so. So I think both of these teams know their way around Sunset. They'd be happy to probably take it there. But I'd imagine a bit of a handshake veto will be going down here. I really wouldn't be surprised to see like a map that's super strong for one team or the other, really.
I would like to see Fracture. I think that was one of the most dominant maps. You saw that in the Grand Finals versus Paper Rex dominated on that one. They might want to run that one back and say, look, we have a lot of confidence on this map. We can get a good start here. Get that early 1-0 in the BO3. See where we go from there.
Do you guys feel like giants on this desk? I feel like really, really big right now. Having a great time.
Gonna be big for a big match.
Yeah,
I think.
I just looked behind us, and we've brought in the biggest of our referee bouncers. We have up to 6 referees on the stage right now, and the engineer in charge of the PCs. Everything's looking ready to go. We're just making sure the players are comfortable, and then we'll begin this match. But I just wanted to take a moment and kind of reflect where we're at. This is a brand new building. They are building around us as we are in week 0. We haven't even kicked off the EWC. And shout out to the people behind the scenes who decided this year we're not only going to add $750,000 to the prize pool, we're also going to make sure everything is a best of 3. This is a treat for the fans. You guys are about to be showing it. And the question I have is, who is going to be the flashiest? Like, if I'm new to Valorant and I'm about to watch the best players, what do I need to be looking out for, Pilsky?
Paper Rex. If you talk about flashiness, that's Paper Rex in a nutshell. If you want to talk about what this matchup is, this is the flashy, like, aggressive team versus the team that likes to think a lot, likes to make a lot of decisions, likes to kind of play the macro and things like that. So
we hate NRG, we love Paper X if you're ADHD.
I mean, I'm from Pacific, you're from Americas. I think that's about as simple as it gets.
Okay. I mean, Paper X, Pilsky wasn't wrong when he said earlier, who's the best on Paper X? Who's the one to look out for? All of them. Every single player on this roster has been absolute lights out. But I think NRG have a lot to show here as well. Again, former world champs. Something Paper X is still chasing. Paper X themselves been second a number of times. NRG have done it already. They're trying to climb back into that one. And I still have pretty high expectations for this team. We're in the post-SOM era of NRG now as well. So trying to navigate what this team looks like with Kiko. I mean, you could say similar things about Paper X having Emmy coming in over Patman. So both players making some roster adjustments compared to where we had them last year. Paper X obviously had a much better result at EWC than NRG. And that NRG that we got in 2025 EWC was kind of like the first version of this newly formed with Suba lineup that ended up winning the World Champs at the end of that year.
As you take a look back on the stage, I just noticed the team photographers are still out there. Is that good news for the chat? No, it is not. Why? The referees made sure that the stage has to be clear before all the players can begin. Wow. As long as you see a photographer out there, Pilsky, we're not anywhere close to this map kicking off here. So can you give me a little bit of history? I know you've been in the sport for about 10 years. Have you ever had a crane over your camera?
I have not. This is new stuff for me.
He's 22 feet in the air.
Honestly,
I want to give him a camera.
You might be to hear it as well.
I feel like I want to be in a cherry picker casting the game in like a coliseum or something like that, down to the people, like maybe from a balcony and like a theatrical kind of thing. That would be peak.
Would you want like the whole crowd to jump and then like your cherry pickers bouncing a little bit? You good with that?
The whole crowd to jump. I feel like we're getting confused with like a Insane Clown Posse concert and like a theater. Like we're going in two different directions.
Let's just combine them. Let's get them to do halftime. Lots of options for us here in Paris. Everyone wants to come through to one of the world's favorite cities. Of course, we've been eating good, drinking good. What has been the best part of your trip, Avril?
Being in France for the first time. This is the furthest I've traveled. I think the same for you as well. I mean, we come from the opposite side of the planet, literally. So this is about as far as you can go, unless you go like all the way to the UK. So enjoying Paris just in general for me so far, but there's been nice food.
Pilsky, I heard you brought your partner out here. We're making it a family affair. What are we thinking about Paris? We loving the city of love?
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice, but I'm here for business. I stand on business bucket, and I'm here for the games. So I'm not even thinking about that right now. Full focus.
Who do you want to chat about over there? Because he's staring you down. I got eyes on you, young man.
Okay.
He's giving us away. He's giving us away.
What's up, MB? He's
likes
having a
it.
good time. He's having a good time.
We're all
I think he just
vibing.
is this how you make friends in the modern day and
100%.
age?
You just gotta smile at
You just
people.
make eyes across the room. Hello.
You, me, hanging out later. Let's do it. Esports, baby. Yeah, you got to keep the relationships for a long time. Photographers have been pushed out of the main center of the stage towards the exit. That is another good sign that this match will be beginning soon. When it does, what do you want to talk about for our opening round? Who is Team A? Who is going to get the advantage of picking our first map?
That's a great question. I'll have a little bit of a look
Yeah,
at the
we're
video
gonna
here.
check that one real quick.
Usually would be.
I normally
have a
throw
little bit of a
softball
look down
questions.
the-
I asked you about Paris. You didn't want to talk about food, so we're going to talk a little
We can
about
talk about
the
food.
game.
We can
Who's
talk
this
about
team
food.
A? Who's this?
We're eating good right now, Pucker. I don't know what you're talking
Vito.
about.
I mean, I'm sure we'll have a Vito graphic, but the team that did get to pick the first map was Paper Rex.
Okay.
I think that's great. And we could talk about it at some point. But,
I will have no idea.
मेरा तो मानना ही है कि पेपर एक्स जीतेगी
and then NRG's got to pick up map after that.
पेपर
That's how
एक्स
Vito's work, Puckett.
जीतेगी
Just for
बाकी
the layman, you know,
मैच ही नहीं पे
kind of, you know,
क्या
explain
करते
how
हैं
Does it work again? Could you walk me through from the beginning?
जो करना है वो उन्होंने करना है अपना तो बस जजमेंट है पेपर एक्स जीतेगी
That's a big talent of yours.
You find things and you see things, and what do you see? What do you not
Ooh,
see?
people be moving off.
What do you not
perhaps?
see? No clickety clacking. No flashing. We're about to begin, ladies and gentlemen, which means that Vito graphic might come up.
It might come up.
And we might also see the agent selections. So can we go there next? You mentioned Gecko might be seen. We've got some
If we
weird
get
comps from
Sunset,
Paper
it'll be
Rex.
seen. I'd be surprised if we got Sunset, though. I think both of these teams, it's a low-risk kind of veto. We're very early on in the tournament. It's the first time they're playing each other for quite a while, even though there's a little bit of a rivalry and a matchup there. That's mostly gone the way of Paper X, but it's always very competitive. I'd expect a bit of a handshake veto. I'd expect 3 maps. If we get the graphic, or if we don't, maybe I should just say what it is now. All right, so Paper X, Banning Haven, NRG's band split, and then we're going to go Fracture, Lotus, and then Breeze as the decider. So you said you wanted to see Paper
That's the
X pick
thing.
a Fracture.
Yeah, I think there's no surprise there, right? You have the Fracture coming out straight away. That was one of their best maps coming when we looked at them in London as well. Absolutely dominate Lev on that one. Split being taken out is probably no surprise. I think NRG
कौन सा मैप आ रहा है बैन पेपर एक्स कर दिया है वन ने बैन
we actually legitimately have the graphics, so it's time to get into it.
स्प्लिट किया बैन एनर्जी ने
The bands in. So the first one was Haven, removing the 3-lane fun zone. We got
Fracture आया
bands on
पहले
split, and now you got the pick. So Fracture was one you wanted to
Lotus.
see, Avril. You mentioned why? Who's your player to watch, or what gets you
एसेंट
excited about this?
एसेंट ही होना ना बैन
You know, a dominant map from Paper X.
Sunset कर दिया बैन
Straight out of confidence. They want to get off to a rolling start, get that 1-0 locked in, put the fair into NRG.
First look at Lotus for us here on Stream B. How do we feel about this map
Breach.
pick for NRG?
Oh my
I feel
god.
good about it. I think at the same time, though, Paper X are very famous for their Lotus. It's a map that they play quite a lot for the last little bit. I think the same can be said for NRG on Fracture as well. I don't think that they're necessarily poor on this map by any stretch of the imagination, and most of the games that they lose are very, very close games. So I think with that and Breeze being the decider, I don't think, as I said before, either one of these teams has necessarily got a massive advantage in the veto. Paper X has been up and down on Breeze. They've been inconsistent on the map, but if they decide to turn it on here, then they should have a pretty good day at the office.
Yeah, I think Breeze is a nice finisher here. I mean, obviously, that was probably one we expect them to win a little bit more handily in the grand finals, but Nick got pushed a little bit from Lev. But as it started, I think overall, I mean, you kind of called it. This is a veto that does look like a pretty standard one for the teams. Everyone's should be pretty happy with it.
I think so. I think both of these teams are going to be relatively happy with the veto. I think it's just going to be a low-risk veto in a best-of-3 where you kind of want to play it out as cleanly as possible. Like, I think this could be a very, very close series. I think these two teams know each other stylistically very, very well at this point. So I think it's good to just have kind of a clean, fair 3 maps to see who's going to be the deserving victor in this best-of-3 and move on to this qualification game.
Would you be willing to put on a wager for your region that Paper X will win this?
Yes, I will. And I'll tell you as well, Puckett, I'll be very sad if I have to come in here tomorrow and Americas have beaten Pacific 2 series in a row and I've had to live through that. That will be very sad.
Because I don't know if you knew this, but this is a pretty good year for USA.
You guys say that every year.
Doing all right in the US, in the World Cup. We're looking alive in a lot of other sports potentially coming August, like American football.
मैं जो इलेक्शन पे नहीं आ रहा है लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब
No?
Australia. Yep.
Let's go.
All champions or potential champions still here at the desk. How about our friends on the stage?
Like,
Not
share,
ready.
and
Let's keep
subscribe,
chatting.
guys.
So this has been We're going to go to the ads, guys. We're going to take a short break, figure out what is going down with our fifth man's PC. Once that is up and running, I promise you, we're kicking off this match. I can't wait for its Paper X taking on your favorite friends, NRG. We'll be right back.
बड़ा टाइम लग रहा है यार इन्हें बहुत ज़्यादा टाइम लग रहा है बहुत
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
कुंडली में जब बुध खराब हो जाता है तो इंसान के पास बहुत ज्ञान है, पोटेंशियल है, सब कुछ है, पढ़ा लिखा भी है और उसके
गाइस जो भी पे नया आ रहा है लाइक एंड शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब गाइस
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
It's the biggest event in esports. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2026. We're here in week 0. The event hasn't even kicked off, but we're in the group stages already, and we're on to our second match. We've got a team that has been in multiple grand finals this season, looking for another run. It's Paper Rex. On the other side, one of America's favorites, NRG, the top team to come out of the America's qualifier, has already taken the stage. We have two fantastic casters for this one. We got Pilsky alongside Avril. Avril, they just brought us some fans out. We're nice and comfortable. We're ready to rock. It looks like all the players are at their desk with the coaches ready to go. How are you feeling coming into this?
Yeah, fantastic. And do note, fans, we're talking about the actual fans blown air. We'll get the real fans in, the crowd coming in for the playoffs next week.
Once we're done building and you don't have to wear a hard hat.
Exactly. I'm sure the fans, if they were in the venue for this game, though, they'd be going absolutely insane, particularly,
To be honest, like, this is the game where there would be crazy fans for APAC and things like that. But given that we're in Paris, honestly, the game on the A stream is where the fans would be at right now. Karmine Corp taking on Vitality right now is a bit of a crazy French derby going on.
Do you know if we have any updates over there on the match yet?
It looked like it was close the last time I checked. I can
they're still getting all hands are on mice, so I think they're still in game late rounds.
Have a look.
Spike went
Looks
down.
like it's close. It's very close in the first map. No one's won it yet.
We got a lot going on here on our main stage. I just checked out here. NRG, all smiles. Hands are up. Everyone's staying off the keyboards, keeping it grease-free.
Yeah.
What is it like in the moments right before the game? Why is everyone in preacher mode?
I feel like, I mean, the thing is,
it's on both sides.
A lot of these teams, they've kind of gotten to the point where they have like performance coaches, or they have like experts who teach the players breathing exercises, who help the players kind of get into the right mindset. You know, different players kind of have different mindsets getting into some of these games. Some people are too excited; they need to calm down a little bit. Some people need to get themselves G'd up a little bit.
I'm looking for the players that are like, lying back, getting a little bit of a nap in there, bit of a snooze in there, like Vora from last game.
We see you, A streamers.
Hey, A streamers.
They're trying to be sneaky.
They're too tall for that.
I find it amusing that we could see Kakuka trying to squeeze past, but big time, he is 5 foot, so he was able to make a pass safely.
It was.
we didn't see big time.
We did not see him. It's a bit of an
There's
ironic
two people
name
there.
pocket.
Wild. Let's take a look here at your agents as we are locking in. Will I actually see a raise in this time of
Yes.
day?
Yeah, absolutely you will. I mean, Paper Rex, Jing, this is the man you want to be watching on this map in particular. But as we mentioned before, Paper Rex very well rounded on Fracture. For NRG, having a little bit of a look at a Phoenix comp. They've gone a completely different direction with the Phoenix Waylay. It is still, you know, similar flavors from both of these teams running the double duelist, but not in agreement about how they want to be doing it.
Yeah, I think both teams are just going to be sticking to their guns here. Obviously, like, no one's going to be deviating too far from what they've already kind of shown so far. Fade versus Sky into the mix there as well. One of the few maps you're going to end up seeing something move over to the Brimstone from his usual jet position, which I'm sure for the rest of the BO3, he'll be comfortably moving back on towards the jet. But yeah, you called this one, man. Jing on the Rays, probably one of the few players that you have to be really careful about.
Yeah, for sure. Totally agree. I think for NRG, it's going to be interesting to see how they navigate this one. Fracture is not a map that they've had heavily repped in the last 3 months. You know, they've only had a couple of officials on it, a few of those over in Americas, one in the Swiss stage of Santiago, which is a very, very tight game versus Foot, whereas Paper X, this is a true map for them. They have been picking it a lot, and they've had some pretty good runs on it as of recently. You talked about their game over in Santiago that went quite well for them. We won't talk about the rest of the final. That's not really relevant, Kev. What's relevant is they need this opening group stage win here against NRG here at EWC.
All right, well, we have PRX on the defensive side, NRG on the attacking side, looking over towards the top so far on Arcade. First up will be Jing. Beautiful shot onto Kiko and a follow from Divide as well. It's gone pretty damn well for PRX, you would say. Minus the fact that Jing does trade his own life. 4 versus 2 in the opening pistol.
Yeah, Broken Scuba trying to contact their way upstairs. Out comes the guiding light for Forsaken and pushes them away nicely. You had the Sky Smoke invested there for something. Just no opportunities given for NRG to be able to get back into that round.
Should be a pretty tough one here, Scuba. Let's see if he gets something for his money to end this round with, but we're looking over to a PRX first round victory. Low HP here for Scuba as well.
Yep, tapping away with the Bandit. See if he can farm himself up at Neural Theft, but Invi will put him down. A nice setup there on Arcade from Paper X. Jing in the perfect little off angle, tucked behind the box, and that is a very good way to start your defense.
Comfortable. PRX.
चलो guys, अब मुझे लगता
team that
है
we
मैं
expect to
अकेला
go
ही
very
हूँ.
far in this tournament, had a decent placing last EWC, but in terms of the Masters so far this year, 2 second places. NRG themselves really competitive from North America. Didn't quite do as well in last year's EWC. I'd like to make sure they hit the top 4 minimum this time, if not taking it all the way.
Soniko here for NRG. Looking to work towards Dish. Paper X on the other side of things have taken a main control. Trailblazer all the way through the south side of the map. They know exactly what's happening on bottom side, and Timmy the Turret has got Dish on lock.
Taking it slow, but waiting to explode here for NRG. Being stalled out by some of the utility coming through from Divide. Grenade from Jing as well. Oh, big damage actually onto Ethan. Put down to 8 HP, but they got to commit to this one. Flash is coming on through. Divide swings into a triple kill. Beautiful stuff. Brock the only one that actually gets the kill. And PRX handling this anti-eco with near perfection.
Yeah, I mean, they cleared out all the bottom side. They had double nanos on Dish. They dropped the nade on that exact position. It felt like they were all over. The information game knew exactly where NRG were coming from and had the perfect utility in the perfect positions. Saying that, though, for NRG, not much in that one. Just a handful of pistols. They've handed 4 more towards the lockdown of Divide going forward, and now Paper X into what looks like a pretty clean bonus round. They've definitely got some punching power here.
Yeah, Divide definitely getting ahead in terms of the kill department. 5-1. 3 away from the lockdown. This is what kind of time we get here first. Round of rifles coming through NRG. Back over towards the B side. A little bit of information there from Forsaken. A big stack though.